weekend in front of a live studio audience. Starfleet Boy After Dark.
I love that. Like, hello. Welcome. Uh, I'm so sorry. You guys have to make it show because I forgot to tweet and I can't do two things at the same time.
Oh no,
So
he forgot to tweet. Oh no.
I'll be right back. Make it show. We're talking about Superman and Lois first. I'll be listening, so don't talk about it too much, but just like maybe set it up. All right.
Oh,
Okay, that is a nice abrupt way of leading us on the air. So, Fatheree, what was your first experience with Superman as a character in general?
it's funny you say that. He's actually my favorite fictional character of all time. But I didn't always feel that way. It took me a while to get there. My first exposure would have been when I was a wee little baby in the 1980s, and there were the Christopher Reeve movies, and also there was a Superboy TV show, which was heavily influenced by those movies. And so that was my initial exposure to the character, and I liked him then. He's one of my favorites back then. And then later over the years I got into reading the comics. I have read a bunch of comics, and have enjoyed the animated Superman show from the 90s, and a lot of the other depictions of the character. I watched Smallville, and so I pretty much everything from the last 3 decades or so. What about you?
Well, as a kid, I can remember watching the old Fleischer cartoons.
Oh yeah, those are great.
But as a kid, I was more of a Batman fan than I was a Superman fan.
Mhm.
That being said, though, when I was a kid, my favorite superhero films, other than the Batman films, especially the Tim Burton ones, were the Richard Donner, Richard Donner's original Superman. So, but I really didn't sort of refine my love for the character until Smallville. Smallville reignited my love for the character, and now he is my favorite superhero of all time. But you might, drag me to the woodshed for this, but I'm not an avid comic book reader, so I can't connect with the character on that level. But I love almost every incarnation of him on the big screen. So
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
he's transcended media for a long time. Back as early as the 1940s. He appeared in the comics in 1938, but very shortly after that, they were doing the Fleischer animated shorts. And those at the time, that was some of the most high budget animation that had ever been made. They still look pretty good today. That was just top notch, ahead of its time animation, though. And they also had the very famous radio show. It was a very, very popular radio drama. And they did the Kirk Allen serials when they used to play like those serials before movies at the theater. They would have these little episodes, like Flash Gordon and stuff like that. And they had the Superman serial. So he's been more than just comics for a very long, for decades before any of us were born. He's always been kind of a multimedia character.
Mhm. You mentioned the radio show. In the radio show is the first time that they came up with his weakness. They came up
Yeah.
with kryptonite in the radio show.
Yeah, because the voice actor was like, "Look, I've been doing this nonstop for a long time, and I really need a vacation. So why don't y'all like write a story where like I get sick and I sound a little different, and then I can like have a couple weeks off." So that's what they did. He was like hurt by kryptonite, and they had someone else do the voice.
Oh
Wow, that's crazy. Well, I never knew that story that the radio actor who played Superman wanted a break. So that was the original conceit for them having to invent the story plot of like kryptonite because they wanted
Mhm.
to go on vacation. Wow, that's amazing.
And they also named the Daily Planet in the radio drama. In the comics, his newspaper was called the Daily Star, and then for some reason they changed it to the Daily Planet in the radio drama, which makes more sense because it kind of reminds you, oh yeah, he's an alien from another world. The Daily Planet kind of plays into that space motif. I guess Star kind of does too, but Planet is just there's a reason why they stuck with Planet going forward.
This is a pretty. I want to know the answer to the question. So, Fatheree, who is your favorite actor to wear the Superman suit? Who's your favorite one?
Oh, that has to be Christopher. He was I'll quote Richard Donner, who was
They're on first
quoting
name.
Jonathan Kent. But yeah,
Christopher.
like we're all put here for a reason. The reason why he was put here on this world was to be Superman.
Wow.
Okay. Starfleet Boy, what about you? Who's your favorite actor to wear the super suit?
It's Christopher Reeve.
Both of you, huh?
Yeah.
Huh.
He's just so imprinted on me. I will say though, I'm the most posery person here when it comes to Superman, because I really love Superman, but I only know things like I've never seen all of Lois and Clark. I didn't see like I only saw the serials.
I love
They
those.
were in syndication, like the black and white color, black and white 50s ones or whatever.
Oh yeah,
With,
the 50s show with George Reeves, Adventures of
Reeves, yeah.
Superman.
And then the movies, all the Christopher Reeves movies. I've seen the Superman Returns, and I've seen the Zack Snyder depictions of Superman, and that's pretty much it. I wanted to watch Smallville because I thought Tom Welling was super hot, but it was during my disco days, so I
Of course you
I
would.
couldn't make time for
Mhm.
Smallville.
I think it's all on Hulu.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
okay,
is, actually.
I'm gonna have to check it out now. And I started watching Lois and Clark, and I used to enjoy watching it, but I can't remember a single episode. Like I couldn't tell you what happened on like any episode of Lois and Clark.
I don't know why that's not on HBO Max. I'm
it's true.
mad that it isn't, because they had it on the DC Universe app, so they should put it on HBO Max.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And then I've never picked up a Superman comic to read it. I've only like kind of, looked at the artwork, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
No, it's interesting that you mentioned that you've never seen an episode of the New Adventures of Superman, and I actually bought the complete series set on iTunes a couple of months ago because they slashed the price down from like $100 to like, I think it was like $40 or something like that. So I bought the entire series, and I hadn't seen it since I was a kid, and I absolutely loved it. It was
wow.
it was wonderful. As a matter of fact, you guys might think this is heresy, but just my personal taste. Terry Hatcher is my favorite Lois Lane. So sorry.
No, I can see that. She's the one.
She's great.
If I can just be honest, like she's the one I
Yeah,
have the biggest crush on. Like out of all of them.
Yeah.
Ruben's here. What up, peeps?
What's up, peeps?
We're good, Ruben. Did you catch up on Lois and Superman and Lois? Is he allowed on if he hasn't caught up? No, right?
No, I thought if I could just shift the conversation, I thought you were going to invite somebody in particular this evening, but I'm disappointed not to see him here.
Who?
You don't remember, do you? Where is he? Earl Good Trekkie. I want to see him. Where is he? Where's he at?
He's sleeping, bro.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
no. Hold
Oh
on.
no.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
it's
that's
like-
right. You.
It's 4 in the morning.
Yeah, it's 4 in the morning.
Sorry. I
Yeah,
got
you'll
my
catch
time
him in
zones
the
mixed up.
replay.
Well,
Sorry.
I have good news for Marcelo, because we couldn't get Robbie up in here tonight, but I do have another guest who's ready to come on, and it's actually J.J. Abrams himself.
What?
I got a stroke. I'm not gonna be a little function if he were to pop up right
Look
now.
at Marcelo. Look at how
Did
dressed he is.
I say
Yeah.
J.J. Abrams? I meant to say Ruben was
Oh,
I get those
come
names
on!
mixed up sometimes.
Come on, you got me going there, Father. You can't do that to me, man. You can't do that to me.
Hatcher was on TNG too. What episode was Terry Hatcher on TNG? I forget now.
I can't remember. I have no idea. I can't recall.
I have no recollection. Father should know this. He's like has a minutia for these things.
He's like the encyclopedia.
Oh well. Sorry, Ruben.
No, he's
That was
right.
good.
Oh,
The outrageous O'Connor.
Yeah,
You're
yes.
right. That's right.
Okay.
That's right. 100% right.
I for some reason I kept thinking Perfect Mate, but I'm like, no, that's the woman from the X-Men movies. Famke Jensen.
Famke Janssen.
Jensen.
Yeah.
Who is also very beautiful.
Jean Grey.
I'm
Yes.
And then the
terrified to
X-Men, yeah.
watch the old '90s show in case it's not as good as I remember. It's as good as you remember.
I don't know. It probably isn't, but it still has a lot of good stuff in it. I think it has moments.
No, Lewis and Clark is very I think it serves as a continuation to the old 50 series, which
Mm.
was I believe that's what it was supposed to be. The showrunner, who I can't recall his name, said that initially the show was supposed to be a continuation of the 50 show, which kind of doesn't make sense, because if it was a continuation of the 50 show, Lois would already know who Superman is. Um, well,
Well, okay. So, what did you guys think of Superman Lois episode 6, Broken Trust?
This episode had a lot of the things I've liked most of the show, but also had some of the things I've liked the least of the show so far. So it's kind of it was a very uneven, rocky roller coaster experience for me.
Oh, interesting. Marcelo?
I love the question of um all throughout the show has brought up the question of when to use your power and when to not use your power. And I thought that in this episode, seeing Clark try to tell Jordan that he should guard his power more was just great. That scene in the hotel room when he found out that Jordan was having headaches before the big football game in Smallville was just great. And the way that he reacted when he found out that Jordan was lying to him was fantastic. All in all, there were some things that sort of didn't work for me in this episode, but all in all, I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty solid.
I loved it. I loved
Okay.
every second of it. I thought it was like, I think this show might be my favorite depiction of Superman after Christopher Reeve. I love Tyler Hoechlin. I think Daddy Superman's awesome. I think that the kids are getting more interesting. I like that Jordan. Sorry. Why am I blanking on his name? Superboy.
Jonathan.
Jonathan. Thank you. No, Jordan. So Jordan broke Jonathan's hand, and that whole thing like was compelling. Like the whole like brother. You know, there's like this tension. It's great. It's great stuff. I'm totally hooked. I like Lois. I like Lois with Luthor. But why don't they know what Luthor looks like? Why he looks different, I guess, in this continuity?
He's
Yeah,
he's from
yeah,
another
because
universe where
yeah.
he looks
Oh,
different.
so
Where
he looks different. Okay.
yeah, if we're to assume Superman and Lois takes place in the Arrowverse, then John Cryer is still
Luthor in this.
he'd be the one
version of
that
it.
that they're familiar with.
Bull.
By
John
the way,
Cryer is a whole
next
nother
episode's called
conversation.
Man of Steel. I think that's an excellent flex. I have a feeling it's going to be the best episode of the season, and it might like make some kind of a statement. It's going to be interesting. This one was like I think leading up to that.
There were just some of the things that irked me in this episode were a little bit trivial, but it just had like a bunch of it. Like it's very much there's just like some plot stuff that I thought like didn't make sense. They were just pushing things in the direction the writers wanted to go without a lot of thought or effort in getting there. Like the whole thing with like their football game bothered me. That didn't make any sense at all. Because they establish okay, so they established in the first episode that the high school in Metropolis, which I guess maybe is Metropolis High. I would think Metropolis would have several high schools. That's a really big city.
Yeah, it's a big city.
But they say, okay, our freshman son is going to start on a football team at one of the most like competitive high schools in the nation. So it's like, oh, they must be like a big in Texas we would call it like a 5A school.
So
We take high school football kind of serious in Texas, so this might not be a big deal to other people. But
what's
yeah,
Texas A&M?
Well, that's in Bryan College Station. They're the
that's
rivals of the University of Texas,
So, but those are
which
like
is here in Austin.
college football. That's different.
Yeah, that's college football. I'm talking about high school football. But so I would assume that like that would be like a big 5A school, and I thought Smallville was pretty small. Like I I thought there would only be like a few thousand, like maybe like 2 or 3 thousand people that like live in Smallville. Like it would be like a 2A or 3A school. And I also thought that Smallville is in Kansas and Metropolis is probably like on the East Coast. Are they going to do what like Smallville did and like move Metropolis to the heartland somewhere? Like I'm not like a fan of that. I just always thought like they were like flying on airplanes back and forth between Metropolis and Smallville. But this is like, oh no, we can actually just like ride a bus over to Metropolis and our high schools play each other. And like, is this like a playoff game or is it like, or no, are you supposed to be like in the same district?
Wow.
And it, like a lot of that, like none of that made sense to me. But it's
None
just
of
like,
that makes
oh,
sense to me.
they just
but I
they
can
just
see
wanted
that
to
it's
have
solid.
him. They just wanted to have him go meet like his like the kids that were at like his old high school, and I don't know.
Yeah.
So that all of that stuff it just felt weird.
There should have been a bus scene, like busing to
Well,
Metropolis.
they no,
like
they did. Like they had a bus like in the like next to the football field that
no,
we
but
could
like a
see,
coach,
and
not like like those like
it
the
was just a yellow
bands, like
school bus.
yeah, they needed to have like a scene where like they had like a long road trip bus where it's like an overnight trip and the kids fall asleep on the bus.
Well, they
'Cause,
were
like,
apparently
flying-
like staying in the hotel, but
Oh, they were. How did I miss all this? So
well,
then
yeah,
it's
they were
fine.
they were in a
Metropolis is
hotel.
far.
They were in a hotel
yeah.
when
No, but that's a hotel in Metropolis. I meant
right.
like it should have taken a while to like 2 days to get there or something, or like an overnight. Because those buses drive all night. You know what I'm talking about, like the red coach or the.
I don't know. Just like none of that made sense to me.
All right.
Like I feel like there were other ways to accomplish the story they wanted to, but it just reminded me of a lot of tropey things I've seen in the CW over the. I should say that I've recently been like marathoning all the CW shows, and so I'm kind of scarred from that because there's stuff I enjoy in those. Each one of those has had things I enjoy, but there's a lot of things that bother me, and there most of them I would just describe it at the best as being very mediocre. And I don't want to see that stuff in Superman and Lois because I felt that this was a superior show in the first 5 episodes, and I would like it to maintain that level of quality going forward.
It's a shame I haven't seen all that stuff because I can't comment on any of that. But from a non-invested perspective, have you seen all those CW shows, Marcella?
When it comes to the CW, I stick to the superhero stuff. Like I only saw one or two episodes of All American, and I happen to love Friday Night Lights, so I just saw 2 episodes of All American for shits and giggles, and I hated it. I was like, this is bullshit. So I just jumped ship.
Was Star Trek
And
Voyager a CW show?
no, that was
Star Trek. That was UPN.
That was
but
a UPN 9 show.
Okay.
But UPN merged with WB and became the CW.
Really?
That's
I didn't
why,
know that.
yeah. And
I
then
don't know
so
that.
Enterprise would have been
No,
UPN,
Enterprise
yeah.
was on UPN, and then the year after Enterprise got canceled was when UPN. It was in 2005 when UPN merged with the CW and they became the WB.
Okay.
I mean, no, they merged with WB and they became the CW.
Yeah. The one thing that I'm interested to ask you, Fatheree, do you think that the reason why do you think that the reason why the football teams bother you so much is because you're such ingrained in the football in the football culture there down in Texas? Do you think that affected you just a little bit?
Part of it, like if you don't care, like I'm sure, like when people that like work at the bank watch shows that like show stuff at like the bank, and they're like, "That's not how it would really work at a real bank." But I mean, like for me, it like doesn't
Real quick,
doesn't
trivia
bother
moment.
me.
Do you know what LeVar Burton's favorite football team was when he was a kid?
No.
I'm gonna guess the Dallas Cowboys.
Nope. Marcella, want to take a guess?
No, I have no idea.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, the 49ers.
Ruben, PE, or Geek, do you want to take a guess in the audience at LeVar
Denver
Burton's
Broncos.
The Patriots?
favorite football team when he was a kid? So this would have been like in the 70s.
Well, where were we
I'm
raised?
giving you a clue.
I'm trying to think of like people who would have been good back then.
I just watched it. Yeah, I just listened to an hour interview with the guy, and I can't remember this.
Jeremiah, do you know? LeVar Burton's favorite football team when he was a kid. Not a fan of Jeremiah, by the way. Jeremiah was a Squirtle.
Hey, Jeremiah.
Was a good friend of mine. Not a fan of CW shows. I could never get into the acting and writing, but I would be open to a CW Power Rangers show or Starfleet Academy show. The superhero
No.
shows just aren't
That's-
interesting. I like The Flash, but I never made it past season 2,
Ugh.
I think.
Yeah, I'm caught up on it. I'm caught as of earlier this week. I finally caught up on all of them. And when I said CW shows earlier, I meant like the Arrowverse shows. Those are the ones I'm watching. I'm not watching any of the other stuff, but just like their DC shows.
I'm going to give a few seconds more for the audience to figure out LeVar Burton's favorite football team, and then I'll give the answer. But we'll go to comments. I think Metropolis is based on Toronto. Actually, I feel like I read that somewhere.
I was wondering where they shoot that, because it's not Vancouver, as far as I
Isn't
can
that
tell.
British Columbia?
No, Vancouver is the big city in British Columbia, and
Yeah,
that's where they
okay.
shoot, or where they shot Arrow and Supergirl, and where they currently shoot Flash and Legends of Tomorrow. And you can tell I spent a week in Vancouver one day, and I walked all around the city. And then whenever I watch these shows
I've
now,
been
like
to
I
Vancouver. I
recognize,
didn't spend that long, but I liked it.
yeah, I recognize all the same buildings. It's like one time I was watching one of those crossovers they do with where they team up and
Yeah.
Flash and Green Arrow are together and stuff, and it was like they were in like Star City on with Arrow, and then they're like, oh, we have to go to Central City and talk to Barry, and so then like the next scene they're like in Central City to go meet the Flash. And I actually recognized like the same building was in both scenes. It's like one was at night and one was during the day, and it's like a different side of it. But I'm like, no, like I know exactly where you are in Vancouver. Like my hotel was like a few blocks down from there.
Wow, that's crazy.
But with Batwoman,
Superman Returns had a cool Metropolis.
Well, yeah, they combined. They shot that in Sydney, and then they combined a lot of stuff in post. But the movie has a bigger budget for CGI. With Batwoman, they shoot a lot of stuff in Chicago for Gotham, and that,
really,
yeah, and like Nolan used a lot of Chicago in his movie, so that looks good. I like that. And what was the other one? There's Black Lightning. They shoot that in Georgia, I think.
Yes, they do. Sure, Georgia. Yes.
Yeah, so I like those because they don't look the same as where Supergirl, Flash, and Arrow and Legends of Tomorrow. It all looks like the same city.
All looks like the same block, to be honest. But
yeah, there's like a small area they like to work in.
Yeah.
Welcome, PE. I always thought Metropolis being where Baltimore is and Gotham City being where New York is. That's interesting.
That's a pretty common one. Like most people either put Metropolis as like New York City area or like Washington DC area, like so Baltimore. I think that checks out.
Here's an interesting question. What city would you want to live in? Would you want to live in Metropolis or Smallville?
That's a good quite. I think Smallville would probably be more my speed. Just because I grew up in a small town.
I would have to live in Metropolis, but I would rather live in Smallville.
No, Smallville for me all the way, man.
Like all my jobs, all the jobs for photographers, they're in Metropolis, so I'd have to move to Metropolis.
You could work for the Daily Planet.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You would be a Jimmy Olsen. If I made a Superman movie, I would. Well, I don't know. He might be too old. I don't know. Jimmy Olsen's supposed to be a young dude.
Who would you cast?
Yeah.
Who would you cast?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know enough. I guess like young actors. You know who would have been a good one, but it's so sad that he passed away. You know what? This is one of the first things I thought though was Anton Yelchin, but he would have been a perfect choice. Jimmy Olsen.
He would have really been a perfect Jimmy Olsen. It's true.
You know who I would have got, but he's way too expensive, and he probably would have never done it. He's like way above it now. Timothy Chalamet.
I can speak for Timothy.
I'm like, no way.
No, I can speak for Timothy Chalamet. He would totally do it, but
no
he'd be miscast. I'm afraid. To say.
What about Tom Holland?
He would be 100% good. But he's already known as Spider-Man.
He's already Spider-Man.
Yeah, he can't.
Yeah, can you?
And
like,
I'm a little upset
get demoted down to Jimmy Olsen.
I'm a little upset that Spidey does not have any interest in photography.
Oh no, wait.
I mean,
I
sorry,
think
Peter Parker
what you mean
in
Tom Holland's Peter Parker?
yeah
Yeah,
in Marvel.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
one of the things that bugs me. But
no. I
newspapers
think
aren't cool anymore. Photography is not cool
But
anymore.
he could
new
just do
wait.
photography for Instagram. Something he should have like an interest in photography. Like I wish you were like an Instagrammer or like a Visco. Do you guys like know Visco? Just
Hmm.
something. I just wish
I don't
Peter
know what that
Parker
is. What were you saying, Marcelo?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. I believe that his love of photography is going to come in at some point in the series. I still haven't given up on that dream.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's too late for me.
And I
Yeah.
do,
No, I'm just kidding. I'm hoping as
yeah,
well.
and I do think that he's going to start working at the Daily Planet at some. I mean, at the Daily Bugle at some point. Um,
I
I
hope
don't.
so. I really hope so.
I don't know. I don't really connect with the Tom Holland version
He's
of
gonna
Spider-Man.
be. It seems like he's gonna run Stark Industries. I
Yeah,
hope
he's
not.
more like
No.
He's more Iron Man Jr. than he is Spider-Man to me.
Spider-Man. Yeah,
He's
it's
almost
true.
like he's almost like a new character.
Oh shit, he's the Iron Spider-Man. How do we get away from Superman and Lois?
I don't know.
Ruben wants to know: did they unite the Supergirl verse and Arrowverse because originally they weren't connected?
Yes, they did,
Yeah,
Ruben. They did
yeah.
that in Crisis on Infinite Earths. They combined Earth 38 and Earth 1 into one. So they're all together on the same planet,
Earth
in
Prime,
the same
right?
universe. Yeah, it's Earth
Yeah.
Prime now.
But the
Geek
one
says-
thing. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Read the question, then I'll go.
Okay. Geek says, I've said it once and I'll say it again. I'm just worried it will all go down the usual CW Arrowverse hole.
Yeah, no, I can see that. All these shows start off pretty well. I think Arrow started off weak, but Flash had a really strong first season. I thought. Supergirl was pretty good starting off. Black Lightning had a great first season. That was the greatest thing they had done until Superman and Lois. And what was another? Legends of Tomorrow was kind of weak starting off. What's the Batwoman? I liked the first season of Batwoman. I liked it a lot. I was surprised that show got as much hate as it did.
Yeah. I love the first season of Batwoman, but the problem with Batwoman was I love Ruby Rose, but I thought that she was. I don't want to speak ill of someone who I don't know, but I don't think that she was ready for the day to day grind of being a lead actress on a TV show.
Well,
And
apparently not. Like she
yeah,
quit.
yeah,
She walked away from it.
yeah, and I think that the producers of the producers of Batgirl should have chosen more wisely when they selected their lead, because I don't understand why they when Ruby Rose decided to leave the show after season one, I don't understand why they didn't recast her. The decision to create an entire new character out of out of thin air really pissed me off. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. No, I think that's a legitimate criticism. And I don't think Ryan is a particularly bad character, but it just feels like such a departure. They had a clear storyline of what they were doing, what they were trying to do, and it was just such like a crazy departure that it's a jarring experience watching both seasons of that show. And I was like, I have whiplash going from season 1 to season 2.
No, I was speaking to a friend of mine the other day, and he was thinking about getting into start watching Batwoman, and I said, don't even bother with season one, just go right into season two, because I'm like I have no desire to see season one ever again. I don't need to see it. Like, yeah, so I don't know.
It's funny you say that, because I think if I ever rewatch the show, I would rather just rewatch season 1 and maybe just like stop, because I enjoyed that part more than what they've done in season 2.
No, I don't want to make myself come off as saying that I completely dislike the actress who plays Riley, but yeah, I'm just
No, I'm
disappointed.
just kidding. I'm just teasing with Ruben. Sorry.
Yeah. What do you,
Do I have to watch all the CW superhero shows now? Because it seems like
No.
y'all know a lot of.
No, you don't have to.
It's like, no.
Punch,
Yeah,
punch,
yeah.
punch. Guy in underwear. Punch, punch. Crying.
Oh,
That sounds
punch.
awesome.
Guy in
Guy in
underwear.
underwear.
That's it.
ruin,
That's my
ruin.
thing.
You're gonna
Like,
ruin it.
yeah, it's like, now I have.
That's
to
like
see
saying
it.
that I'm not saying that those shows are as good as Star Trek, but just like that genre in general.
No.
It's like, I mean, you could say Star Trek is like people in pajamas, they press buttons on a spaceship. Oh no, that didn't work. The aliens
No,
are being
but-
bad.
but-
Oh, no, people in pajamas press buttons again.
Superhero
Okay,
stories
now
have
it worked.
very specific tropes.
Yeah.
Star Trek can go off into a lot of tropes.
I think
Superhero
it's
stories
super-
end up with the same tropes.
The ones on the CW do, but the superhero
Well-
genre can cover so much. You can do
Maybe,
like
right, sure.
you could do
But
a
I'm talking
film
about, like-
noir mystery. You could do like Batman investigating like a murder mystery in a back alley, or you could do like Superman goes like another planet and fights an alien armada, or you could do like a time travel story back to the Old West and meet Jonah Hex. Like that's one of the most
You're
flexible
the Kevin
genres.
Feige of DC, Fatheree. They need to hire you because you got way good ideas there.
Well, the reason why there's not a Kevin Feige of DC is because there's no
Bunch of morons.
DC studios. The DC on film franchises have to exist within the machine of Warner Brothers and within Warner Media. Whereas Marvel Studios, there's actually a division of the Walt Disney Company called Marvel Studios that's just not messed with. Like they're just in charge of making their own movies, their own shows. The reason why that exists is because Marvel Comics set up Marvel Studios way back in like 2006 before they were even owned by Disney. Whereas DC has been the property of Warner Media for a long time, and there's no DC studios.
Real quick, welcome Ruben, or Genshin. I forget what Genshin.
Oh,
Genshin
I guess
The
I left
video
them
game.
last week. Yes,
Oh, that's
Genshin
right.
Impact.
And then the other thing is, because Ruben hasn't seen Superman and Lois, and probably never will, so he won't care about spoilers.
But I did
either.
watch the season 1 of Batwoman. I mean, sorry.
Oh wow, it's cool.
Funny enough, for some odd reason, I don't really watch the Arrowverse shows, but for some odd reason,
This
I
is
watched
why I
season
get
1 of
mad-
that.
This is why I get mad at you, because you do really absurd things and there's no logic to it. And so when I want you to watch Picard season 2, you're
Oh,
not gonna
hell
watch
no.
it. You
Hell
Come
no.
on, man.
No,
Gotta give it
You
a
don't
shot.
want No, you don't want him
New-
to watch Picard.
new
I'd
show
rather
on- come
rewatch
on.
Actually,
the Star Wars prequels
I will pay
than watch
money-
Picard anything ever again.
I will pay money for you to not watch Picard. I will actually.
Oh no, I don't worry about it. You don't have to pay me.
Okay.
I won't watch
Real-
it for free.
No.
Real quick,
I'll watch Lois and Superman and Lois before I watch Picard.
one of the oh good okay good, now we're getting somewhere. One of my favorite scenes, it involved the football. I'm sorry I didn't know all that stuff about football. And by the way, the answer, since no one seemed to care about LeVar Burton's childhood football team, it was the Miami Dolphins.
That's the next one I was gonna say.
It
For
was
real.
his favorite football team when he was a kid was the Miami Dolphins because they had a perfect season. And if I'm not mistaken,
Well,
they're
when
still
did-
the only team that has ever had a perfect season in the
No, the
entire-
Patriots.
The
No,
Patriots,
the
did
Patriots
it.
lost the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Oh, but okay.
A
Oh, they had a
perfect-
perfect regular season.
It's
Yeah.
regular
Yes.
season.
Several teams have done that.
Mm.
Only the Dolphins have finished it by winning a Super Bowl.
Oh wow! See,
Okay. What year was that,
Miami
Ruben?
Dolphins.
Like
1970
Miami
1972.
Dolphins. Miami
72.
Dolphins. never
72
won.
won the Super Bowl in 72
I'm not
and
really a fan of the
73.
Dolphins.
So.
I'm a 49er.
Do you even like football?
I like the 49ers and the Seahawks. Those are my teams. Otherwise,
Okay.
I don't watch football, so I never know what's happening unless those teams are playing.
Okay. You know,
But real quick, going back to
sorry.
real quick, my little point was one of the most poignant scenes in all of Superman for me that I've seen is Superman taking his son's blast and he winced. he winced like it hurt.
Like when
Father-
his son blasted into his hand.
Oh my god.
Father, that was so bad that you interpreted it that way, but it's really, really funny as well.
Well, you
I
could have
don't-
worded that a little better.
I could. Oh my goodness. Anyways, what do I call it now? I can't call it a
Optical discharge.
his. With Superman taking his son's optical discharge, and he winces, and I was just like, oh my god, this is like exactly what I want Superman to be. Like, this is exactly who I want him to be as a dad. Like, it just felt so right that like this is Superman, and he's like such a good fucking father.
This is another
And he's
issue I had.
Oh,
This is another problem, and I like that part. It was a good moment. It was a good
Yeah.
moment, and I more than that, I like the attempt of what they were trying to do. It's like, okay, they have their head in the right spot. They're not like, this is not like Superman like knocking over a bunch of buildings with Zod and just like creating like September 11th Ground Zero for the sheer spectacle of it. Like they're actually trying to do something with like some heart. But my problem is that like the show seems to be forgetting, just like this early 6 episodes in, they seem to be forgetting some of the things they established earlier, or
Yeah, sounds like a
choosing to
CW show.
choosing to ignore them for convenience. It's something they established earlier when they're like, okay, so he doesn't have like any powers. He's just like a little stronger and faster than he used to be. So okay, I can see him like, okay, son, like you can play football, but like now that like he is starting to show like more and more signs of powers, I'm like, that's so irresponsible to like still let him play football. But like they milk it for the drama of him being like, no, like dad, like this is so important to me, and he's like, okay, but
like we're
I
not
gave you
dads.
a perfect example of CW doing what you just said, Valerie. The first episode of Vampire Diaries, Damon or Stefan, whichever one of the vampire
Oh,
brothers
we're
shows
going
up.
deep to the
It shows.
Vampire
Well,
Diaries.
my wife just rewatched Vampire Diaries, so it's
Okay.
kind of fresh in my mind. But first episode, Damon Salvatore shows up, creating smoke and with birds and all this like very Dracula-esque, theatrical vampire shit in the first episode. It is never brought up ever again. It's just he never does the smoke. The bird doesn't show up until the very last episode of the entire show. Like it's like they remembered at the end, like, hey, the fucking bird. We left it in this closet in the cage. It's been dead for 2 years now. So, but that's CW. That's classic CW. And I gotta tell people, I'm like, that's why I tell. Well, and maybe I was wrong to say the superhero genre as a whole, but like any superhero show that lasts long enough gets to the same point. Punching
yeah,
giant things that are going to destroy the world. And even Marvel movies. What is every Marvel movie about? Punching giant things because they're going to destroy the world. You know what I mean? Like that's the maybe it's not an inherent fault of the genre itself, just the way people handle it on a mainstream level. But like
yeah,
that's
there's a lot of truth to that.
because
And
I
having to
watched Flash for the first 4 years. It was on 4 seasons, and even though by the end of season 1 I was already like, this is a CW show. They're already time traveling. They're doing everything. It's like now next season they're gonna time travel every other episode, and they're just gonna fuck all the rules, fuck everything. Nothing matters. Just like who cares what we did 2 episodes ago? Just keep going,
Jeremiah asks, do you think there's a market for new characters and worlds? I'm getting tired of the same franchise making new content. I need some new stories and characters, but there may be no market for that.
That's a great question, Jeremiah. And we're at a situation right now where something like Star Wars that's new and so different wouldn't get a green light from a studio. Or something like The Matrix, they would never make The Matrix now. Because they would be like, oh, you want to make like this big high budget action tentpole movie, but make it rated R instead of a PG-13, which is more profitable. And this is like a new thing from some unknown directors no one has heard of, and it's not based on like an established property. Like, why would we do that when we can like reboot Batman again, or make another Star Wars movie, or make something with Marvel characters? It's like they're so focused on and part of it is like the success of Marvel Studios, the highest grossing film franchise ever. The studios are so obsessed with like finding franchises, finding stories that have, or like an established brand, like a book series that's already really popular, or comic character, anything that like already has a fan base that they can make it popular to the mainstream, and then they have a reliable franchise. Like, okay, we can make a new one every year for the next 20 years. That's like guaranteed money that we'll make. And I think eventually we're going to get to the point where the young people now, the people that are kids now, this is all they know. That like the people that are kids now, like they don't know you can make something new and innovative like they were doing back in the 70s. And so when these kids are big enough that like they start picking up cameras and learning to make movies themselves, that's when they're going to be like, hey, look, we can come up with our own original stories. And I think eventually within our lifetimes, it might be another decade or two, but there will be like a new creative renaissance where people are just like, I'm tired of movies that have to have Darth Vader, Spider-Man, or Batman in them. I want something new, like Jeremiah is talking about.
Well, I also want to know what Jeremiah means by new, because I would argue we have that already. The Boys, Invincible, like those are new properties. They're based on comic books, but most people don't know that. It's new to the mainstream, is what I mean. You know, Superman, everybody knows Superman, everybody knows Spider-Man, everybody knows that stuff. But like Invincible is new to the mainstream, so I would call that a new franchise, even though it's technically based on something that was already popular in the comic book world. Same with The Boys. The Boys was a super popular comic book, and then it became a popular TV show, but most people don't even know The Boys was a comic book. So that's a new, you know, Jupiter's Legacy. I'm not going to get into that show because it's the worst 2 minutes of my fucking life. But, you know, stuff like that, like that's new, but not new. You know, like, do you mean like John Wick that just comes out of nowhere and is a wholly new character created just for this one property, or new?
I was thinking that was what he meant, was like that type of stuff.
Right, like something completely.
Yeah.
I mean, that's hard because, like Fatheree said, like they're only gonna want to invest in things that already have some sort of fan base. So
yeah, they want like a predictable. They want like a predictable success.
Yeah, take The Martian, that movie, The Martian, with Ben Affleck, with Matt Damon a few years ago. So the author of the book shopped the book around and was rejected constantly, and he self-published the book, and then the book got a super crazy following, and then Hollywood came.
Yeah.
Because now they're like, okay, we can at least guarantee it'll make back its budget.
But even then, it still had to be a Ridley Scott movie.
Oh,
like
yeah,
another like the new fresh movies, they come from directors that they have like their own established brand. Like Christopher Nolan can make like a weird movie about time bullets because he's Christopher Nolan. People
with
will
a
go
bunch
see
of
it.
weird sound issues.
Yeah,
and
and it'll be like a weird movie that like you can't understand, and so no one's going to follow the story. But they will still green light that because they know it'll say Christopher Nolan on it, and people will still go, even though no one went to see it.
And even with that said, example, but read about Spielberg getting Lincoln done. The movie Lincoln he did a few years ago. Read about that because he almost took it to HBO because studios didn't want to make it. What? And this is Steven F. and Spielberg. But studios don't want to make a movie about Abraham Lincoln. They want to make a movie about Marvel and people in underwear punching each other. Like that's what sells, crazy. Right? So it's, you know, and things like that. Like John Landis too, the director John Landis, his son Max Landis is a screenwriter now. And John Landis basically left Hollywood, stopped trying to make movies because Hollywood went so hardcore on, if it's not something that's already known, we don't care.
Quentin Tarantino can make his own movies, but most of his movies actually like don't have like a huge budget. Like they get like some big stars, but they're fairly straightforward, simple movies.
Everyone wants to work with Tarantino.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where they'll take less to work with.
And he has his own brand. Like I'll go see any Quentin Tarantino movie. Just because I'm a fan of his work, you know.
I was really hoping his 10th film would be Star Trek.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
It could have been great. Could have been awesome.
I want to see Quentin Tarantino restrain himself.
What do you mean?
That's not gonna happen.
I know.
No, but that's like asking Christopher Nolan to actually.
Yeah.
That's like asking Christopher Nolan to make Memento now.
Everyone forgets Jackie Brown. How restrained is Jackie Brown? It's such a restrained movie till the end.
No, but the thing is, I would love to see Quentin Tarantino put himself in a box that he's not familiar being in, like a
Star Trek.
Yeah, like a Star Trek box.
Amazing. Right? It would have been amazing. I think it would have been really cool.
No, but the only thing that I would say to the question that the viewer brought in a couple minutes ago, or whenever it was, Jeremiah, thank you, is that new movies are made every day. Like new original movies are made every day, but the problem is that these movies, for the most part, are independent movies being made by small studios that nobody ever watches and nobody ever talks about and nobody ever sees them, right? But I do agree with Fatheree and Ruben that nothing that the only
Sorry.
thing
I'm
sorry
laughing at the comment on the screen. Sorry.
that that the only thing oh shit.
Wait, hold on, Marcelo.
Yeah, he
I'm
would.
putting
It'd
you
be an
full
awful
screen.
movie, but he would get it made.
Sorry, go on, Marcelo. I'm giving you full screen.
No, but I do agree with what Fathery and Ruben have said that the only thing that uh, big studios like Warner Brothers, Disney want to make these days are proven successes, and like the most marketable thing in Hollywood today is basically superhero films.
Marcelo, I have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
First of all, awesome shirt. Do you mind showing it off a little more?
Yeah, it's the super.
That's very, very cool. Yay! I'm glad you came in costume or like in
Yeah.
appropriate attire. What's the O on your head? Like, what's that hat? What's that?
Oh! This is
Oregon's.
the logo for my high school.
What high school is that?
It's at Ossining High School. It's a really small high school.
So this is like,
It looks like
is
the
that a
O
high
from Oregon
school?
State.
Would high school football people wear that hat?
Well, yeah, no. Actually, this is the baseball cap
Oh,
of
baseball.
of,
Okay,
of
cool.
of my high school. Yeah,
Nice.
but while I was in high school, I was huge into following all the sports teams. I followed the boys basketball team, the girls basketball team, the football
You were
team
gonna
because
be
I was
a sports
yeah
commentator. That was your dream to be
yeah
a sports commentator,
yeah
which is pretty awesome.
yeah. I became so close with the football team that they gave me my own Letterman jacket.
That's cool.
Nice.
I have a cool football team story from South Miami Senior High, and to the football team of that year, thank you for saving my life.
Okay.
I did all the homework for this football team. I got paid for it, which was nice also, because I was good at writing essays and stuff. And this one dude who was new in 10th grade, and he hated when I was in the 11th grade. And he hated me, 10th or 11th grade. He hated me. He was picking on me. He was like a bully, and so he challenged me to a fight. And he said, "You better show up." And I showed up to the fight, and behind me, so did the entire South Miami Senior High football team, and it was like awesome because the dude was like, "Yeah, I'm so you showed up. That shows a lot of like, you're like a man in my eyes or some macho thing like that." And he walked away, and I turned around, and I was so surprised that the football team was there. They heard about my pending fight, and they came to back me up, and I was like, "Yes."
Wow, that's awesome. That's that's almost like a Rudy moment.
It
Almost
like
like
that.
Almost like one. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but
Ruben was no longer in my class to defend me. He had graduated. So did
Where was Shaka?
Shaka wasn't there either.
Oh.
He's your age, right, Ruben?
I think we graduated the same year.
Yeah, I used to have protection. Ruben was like my muscle.
Your
Maybe
bodyguard,
Shaka was
right?
too. Yeah, Shaka was too, and then they graduated.
I always
so
had the
it was
fortune that I was
one
very
way.
big. I was tall very early on,
Yeah.
so people were always scared
How
of me for some
tall?
reason.
How tall are you?
I'm not that tall, but I'm only 6 feet. But I was 6 feet
Oh.
very early on, so
See, I'm not that tall either. I'm only 5'10", but I was an early bloomer. So like for most of my childhood, I was like one of the tallest kids.
yeah. And I was always kind of fat, like big, big boned too. So like people always thought I was like the most mean, like scary person, and I was
Yeah.
like,
That's
what?
great.
I watch Star Trek. I'm a fucking nerd.
Father, you look like you can beat the shit out of me. So I'm not gonna mess with you if we ever get into a fight. So
Wow. Don't worry, we're not.
Oh,
fighting
y'all
here.
should have.
No one here is ever gonna fight.
Y'all should have seen me when I was younger and I was in better shape.
There
I
was
used
a-
to lift
Can I
weights
just-
a lot.
I know this doesn't apply to you, Ruben, but
I don't
one
need to
more
work
thing,
out
Father.
now. That's why I keep this.
Bring
Bring it.
One more thing, Father. The other thing that I really appreciate there's a lot of things I really appreciate about the episode, but another thing I appreciate about this episode, like immensely, was how Jonathan has this whole time has been so like such a good brother, like in a sense, and like how Jordan has been such a bad and selfish brother. and like and I love
I'll
that
be right
like
back.
that's coming to a head or whatever. He's like, oh, I don't want to hear this, but like I love that moment where Jordan finally like confesses like that. Sorry, Jonathan finally confesses that Jordan's been having like these headaches and all that stuff, and it gets like it gets like Clark to think about it a little bit more, and like he's worried. And then just that moment at the end, like where he has this seizure basically, and now Clark has to take him to the. And this is why I wish I never watched trailers, because I know what scene's gonna happen at the
Oh,
Fortress of Solitude.
well,
'Cause
don't
I
tell me
watched the
because I have
trailer.
no idea. I
Yeah, I
haven't
won't
watched
tell
the
you,
trailer.
but I already know a little bit. But just that whole thing of like Superman having imagine like Superman having to carry his son to the Fortress of Solitude to save him, and I don't even know if the Fortress can do that. It's crazy. It was a good episode. I thought it was a good thing. And then the other thing I liked is the sorry. I know. Oh, Ruben's not here. I don't have to apologize. The other thing I liked was surprisingly Lex Luthor surprised me, because I thought he was just gonna be like villainous the whole time, but you could see he loves Lois, and in his world, like that he loved her, and like there's this whole like rapport with them, and Lois even is like really disappointed, and she's even like, we're gonna continue this conversation because there's an interest, or like there's a lot going on that's complex and like
Yeah,
wonderful. So I
no,
think
that's an interesting dynamic.
yeah.
Yeah, I liked their like buddy journalist adventure together. And I like that this is a Luthor who like he's like a big tech science dude. He had like all the high tech weaponry and stuff. We saw a little bit of that in episode 5. We had
Yeah.
like the high tech
Suit.
RV that he is rolling
And
around in.
oh yeah,
Oh
and
yeah,
the
yeah,
suit,
and
of
he
course.
shows up in the Doom suit in the
Yeah.
first episode. But no, just like I like that they're continuing that, I guess I should say. And
And
one of the
one more thing about the episode. You were talking about Smallville and like how it like relate to it and stuff like
oh
that.
yeah,
And I thought about you when I was watching it, because the whole dynamic between Lana and her husband, and like
Kyle.
Kyle,
Kyle.
thank you, coming to
Should
a
have been
head
Whitney.
coming to a
Sorry.
head with with her having to actually hold. This is the first time I think Lana's like kind of held something back from Kyle, like in the sense that she is now aligning with Lois, but like so she has to kind of keep Kyle in the dark a little bit, because she knows he'll go and like but he won't. I don't think he would disappoint her. I think Kyle, as like as like gruff as he is, would have supported So there's so much. Oh, I just love it. Is this the CW drama? Am I getting caught into it? Is this what it is? Like that everyone talks about? Like it's so good.
What do you mean? I'm not sure what the
Like
thing that
I
you
love
like.
all the melodrama. Like there's this whole thing.
You
like
like that she got the promotion and he didn't? Is that what
yeah,
you're
and
talking
like
about?
how he's feeling about it, and
Oh yeah, like
like
he's kind
he's
of
like
jealous
yeah.
and butthurt.
I don't know. Yeah, and then I don't like. I'm least interested in the superhero villains thing, because it's kind of weird or whatever. But I also like that that like what's the kid's name who was beating up in the beginning of the episode, who's beating up Jordan?
Cutter?
Cutter, yeah.
Yeah, Cutter. Yeah.
Yeah, so I like that whole story where Superman had to be like like
Or no,
they were
Thad or Tad.
Tad.
No, Tad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tad.
where they were gonna shoot him with. There's so much that happened in this episode. They were gonna shoot.
I was
that
about to bring
kid.
that up. Yeah.
Yeah, they were
What-
gonna shoot that kid with the kryptonite darts or whatever, and
Bullets.
the bullets, and then freaking the end scene when he's confronting Lois's dad, and he's like, "Now I know what you had fucking planned," and Superman's like, and then he tells Jordan later on, like, "I feel," and I'm like. This is like, yeah, Henry Cavill would have like just destroyed everyone, but this is how Superman acts. He has a moment of anger just for a moment, and then he's like back to like being, and he gives that awesome speech about like the reason, I have to, like, I have those emotions too, Jordan, but I'm an alien on this planet, and I want these people to trust me, and every day that's what I have to do, and it's just so good. That's like the best. That's
Yeah.
like
No, I really like that stuff. I like that they had that moment of like him getting shot with the crypt, and you see how mad he is.
so mad.
and then he's like stand down, and that kind of ties into like the Luthor stuff. I really hope they don't go into like a evil Superman direction, because I'm
They're
so
not
fucking
going to.
tired of evil
They're not going to do
Superman.
it. They're not going to do it. I mean, we'll
Like,
see like alternate versions or when
I
Luthor tells the
guarantee
story.
you by season 3 they'll have done it at least one time. At least,
Ruben,
I guarantee
you,
you.
you
If
always got
not
to
by
be
the
the
end of the
killjoy,
season.
Ruben.
Huh? Just a
You always
realist,
got to be
man.
the killjoy.
Just a realist.
No, but
Insane people do the same thing over and over and expect different results.
Oh, I'd like to answer this question. Geek says, "Is anyone else amazed that Jonathan is totally cool? His twin has powers and he doesn't. In reality, you'd be pissed AF. I think he was a little jealous in the beginning, but you know what's? I love Jonathan because to me he's the reincarnation of Jonathan Kent, like Clark's father. Like in a way, I love that Jonathan is like his namesake. He's so encouraging and like I think Jonathan is such an interesting character because before this he was the powerful one. He had the superpowers.
Yeah.
He had
and he
like,
was jealous. He did go through some
yeah, he
jealousy.
did get jealous too.
And
But
he does pick
but-
on his brother a little bit. He is a little mean
bit, yeah.
sometimes. So
Yeah.
he's not perfect, but that's what I like about him. I like that
Yeah.
he's not perfect, but he does have a good heart. He's a genuinely good kid.
He's so good. And the thing is, he was the superhero in the beginning. He had the hot girlfriend. He was a football star. Like he had everything his little brother or his twin brother, sorry. They're twins, right? Or no?
Yeah, they're twins.
Yeah, twins. His twin brother didn't have, and then all of a sudden the dynamic flips. It's great. I just love all this. I love all this stuff.
If the show lasts long enough, each son will be evil at some point. Each Lois will get powers at some point. She does in the comics. Yeah, I mean, check it. You can have a checkbox. You can have a checkbox. Trust me. I've watched.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. If you enjoy it, enjoy it. I watched The Flash for 2 seasons longer than I wanted to. I watched some of Arrow. I watched some of Supergirl.
I'm gonna have to check out these CW shows because I don't know.
If you like one,
Superman
you like them all. That's for sure.
I only like Superman and Lois. Like I like it the most.
What is the best? Even with some of the issues I had in episode 6, I still consider it leaps and bounds, like leaping over a building in a single bound. It's still by far better. And from what I understand, behind the scenes with like the production, like HBO Max is co-financing the show, so they're probably they're probably like having some influence over things, and so they're definitely trying to make it a step up above the other show. Oh, we haven't talked about.
They want it to be content on HBO Max, so they're probably giving it a little bit of extra money to make it look like content worth of HBO Max.
And I think Stargirl is really good. Stargirl is way better than the other show, but that was created for the DC Universe streaming service.
Say, Marcelo?
Sorry, I don't feel like I'm back in the classroom. Sorry.
No. Point, by the way.
I'm sorry. I don't feel like. I love Stargirl. By the way, Stargirl is awesome. I just wanted to say that the reason why I love Superman and Lois so much is not so much the superhero aspect of the show. I love the character interactions, the character drama between Jonathan and his brother, and Clark trying to figure out how to be a good father and keep and trying to relate to
dad. Yes. I want Dad Superman as
but
my dad. I love my dad though, but
yeah, but the interesting thing about him is that I feel that he fails a lot. Like he keeps making mistakes, but despite that, he keeps trying to connect with his son who has superpowers. Like I'm forgetting his name right now.
Jordan.
Thank you. But that's the reason why I love I love the show so much. And when you said that the Henry Cavill Superman would have destroyed everyone, I wanted to blow. Yeah, I know, but I wanted to blow a gasket because I love Man of Steel. Sorry.
Oh, you don't have to ever apologize for.
I know.
Yeah. But what I will say is,
man, we can't all have good taste, bro.
Yeah. See, oh, come on.
but what I just mean that, like, unfortunately, I think Henry Cavill himself is a good Superman, and I enjoy Man of Steel for a lot of reasons. I have a lot of reasons why I enjoy it personally, but I do have to admit I do see when seeing this show, especially, I do see the flaws in the Superman depiction that Zack Snyder chose. I think it was interesting that he did what he did, but I think that like it's not a Superman that I can rally around. You know what I mean? Like his Superman. So that's all I'm saying. I didn't mean it, but he might.
No,
You never know. He's
yeah.
so unpredictable. That
No, I mean, I apologize for that because my friends and my family say it all the time. I apologize way too much for disagreeing with other people's points. So
You
I
got
need
to
to
be more
stop
like
doing
me,
it.
man.
Yeah,
You got to take a page out of my book. Maybe not all the pages, just a few pages.
Yeah.
If you were more like Ruben, I think I would have to I would explode. No, I'm just kidding. I can't take on two of you. It's impossible.
He's had enough with me.
I don't have a
double-sided
lightsaber. I'm sorry.
But one thing I will say is that as far as everybody on the panel that I've interacted with over the past 3 times that I've been a part of the show, my family loves Ruben. And you know why they love you, Ruben? Because you jack me around about JJ every week.
So, well, it is kind of funny because like you love JJ, I can't stand them.
Yeah,
you love Man of Steel.
I do.
I consider that one of the 4 horsemen of movies that destroyed me as a movie fan. In 2013, I still remember it was Man of Steel, Iron Man 2, I believe.
You didn't like Iron Man 2?
I don't like any Iron Man except the first.
Oh, really? Wow.
It was Star Trek Beyond. No, the
what?
second one.
No.
The second
awesome.
one.
Oh,
the second one was
Into Darkness.
And Pacific Rim. It was those 4 movies back to back to back to back. And I was like, I am done with Hollywood. Like, I'm out. Here's my nerd card. I don't care.
Oh my god.
I'm like, I've just watched 4 of the most wretched movies I've ever seen in my life. Like,
okay, wait a minute.
And it turns out Iron Man was the best one of the lot.
Okay. So hold on, just 1 second. You didn't like the original Pacific Rim? Come on, really?
No.
Okay.
See, my problem with movies like that, which I can tell you right now, I'm going to hate Army of the Dead because I already saw how long the running time is that Pacific Rim does not need to be 2.5 hours long. It needs to be 90 minutes. There's no story happening here. It's robots versus monsters. 90 minutes. Like a Godzilla movie. A Godzilla movie should never be more than 2 hours long. Ever. There's no reason to go longer than 2 hours because you're not telling any story. It's not The Godfather. You know what I mean? There's no deeper elements here. So just get to the point. Well, get to what people want to see. Monsters. But Pacific Rim spends 8 hours establishing nothing. These 2 characters have no chemistry. All this technology makes no sense. Like, why are the pilots inside the Jaegers? Can't they just pilot them remotely where they're safe?
It's not the same. It's not
no,
the same.
it's smart. That's what it is.
If you're in it, it's like we got a couple comments. Blue
Logic
says,
Machine.
FYI, you all look so cute tonight, especially Starfleet boy. Oh, thank you, thank you, Blue. Here, let me give you some close-ups, Blue. Here we got Fatheree, looking like a snack,
looking like a Klingon.
We got Ruben looking like a dessert, We got Marcelo looking like a coffee, like nice iced coffee. And we got Starfleet Boy looking like a blueberry. What? I do look like a blueberry.
I do like your lighting. Your lighting is more muted this week than it was last week.
I'm trying something different, but as you can see, I don't know if it's working.
Oh, it's working. I think it's pretty good.
Thank you. Stream on Stargirl sometime, guys. Season 2 is coming. All right, I'll check it out.
What is that on? Is that on HBO Max?
Yes.
The first season is now. The second season is going to release on CW first, and then it'll be on HBO Max. And the showrunner of that show, Jeff Johns, he actually wrote the comics that it's based on. He created the character Stargirl based on his sister who died in a plane crash in the 90s. And there's so much effort and heart that goes into making that show. Like they're really trying to do something cool. It's a wholesome show too. It's like a little bit more, if you want like a little bit more wholesome superhero. Yeah.
Superhero. Well, it was the movie with the better. Apparently, it was the classic movie with the better flying effects, according to Fatheree. I have to watch it
Oh
again.
no, that's
Yeah.
Supergirl.
Supergirl,
The
He's talking about
Supergirl.
Stargirl.
The-
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
I just hope.
the 1984 Supergirl with Helen Slater. It had very good. There's not a lot of things you can compliment that movie on, but it did have very very good wire work. They really did a good job with the flying effects in that movie.
Geek says, this made me chuckle. I just hope they bring back the big plastic S he pulled from his chest in the Fortress of Superman 2. That's
Mhm.
No, I always hated that, but I gotta admit, I would laugh if they did that in the Superman and Lois.
Oh,
I'd
they ain't
laugh
gonna
my
do
ass
that.
off.
Is anyone else amazed Jonathan is totally... Oh, we already read that one. I forgot to read this comment. My high school never had a sports team, but we had a robotics team. What? That's like my favorite high school already. Go Shorty, our pink robot mascot. What?
Cool.
Do you remember Robot Wars? Do you guys remember the Robot
Yeah.
Wars show? That was an awesome show.
I do. That was pretty
Did
cool.
you go to
I
it?
didn't really
Jeremiah?
watch it, but I remember when it was on.
Jeremiah, did you go to like a science-focused school? Oh, please! I wish someone.
Might
had
be.
put
There's a
me-
lot of schools with robotics things now. When I used to go to the dog park when I lived in downtown, there was a 16-year-old girl who bring her French bulldog, and she was in the robotics club.
Martian. I don't mind adaptations, but new original franchises is what I
Right.
prefer.
So like a John Wick. That's
Okay,
just
cool.
fresh for movies or fresh for TV.
And then
New original franchises.
Oh, this was a comment I didn't read, but it's true. Hi guys, sorry I missed Tech Shack, but I bet it was awesome. It was really freaking awesome, and I was cracking up at Dave's Dave's take on
On an
Derek.
Auburn Tane.
Yeah, and an Auburn.
Oh, so I actually cut out. He went on like he wouldn't let that go. He goes
Really?
on and talks about it for so long
Oh my
about
gosh.
how he is convinced that they were lovers.
You
He's like,
gotta
there's no
release-
way that's not what they were doing. And I
You-
didn't want to spoil. I didn't want to spoil their
Right.
true relationship to him.
Right. Can you save that footage, Fatheree, and then when the moment comes where he realizes what the true thing is, you can re-show him the footage.
Well, I did kind of tell him. I was like, well, what if they're blood relatives?
Yeah, I heard.
And he was
I
like,
heard you do that.
oh, okay. Well, that would change
Well,
it, I guess.
I'm pretty convinced that the reason you never really hear many people in Star Trek talk about being married is because why would anyone get married anymore? Just have the holodeck.
Says the married man.
I don't have a holodeck though.
Wow.
Why not both?
Jeremiah says,
Hey.
I've gotten to the point. Yeah, why not both? I've gotten to the point of reading more books and comics because the new stuff coming out is becoming so boring. Oh, wow.
Mm. He sounds to be like he's a little disillusioned, but that's a shame.
Yeah, I actually
Well,
do
it's-
think
I
that
mean,
like
it's-
movies.
It's a massively oversaturated market.
Yeah, and movies are kind of like the least experimental arena right now, right? Like there's not much experimentation in movies anymore.
Not,
At
main-
least-
yeah, it's
not
nice to
mainstream
see, yeah.
movies, yeah.
yeah.
Jude says I'm quiet compared to y'all, so I'm going to interrupt you guys more than I normally do. No, I'm just kidding. Jude, I'm quiet because I'm like really enjoying all this information I'm learning tonight. I'm learning a lot because I've never seen the CW shows and these guys have. So
Oh yeah, I've seen every. How many? Let me look up my list. How many? It's
I
like
watched,
700 episodes or some
What?
shit that I
Of
watched.
what?
Yeah.
I watched all of Smallville when it was on.
Yeah, I've seen all. That was
I love
200
Smallville.
episodes right there.
200. Actually, I'm reviewing Smallville on my YouTube channel right now.
Okay, so it is a total of
Small
with this last Superman and Lois. It was the 651st Arrowverse TV
wow.
show.
Whoa.
So
that's
yeah,
crazy.
I should say that a lot of this I was just because I fell off all of it a few years ago. I just lost track of everything in like 2017 or so.
Yeah.
But I work from home right now. And so I just started playing it on the TV while I'm working. So I'm kind of only half watching it. Whenever there were like the big episodes, like Elseworlds or Crisis on Infinite Earths, I would actually wait till I was off work and then actually, like pay attention to those. But the rest of the time, I was just kind of half watching it, and it was still kind of a slog to get through. But overall, like, I'm kind of glad I did it, just because I'm enough like DC Comics nerd that I can kind of be like, oh, that's cool. They used this character here. Or like, oh, that was kind of cool. They did that. But yeah, the worst part was I did see so many of the same ideas, especially when you're watching all these different shows, just get repeated and repeated and repeated, and it got very stale very fast.
I can see why some people are concerned for Superman and Lois, but I don't have that baggage.
Right? Yeah.
Jeremiah D, professional technology focused school. Wow.
Hmm.
That is very cool.
Yeah.
Says, I
Cool.
need to get a refill of my wine, so let's see who's gonna. Marcelo did a great job being a host last time, so I'm gonna put Ruben on the spot and see how good he can host.
Oh,
So
Hey, but
Ruben-
first
yeah.
we just have to compliment like how good of a kid Jeremiah is, and
yeah, dude.
how proud I am of
as
Jeremiah
as his super
as
dad.
his proclaimed
his super
adoptive
dad.
father. So
his adopted Fatheree.
I'm drinking out of a Gorn cup. It's green and like it just turns invisible. It's
It
like
looks
a
blue.
Gorn.
Also,
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
it
we- real quick, happy birthday wish
Yeah.
to Jim. Jim, happy birthday to you.
Happy
And,
birthday, Jim.
Happy birthday.
Not sure he's watching, but it's good for
Oh,
posterity.
well,
Hmm.
I take it back then. I only say happy birthday to people in our live audience.
All right, Ruben, you're in charge. Can you pause those video games or no? Because they're live, right? Like it's happening.
That's
live.
right. Yep. Can't pause.
I
it.
can run the
He
conversation.
He won't put me
I'll
in
do it.
charge anymore.
That's the cool thing
I'll-
about having
I'll
3
do it.
broadcasters is that you all can do a good job.
I'll
but-
do it.
All right.
So, Father, I was. Oh my God, that looks awful. So I was wondering, Father, what compelled you to like return to the CW verse? Was it like just like the fact that you got bored one day and you're like, I should catch up on all these shows?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of a completionist by heart, and I was just curious. And I had, because I am working from home, like I had at the time, I had the option. So I
Mhm.
was like, well, if I'm gonna do this, I might as well do it. Well, here's the thing:
Why
is
didn't these guys tell me that my fucking audio is low? Jude is the one telling me. Why didn't you guys tell me? I can't do it. I can't
Your
do
audio
that.
sounded fine.
Are you sure?
well, I
Jude
no,
says I'm
I
low.
thought
His-
I've thought for the
his,
last hour and 10 minutes that you sounded low.
Really? How about okay? Let me see. I'm gonna do something here.
No,
Do
he
I sound
sounds
better
fine.
now? Oh, I sound much better. I can
Yeah,
tell by the
much
little
better
whoopee
now.
whoopee. Oh, what? Thank you, Jude. All right, I'm gonna go get my fucking wine.
But to answer Marcelo's question,
Mm.
So I had never seen Crisis on Infinite Earths, and I really wanted to watch it. And so I thought, like, okay, well, I should just watch like the crossovers and nothing else, because I don't have time to, watch everything. So I'm just gonna watch Crisis on Earth X, and then I'll watch Elseworlds, and then I'll watch what was it? Crisis on Infinite Earths. Because watching Superman and Lois, kind of got me thinking, like, I should check out some of that other stuff. So then I thought, like, well, hey, if I'm just gonna skip those episodes, I might as well like put them on while I'm working, and then I can kind of like half watch them. So that's what I did.
Mm-hmm. Now to switch gears a little bit. Now you're probably gonna think I'm insane, Father, and probably you think I'm gonna need a medical examination. But I was thinking, wouldn't it be a good idea, like if Warner Brothers wanted to like promote like a Kevin Feige figure, like to run the greater DC universe? Wouldn't it be a good idea, like to promote Greg Berlanti to head all that stuff, and have Greg Berlanti promote one of his cronies to take care of everything on the TV side? Do you think that he would ever consider doing something like that?
I think that he would be a good fit for that role. I don't think Warner Brothers Pictures would. Well, are you talking about like just like TV or like movies also?
No, I know. I would want him in charge of the movieverse.
See, I don't think like Warner Brothers Pictures would do that, because like the Hollywood mentality would be like, well, he's a TV guy and he's in like that little piddly sandbox. But we're like the movie people.
I also
We're-
think Berlanti is more interested in being a TV guy too.
Right.
That guy's
No.
a prolific motherfucker.
Yeah. No.
like,
they-
he's good at it. He like
Right.
not like like all these shows have like the best scripts and everything. Like there is
No,
a
they-
lot of behind the scenes work that goes into production of television that like
Right.
that we don't even know about. Like from the time, I promise you, like from the time like Greg Berlanti wakes up to the time he goes to bed, he's got like 1,000 fucking problems on
Yeah.
his desk that he has to solve. And like the stuff that like gets up to him, like if they were easy to solve problems, then someone like lower in the chain of command would have already dealt with it. So it's the same thing with like Rick Berman, who kept Star Trek on the air from the 80s until 2005. Like there's a lot of fucked up stuff you can say about Rick Berman, and I'll agree. Like, yeah, he was kind of a shitty person a lot of times, but he was able to keep all those Star Trek shows on the air and coming out, sometimes doing like 52 episodes a year, getting those movies. I don't even think he's that good at like producing the movies, but he was still like pumping those movies out. That takes a lot of fucking work. And Greg Berlanti, he's working his ass off on those TV shows. I don't think he would all of a sudden like become like a movie dude.
No, the only reason I say is because I've been a Greg Berlanti fan since he did Everwood back in the day. So I go way back with him also, just like JJ. So,
but I like Berlanti. Like some of the shows like I think are better than others. But the one thing that they've done really well with the DC TV shows in like the last 10 years is that like they are a lot closer to translating like the look and feel of the comics onto screen than they were like with Smallville. Like remember like how Cyborg looked on Smallville?
He looked
like,
awful.
And like you barely ever saw like Martian Manhunter as like in his Martian form, and like stuff like that.
Didn't have the budget back then for that kind of stuff.
They had to like tone everything down and make it like more grounded, more realistic. Like Flash, like like he has the lightning bolt on his backpack, but you'll never see him in an actual Flash suit in a costume.
Right,
So,
and also because back then the climate of superhero shows wasn't
saturated.
Yeah, you wanted to stay away really from being too superhero.
Well, that was the cardinal rule of Smallville. No flights, no tights.
That's what Smallville was built around, because pure superhero shows really didn't succeed. Like you had the Flash show in the 90s that failed. You had shows like that failed consistently. And Smallville wanted to stay away from that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So, and it worked for 10 years. And then Marvel blew up the whole thing.
Do you guys think if Smallville wasn't successful on the WB, do you think that the Arrowverse would have come into existence, or do you think the Arrowverse? Okay, so you think the Arrowverse is a response to how successful Smallville was, or do you think the Arrowverse is a response to Marvel and all that stuff?
Well, both.
I think Arrowverse was, let's make Batman on TV without making Batman.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were doing with Arrow season 1.
They were banking off of Dark Knight or whichever one was out at the time. Batman became Dark Knight.
It was heavily influenced by those Nolan Batman movies, but it was also like kind of a replacement for Smallville went off the air in 2010, right?
Yeah, 10. Yeah,
and then like in 2011, like they have Arrow, and they had a Green Arrow character on Smallville, so they had kind of already tested the waters with that. So I think
they had a full Batman on Smallville. They had everything on Smallville
because they're like they won't. And I wish to hell they would do a Batman TV show. I wish to hell we could get Batman on TV, like an HBO Max Batman show. I think would be so great.
Did either of you watch Gotham?
I
watched like half, or not even. Watched like 6 or 7 episodes, and I
watched like half of season 1, and then I was out. I was like, nope.
Yeah. I heard it got better, but I never was curious to go back. I kind of have prequel-itis. I've kind of been prequeled out. Smallville was like 10 years of prequels, and that show ran longer than it needed.
It should have. Yeah.
Blue has a question in the chat. He says, why hasn't Batman been on TV? And I think I can answer that, and that's because they want to maintain Batman as a movie property. They don't want to devalue the movies. Those movies are huge cash cows. The Dark Knight in 2008, that was the most profitable movie of all time, next to Titanic. And then Titanic was a tough one to beat. Like Dark Knight was crazy successful. And ever since then, like in any hope of a Batman TV show went out the window. They wanted to do a Bruce Wayne prequel show in like around the time they were making Smallville. They kind of wanted to do like the same thing, but with like a teenage Bruce Wayne. And Christopher Nolan was like, no, 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 no. I'm the guy making Batman right now. Nobody else touch Batman. Let me make my movies. And his movies were so successful that they're like, okay, we're only going to do Batman movies. We don't, if people can watch Batman at home every week, they're going to be less excited to run to the theater to see a Batman movie. And
Not me.
that's why.
Well, yeah, that's the philosophy or the mindset.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's how they're
I don't
that's
think
how
it's.
they
I
look
don't.
at it.
I think they're wrong, but
Yeah, no.
I think
Yeah,
you can have both.
if they're both good, people will
Right.
go
If
see
you make
both.
something good, that's all that really matters at the end of the day. If people are interested in seeing it, they'll see it. They don't care if there's 2 Batmans or 10 or.
But that Arrow show wanted to be Batman so bad, and it kind of shows you like how you could do a Batman show. Like, you know, like cast of characters. You could have like all of his sidekicks. Like you start off as just like Batman and Alfred, but then like they get like the circus kid and get Dick Grayson. Now there's Robin. Okay, like he runs off to become Nightwing, so you get like this other Robin, and like the commissioner's
Well,
daughter
I
becomes
even thought it
Batgirl.
was. Yeah, I always thought it was funny that I thought DC. This is before. I guess it would be. It has to be after Superman died, so that was in Batman versus Superman, right? So I always thought it was funny. I was like, DC should do the reverse Marvel and
That's
not bring Superman back for like 6 movies, and instead have a Batman movie, a Nightwing movie, have like new movies of all the other characters having to deal with the world with no Superman. So now there's problems becoming too big for people like Batman to deal with because Batman is at the end of the day a human, right? So he needs a Superman at his side. And you build up to the return of Superman facing Darkseid and all that. And instead they just brought back Superman in like 5 minutes for no reason.
that's a good idea.
And they fight him for like 10 minutes for no reason. And that's it. Like, why do that? Why waste so much story potential?
I'm not gonna move. I'm not gonna touch that. I will not. I'll just stay back here.
Jude, I died. I died so much. It was such a good moment. That was like that was.
I was unsure if how much of that I should leave in or cut out or what, but I thought it was kind of interesting that Dave had that interpretation, and so I left it in there, and I knew we could all laugh at it how wrong he was. It's just funny. He's like so convinced, where he's like, what does he say exactly? He's like,
he actually said, "I can't believe this must be a popular take." Like he's like he was convinced that like this is like what everyone thought.
Oh yeah, he said
yeah.
I would be shocked if that's not like the common read of it.
Yeah. Oh no, we lost Marcelo. Yeah, he was like, it's hilarious. He was so confident about it. It's great.
Oh, PE's talking about the Superboy show in the 80s that I mentioned earlier. It's kind of one of my introductions to the character.
I don't remember that show. Did you watch that show, Ruben?
Yeah, that was a syndicated show. That wasn't a network show.
What year was that? Super.
It was like late 80s. Like 87, 88.
Yeah, it ran 3 seasons, I believe. Maybe 4.
That was a syndicated show. Yeah, I wouldn't say it was a success. I mean, it depends on how we're going to define success. Compared to a network show, it was a failure.
But it kept getting renewed. Like 4 seasons is pretty good.
4 seasons.
Yeah.
Star Trek Next Generation was a success for a syndicated show because it was competing.
That was the
ratings
most
wise.
Like,
yeah, it was competing ratings wise with network shows.
Yeah,
but most syndicated
ridiculously
shows
successful for syndication.
It's kind of funny now to think about it because nowadays the interesting thing about today's climate is that shows don't need as big a following.
They don't.
They need just a stable following. You know what I mean?
If you have 20 million viewers, if you can get like 20 million views an episode, you're good. You're set. You can go as many seasons as you want if you have a loyal 20 million.
Right.
Which is nothing compared to like your big network shows that get like 40, 50, 60 million or even more.
Is this the Superboy you're talking about?
Yeah, that's Superboy.
Yeah. That's not a boy. That's like a Superman.
Well, he's college. He's a college level.
Thank God they made him college level. Oh my gosh!
Look at that.
It's a sin how good looking he is. It's insane. What is this? How did I miss this? Was
Look
it
at
in the
his
80s?
Well, I'm not going
Because
to
it
point
was
this out.
syndicated, so it wasn't. It may have been moved around. It may have been moved around. It may have been on a station we didn't have for a year.
I
and
was
then showed
worried when
on
you
up again.
said Superboy. I was like, it's like Starfleet Boy. It's misleading. It's like when you
Hmm.
said Superboy, I thought it was like what, like a a teen, right? And then you're like, oh, and then I pulled this
No,
up
he's
like,
in
there's no,
college.
yeah, I was like, there's no way this is a boy. Like, there's no like,
And they
there's no
recast Superboy after the first season. I don't remember if this is season 1 Superboy or the later Superboy.
Wow, and this is
Uh,
on HBO.
No, it's not
Oh
on
my
anything.
god! I hope
No,
not.
but I know. I think no, but I think it's on HBO Max, though, isn't it?
No, it was on
What?
it was on DC Universe, but it's not on HBO Max.
Starfleet Boy is
Okay.
gonna be watching some Superboy.
Well,
Starfleet
Oh,
Boy and
God.
Superboy
I was
might be hanging out later on.
I was gonna say that
Speaking-
like Superman is kind of more successful on TV than he is in movies, isn't he? Though
He is. I feel like he might
the,
be. It's true.
the
I mean,
1950
Although-
show was a big hit.
You had the 78.
He's
the
more
Donner
prolific.
movies.
Yeah, it's true. The
You
Donner
did,
movies
but like
are
each
king.
each Donner movie was diminishing returns until
Yeah,
they
'cause-
got to the fourth one, which made like no money at all.
That was kind of typical for the time, though. Sequels don't normally. People used to actually get tired of endless sequels at one point
Yeah.
in time, and now they don't.
But then if you
That's
if
because
you
we've
look
been
at if
given
you look at him on
endless
TV,
prequels.
that 50s TV show was a huge deal. That was a big pop cultural staple. Then they did like the Superboy show in the 80s. It was kind of a low budget thing, but like it had a few seasons.
Yeah,
They
they
did
did reasonably well.
they did Superman and Lois. That ran for what, 5 seasons? There was 5
Yeah.
seasons of that.
5 seasons?
Smallville
Four?
was fucking 10
10.
years, a decade.
Smallville lasted 10
yeah.
years.
Like I was in high school when it started, and then like by the time it ended, I'd already had a job, been laid off, like all kinds of shit had happened with it. Fucking show that was I was in high school when it started. It was still on the air. No, but then then we have now Superman and Lois. I think has had a very good start. It seems to be very well
The
received, and pretty
setting
popular.
the setting is great. Like
It's
the
interesting that
stage is great.
The two
this is
longest running
Con-El.
shows were kind of the most grounded. Lois and Clark
Mm.
was really more about the relationship, not the super stuff.
Yeah.
And then Smallville was more about the relationships and not the super stuff. Even though
That's
it
that's
eventually
what I hope,
went plenty into the super stuff.
what I
but,
hope
like,
Superman and Lois
right.
does, because so far every episode has a super feat. I do hope they spread it out in later seasons, because I can't imagine. I mean, if they can do it, I'm all for it. But I can't imagine you can come up with like infinite Superman feats in every episode. It would get tiring. I feel like you would get fatigued. Although I will say I'm enjoying his feats immensely. PJ and I were talking, and he was like, I was not impressed with the train scene, but I was. I thought the train scene where like he has to like remeld the tracks while holding the train
That
and
was
like
awesome.
Yeah, I like
align
that.
it. Yeah, and I know I recognize that the CG is not like as good as the Mandalorian or even Star Trek, but it was good enough for what like had what was being conveyed. I thought like it was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's still leaps and bounds beyond anything you'd see on TV, 5 years ago, as recently as that.
Fatheree, who's this? This is Con-El, I think. K-O-N-L,
So
right?
Con-El appeared in Metropolis. He was one of the 4 fake Superman that appeared when Superman died after fighting Doomsday.
Oh, so this is not a Superboy, because I typed Superboy and this
he's
came up. Oh.
He's one of the 4 pretenders, but he's actually a clone created by Cadmus Labs. He's half Superman's DNA, and then the other half is human DNA. So he's not as strong as
Oh.
Superman, but he eventually learns that his human DNA came from none other than Lex Luthor.
Lex Luthor.
So
Of course.
he's basically
course.
half Lex, half Superman.
Yeah.
Funny that.
And you can see him in live action on the TV show Titans, now streaming on
Oh.
HBO Max. He's in season 2 of Titans.
I love Titans. I love Titans. Titans.
The second
This must-
season was really good. The last episode though, they did Donna dirty, like the Donna Troy thing at the last
Yeah.
episode. That hurt.
No, I thought that was like, what?
Tell me.
She's dead now? Why? She's
but
great.
that Deathstroke, they have a great Deathstroke on Titans. He's the best Deathstroke ever.
It's pretty. No, he's pretty cool. I will agree with you there. He's pretty cool. I love the fact that your green screen is making your cup invisible.
It's a cloaked Gorn.
Yeah, it's a cloak.
I can decloak it right here. See? Bam.
Oh my god, you're right. It is a Gorn. Oh my god. Yeah, I thought you were joking. That thing looks awesome.
Computer, engage cloaking device.
That thing looks awesome.
Yeah, I got it from gornhub.com.
Really? That exists? No way.
No.
Oh,
Yo,
come
son of Dennis
in the house.
Hello.
Whoa.
How's it going, y'all?
good. How are you?
We've been talking about Superman and Lois for an hour and a half.
Well, we were only
Oh,
going to talk
dope.
about it for 30 minutes. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's because I'm in love. Daddy Superman is the best Superman ever.
I was gonna say,
After
like,
Christopher-
y'all were
like,
talking about baseball earlier. He played baseball in college before
Superman.
he was
did?
an actor.
Oh, that's
Tyler-
right.
like, what a talented dude. He was like
Tyler
this.
Heckman?
Yeah, he was a college level athlete, and he's
Wow.
also a actor. He's the lead character on a TV show. So
That's
Evan-
awesome.
Evan got a baseball signed by someone Rose. No, Tommy
No.
Lasorda. No.
No,
What?
those are
P.
good
Rose?
guesses. No, P.
Whoa.
Rose is
by
guessing.
Sammy
Oh.
Sosa.
No,
Oh.
Don Mattingly.
Don
Uh,
Mattingly.
Ooh.
Johnny Baseball. Nice.
Donnie
Don-
Baseball, you're
First
right.
baseman
John
for the
Mattingly.
Yankees.
Mattingly. I happen
Yeah.
to know that fact.
Coach.
He's
I-
actually
Is he still coach of the Marlins?
yeah.
Yeah.
He was coaching against the my New York Mets tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah,
I have 2 balls signed by him, oddly enough.
that's
Oh.
awesome.
I have 2
Yeah,
balls.
he carries
also.
one on him all the time. You know what I mean? Hey!
Last time I
yeah.
checked, anyways.
That's awesome.
Sign these, Donnie.
Wow.
I love Don Mattingly. I'm a Yankees fan. I mean, I'm not a baseball guy, but like I grew up
What?
liking the Yankees because they used to
'Cause
play
they-
spring training down here.
That's what
So-
I used to go every spring.
Yeah, so I
that's
used
where I
to
got
see
my
Yankee
first
games all the
signature.
time.
Yeah. Fort Lauderdale Yankees.
That's
You
why I
guys-
always followed the Yankees.
You guys, Star Trek thinks that baseball's the well, according to the official Star Trek podcast, Star Trek thinks that baseball's the only sport that survives into the future. That's
But
true,
it
right?
kind of
Like,
doesn't.
But
No, that's
it-
not
yeah,
true.
it doesn't. They talk about-
dies.
Yeah.
Oh, it
baseball
dies?
is dead. And,
Yeah,
like,
it's-
Cisco
Cisco
and
kind
Cassidy
of-
Yates are like the only 2 people who liked baseball.
no, and
Yeah.
Stubbs from Stubbs' Egg. Remember?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah. He envisions
that
the
doctor
games
guy.
like
Yeah,
Yeah, he's the
Yeah.
weirdo who can't turn on TV.
yeah. Before he gets electrocuted
I
by
envision them
the.
in my head. Stats
What
and
the hell are y'all
numbers.
talking about?
Stubbs' Egg,
Stubbs.
remember?
Yeah, from
season,
the
is
First
it season
episode of The
2?
Child. I
Is
mean,
it
not The
season
Yeah.
Child.
2?
No, season 3.
3.
Season
it's
3,
two-
yeah.
Season
opener.
1, episode
It's
1.
the
Yeah.
opener, yeah.
Episode 1.
Yeah.
It's the guy who had so there's a
When
There's a
there's
twin-
that binary star system.
star system, yeah, and he had this like basically it was like a slow and gentle version of what was going to happen in Twister. It's like the same thing. He needs to release these little sensors
Right.
into this stream flow tornado to get telemetry, and he'll find out how a binary star system exchanges energy.
Yeah, I
with,
remember all
like,
that.
or whatever, all that. But one of the things that he liked to do to calm down, like to calm his nerves or whatever, was he would replay baseball games from like our era, right, in his head. Like he knew them just by reading the stats on the baseball cards. He knew exactly what happened in every inning.
Oh, that's such
And
a
he would
Michael
just-
Pillar idea.
And he would,
No.
and he would
I
just
totally
did-
forgot about that because
He-
Next Generation's kind of lame, and
Oh,
What?
wow.
Deep Space Nine handled
What?
Deep Space Nine handled baseball a lot better.
Okay,
Oh.
fine, but I'm just saying that's
give
how
you
I
that.
learned about it. That's how I learned about it.
Actually,
By the way, Blue says real quick, that drunk, and that was my birthday episode. Thank you, Blue.
Oh,
That Drunk
dang it,
Space
that was
9 had
fun.
me in stitches. It was a very fun episode. Go check it out.
by the way, Michael Pillar did write the teleplay for the season 3 episode that we were just talking about.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice one, Father. You nailed it.
Fatheree knew
Sorry,
it
wrong
was
guy.
Michael Pillar. That's right. That's awesome. You did know that. But it's because every picture of Michael Piller I see, he's got a baseball cap on. So I don't know. Maybe it's something that's easy to.
No, but Michael Piller loved baseball, right?
He did.
He did, yeah. He loved baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Evan also got a haircut.
Yeah. It's
I
big
noticed-
week for me. Big week
yeah, it's
for
a big
me.
week. I noticed
Oh.
these things. It's cool.
I haven't gotten a
Uh,
haircut in a while. Last time I got a haircut, there was only 6 live-action Star Wars movies that had been released in theaters in North America. I have to say it like that
Good
because
times.
if I say that around Brian, if I say like the last time I did this, there was only like 6 Star Wars movies, and he was like, "Oh, Fatheree, I don't think you're counting the animated Clone Wars movie that came out in theaters, and also the Ewok movies at theatrical releases in Europe."
That's
That's how
awesome.
Brian
Very,
is.
very specific.
Yeah.
Son of Dennis, are you watching Superman and Lois?
No, man, I want to really bad.
You
But-
should
but-
put it to the top of the list. As a
Yeah.
dad, I think it's really inspirational. I don't
You
know. I'm
missed
not
your
a
shot.
dad.
They had the first 5 episodes on HBO Max for a long time, and then
yeah,
they took them down.
Oh, they took him down. That was where I was planning
They're
on
on
watching.
the CW website too, with like 50,000 commercials.
Yeah, you have
Oh,
to watch the
boy.
commercials.
A lot of commercials.
They also they also put them on Hulu.
Oh, okay. I'll watch them.
Really?
I
Wait,
was
they,
so-
they have a
yeah,
lot of commercials. Too.
but if you watch them on Hulu, they haven't put any of the past episodes. What they do is they put the most recent one on for like a couple days, and then they pull it off. It's like the most ridiculous thing ever. So if you want to watch the show, the best place to do it is by using the CW app.
Yeah, I'll do
I'm
that.
surprised it's on Hulu. At
Yeah.
all.
Any of you guys been to the theater since if they reopened? I will just say my answer is that I probably what's coming up. What's the next big theatrical releases like coming up?
Black
Only
Widow
theater.
is in July.
Right.
Widow. And then
A Quiet Place is coming.
Dune
I'm
is
not
like
gonna see that.
November or something, isn't it?
So
Dune is October 1st.
That's when I'm gonna go back. is
Yeah,
for
I went to
Dune.
a theater, but not a movie theater. I went to a theater, live theater.
I
Play.
was fully vaccinated in time for my birthday, April
Oh, that's
10th,
right.
and I rented a theater and watched my favorite movie, Transformers the movie, 1986, in a theater
rad.
with people. And I might actually, a friend of mine rented a theater for her birthday tomorrow. I haven't made up my mind if I'm going to that or not, but I might go watch that Guy Ritchie movie, The Gentleman. I don't
Oh,
really
yeah.
know anything about it. Is
It's-
it good? Is it
It's-
worth driving to a theater to see?
I know. I know. I mean, Guy Ritchie's fun for what he
Yeah, I
does.
like Guy
you know what
Ritchie
you're getting into.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen The Gentleman, but I know of it. 'Cause that's
But
Marcelo,
I'm
I'm
open to going to the theater now. Like the CDC is like if you're vaccinated, like you don't need to worry about masking up and
Look,
stuff
I'm not wearing a
anymore,
mask
so,
tonight.
After
I
2
feel
weeks.
very comfortable.
yeah, after 2 weeks. So I'm pretty much back to normal. Actually, I go back to work July 12th. I'm not excited about that.
I'll
I'll be back in the office.
We still have a lot of cases of infection. We have a higher infection rate in where I live in Miami and also in Florida. So we're still wearing masks like as a courtesy. But Starbucks no longer requires them, and so I actually got brave and I took my mask off and I put it on my wrist because like that shows people that you're like willing to put your
Yeah.
mask on or whatever. And I just was maskless in Starbucks, and I had an emotional like I just felt so good. It feels really nice. That being said, from now on, if I ever have a cough or I feel like a little cold coming out, I'm gonna wear a mask just like for no reason. Like I think they do it in Asia. Especially in like Japan and China, and it's like not a bad practice. So like maybe it does do something.
I live next to we don't really have like a Chinatown in Austin, but we have like a little Asian community area, just very close to where I live actually. And-
Houston has a huge Asian.
oh yeah, there's a lot of Vietnamese people in Houston. But when I go to like the Asian markets and stuff, I notice like in in the winter I'll see a lot of like women shopping, wearing masks and stuff. This has been going on for years, and
It's
it
good
always
practice.
seemed like a little like a cultural divide. Like, oh, I guess that's like normal for them to do in those countries, but it's kind of weird to do here. But now I'm like, oh yeah, like that seems to be pretty effective. Like a lot of people like didn't get the flu this year and stuff like
That's
that. So,
I was gonna say, aren't the flu numbers like way down?
yeah, like
Yeah.
historically.
Like it's like 2,200 cases or something
That's
versus
It's
like
like
astonishing.
a fraction, yeah, like a tenth of what it used to be, or something like that.
Whoa,
yeah. I
mashallah,
hope
what-
that gets like masks
That
get
was intense.
normalized for people that are
I
not.
mean,
fully
I'm gonna keep
I
wearing
hope
mine
so.
because I don't trust any motherfucker in the United States.
Well, yeah, like
What were
if,
you gonna
if you're
say,
feeling
Marcelo?
sick, it's
No,
like
I
it
know,
keeps
I
you
was
from being
gonna-
contagious.
No, I was gonna say that I got vaccinated last Friday, and even
Nice.
though that I'm fully vaccinated, just like Fatheree, when I go back to the movies, hopefully, I'll still wear a mask just to be extra safe, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, when I went to my friend's play a few weeks ago, we all wore masks and they didn't let people sit. Like they didn't allow like certain seats, like they kept spacings between
Yeah.
everybody's.
Yeah, it's good.
No, I'm
Um,
curious what Star Trek Las Vegas is going to look like. That's
Mm.
coming up soon, in less than 3 months, and I guess I'm going. I was thinking they would push it back or something, but no.
Oh,
So
shit, now I have to try to go.
you should.
How
you
much-
should.
Are they
I
still
wasn't gonna
selling tickets?
go. I wasn't gonna
Yeah.
go. Yeah, I think so. I wasn't gonna go. I was gonna go to just the official, and that's it. Like the mission.
If you guys go, I'll try
Oh,
because
shit.
that's only
Just
like
do one day,
That's only like a 3-hour drive for me.
I know, in Las
like
Vegas.
like a 1 day ticket. Like
When is it?
like if
When
is-
is it?
August. It's the same week that Lower Decks begins. It's like
Oh,
August.
It's gonna be so fun.
August 9th to August 12th or something like that. And if you get there like the Tuesday before like the convention begins, Larry Nemechek,
does his tour.
he does the Fire Valley
Yes.
tour.
Yes.
And he needs 8 people. Like I'll do it, but he needs like some other people too.
Okay. Well. ugh.
Speaking of Larry Nemechek, do you guys know him personally? Because he's
No,
one of my.
I know him from childhood because I read his fucking books.
No.
but other than that, no. I just
No,
met him for the first time in the last 5 years. It was cool.
No, yeah, I know.
Virtually only, also, by
Yeah.
the way.
No, because I want to. He's one of my big gets.
You can
I
just
wanna-
add him.
yeah,
He's super
I-
nice and he responds to
Yeah.
all the ats.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
you
pretty,
know, I've
easy to
I've-
get a hold of.
Yeah, I've chatted with him on Twitter about Discovery, way back when, but I want to see if I can get him on my podcast. So
Have you ever heard of that song from the Smiths about shyness?
no, never heard
Ask
that.
me, ask me, ask me.
Oh,
Ask me, ask me, ask me, because if it's not love, then it's the bomb that will keep us together.
yeah, yeah.
Just
No, I
ask
know.
him.
I just gotta get over everything and just ask him. So,
They're
nice.
biffles.
Nice photo.
Fatheree and Larry Nemechek are clearly
that's a nice.
biffles. You can
I
tell
like
from
the
this photo.
T-shirt.
Yeah, I was gonna say I like that black on black.
Awesome T-shirt.
It's
It's
cool.
an awesome T-shirt. Where'd you get the T-shirt?
I'm not
Fatheree
sure.
looks so weird without his beard.
Yeah, I know. I
Oh,
look weird without like.
oh my
the,
God, you
the-
look
the
so
big beard
odd.
now. It's
Oh my
very.
God,
Yo,
that's
your
a lot of
Windows,
color.
your
That's a lot-
desktop's gonna give me a heart attack.
What
Yeah.
the hell?
Wow. Wait, we got
Management?
a couple. We got
Sorry.
a couple of comments. Jude says Michael Pillar killed baseball to show that all was not well in the 24th century, according to Ira. Really?
Oh, that's interesting.
That is interesting.
I don't know. As
Uh,
a non-baseball fan, I found no problem with that.
Speaking of Michael Pillar, have any of you read his unauthorized book that he wrote after he
Post-mortem?
during the process of him writing what was it, Star Trek not Nemesis, it was Insurrection, Star Trek Insurrection.
Wait, what do you
Nobody?
mean by unauthorized book? Like he didn't
Yeah,
authorize
yeah.
for it to be published, or
No. Before he passed away, he wrote a book of his experiences writing Star Trek Interaction, like behind the scenes production stories, his entire process. Have you guys heard about this?
no? I've never heard about it.
I will send you the book because the book is awesome.
I'd like to read it.
Yeah, it's a really good book. His wife tried to publish it after he passed away, but because he said some unflattering things about
That's right.
because
remember
he said,
that.
yeah,
What's
because
the
he
scoop?
said,
Tell us the scoop.
Yeah.
yeah, because he said some unflattering things about CVS. They wouldn't allow her to publish it. So she tried to she reached out to a couple online Star Trek sites, and they sort of released the book out into the wild.
Oh, crazy.
And I believe, well, I'm not going to say that because I don't know for sure, but yeah, it's a really good book. I mean, I'm still going through it now, but I know Starfleet boy, Father, you might love it. So
I know he had some better ideas for that movie than what they actually ended up using.
mm. Yeah, no, but his entire process about how just his work, the his method of working, he would wake up at like 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. every morning and drive to the studio and be one of the first people there. It was amazing to hear stuff like that.
When you love what you do, I guess you show up early. I
Yeah.
would.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I want to read that book, so yes, please send me the link. But what is
Yes,
this
I
whole
will.
thing about it being not official or not authorized, or what was
No,
that all?
it's no, it's not authorized because
CBS didn't allow him to publish the book.
Oh, I
Yeah,
missed
or-
that.
yeah.
Because he
Sorry.
said something
Paramount,
about CBS.
Paramount at the
Paramount.
time.
yeah, Paramount at the
Mm.
time, Viacom, CBS now. By the way,
Crazy.
can anybody explain to me why Rick Berman is like he's been MIA for years? Like is it because he's retired or because he like signed a gag order after like I don't understand it. He's like
Well,
I mean, it could be a bunch of things. He may have
yeah,
retired. He maybe just nobody
yeah.
wants to do what he wants to make.
there's a few
Oh.
things with that.
Does
I think
anybody have any
I think I
Rick
can
theories?
Berman
tell you.
pitched a
I've never
show.
heard anything, but
Rick Berman pitched a show that would be 5 seasons
That's
entirely set on the planet with like where if you fall on flowers, your death penalty. And they said no, and so
Justice.
he said justice. Thank you. And he was
Think
going
of
to
that
call the show
episode.
Star Trek Justice, and most of the show, like 90% of it, was going to be like teaching teaching the average human about like sexual techniques and things like that. Like just how to like do sex correctly, and then like maybe like 10% of it was going to be like action and adventure, but no one went for it.
So
Huh.
what happened with Rick Berman after Enterprise got canceled in 2005, and he did admit to like having like some franchise fatigue, but yeah, like Enterprise ratings continue to drop year after year. They finally like canceled the show. Star Trek was canceled first time since 1987. And he did do like one pitch after that. They pitched like this trilogy of Romulan War movies, and Paramount rejected that and ended up eventually rebooting with J.J. Abrams. But there, even like when Enterprise was coming out, like I do remember like Rick Berman and Brandon Braga getting a lot of hate. A lot of people were shitting on them. Really, like it kind of started while like I guess DS9 and Voyager were on the air. Like the end of Voyager, I think more fans were kind of like complaining about Rick Berman and definitely like all through the Enterprise years. And I complained a lot too because I really struggled with Enterprise until season 4. And so I think he kind of wanted to back away from that side of things too. And then also in addition to that, now a lot of like bad stuff has come out about Rick Berman about how big of a jerk he was, like telling Terry Farrell that when she asked for more money to sign on for Deep Space Nine season 7, he told her something like you should be thankful we're paying you anything at all, because if you're not even that good of an actor, and if you didn't have a job here, you'd be working as a cashier at Kmart, and your
What?
boobs aren't even that big, so you shouldn't even be on TV. Like, look at my
Jesus.
secretary over here. Like, she has
What?
bigger tits than you.
didn't he famously kill a gay
Oh my
storyline
God.
between Bashir and what's his face?
Garrick?
Garrick?
Garrick.
Well, he didn't. Ira Steven Bear says in the DS9 doc that they never pushed for that because they knew that Rick would cancel it, and Ira
Okay,
says in the doc he regrets it. But yes, Rick Berman was basically had like a no gay rule, like no gay characters in Star Trek.
What?
You can't do
That's
it.
awful.
Yeah, and you
Why
know what I
not?
say
not?
to
That's
what I
crazy.
say to Rick Berman's no gay rule?
Bullshit.
My diac is in your
Fuck.
mouth, yo. That's what I gotta say.
I think we
But-
all agree that Garrick is like 100% gay. Like that goes without saying, right? Like
I just think of Star Trek people as Torchwood people. They're not. They don't
Torture
think,
people.
everybody's not really. There's no gay or straight.
I know
Everybody's
exactly
just
what
kind
you
of
Wasn't-
mean. Yeah.
Wait,
whatever you're into, just be into it. You know what I mean?
wasn't there
Star
Terry
Trek
Farrell
people.
kissed a woman in
Yeah,
season?
but actually they talked about that on
Yeah.
Text Trek tonight. It was the safe. Oh, that was in the chats, but it was like the safe bet. Like that's like.
Yeah, and it's
Well,
also
two women
like,
kissing is fine.
It's already that
two
barrier
women
was already
kissing-
broken in like the Red Shoe Diaries or like in the like all of that. Like that's or just like the popularity. I remember when I was a kid, like I'd be little and I'd be like, oh, like whatever, talking with my friends. Not too little, by the way, but like just like of a certain age, and they'd be like, yeah, lesbians are hot, and then gay dudes were never hot because lesbians were hot.
Well, it's the stigma too. Like
It
it's
was like
okay to
it
show.
was like a go-to.
Like
it
it's
was
okay
a
to show
thing.
women kissing, but then gays kissing. No, that's two
Yeah,
guys
it's too
kissing.
much.
No, that's
It was
too
much.
far. You know.
Yeah.
like
And I
back in
remember
like
having to go through that. That was crazy.
season
Wow.
1 or
And
And I
season 2
resented
of Next
lesbians for a long
Generation.
time, and in fact, I became
name?
a lesbian hunter for.
Lesbian hunter.
Yes, I was a
Hmm.
lesbian hunter. It was like
I don't know.
similar
So
to like
hell, I know some lesbians. I'm pretty sure could beat the shit out of you.
they did.
I was his-
That's
I was
they
his,
did. That's
I know
why-
some
but
lesbians
I was
named
I was
Hunter.
his sidekick, Gimp, and I would wear the ball gag, and I could
Yeah,
shoot the
yeah,
ball
yeah.
out of my mouth, and then
It's like-
bring it back. You know.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
And they, by the way, I never won a fight with a lesbian. I always lost. And I eventually gave up my lesbian hunting because I fell in love with them. They were too fabulous. The lesbians embraced me eventually, and I embraced them. So we're all good now.
Wow.
But yeah,
Well,
for a
that
little
was
while,
good that y'all had the
we all had
the alliance there. You know,
Wow.
David Gerald, y'all know who I'm talking about. He wrote The Trouble with Tribbles.
Yes.
Yeah.
He had a script called Fire and Ice. It was going to be like an allegory for the HIV virus. Big topical thing in the 80s. It was going to be like this virus is like infecting people's blood, and in his episode, it was also, this is kind of unrelated to the main plot, but there was going to be like a gay couple on the Enterprise, and it's like just like two dudes that are like oh yeah, hi, they just like act like a couple a little bit, and then walk off screen like no big deal. And like Rick Berman saw that script and was like, no way in hell would we ever put this on the air. And David Gerald, walked away from Next Generation over that. And to this day, like he talks about that.
Wasn't there also the story of that episode where Riker falls in love with that asexual person?
Yeah.
Remember
the
that
Outcast.
species, the outcast, where originally Jonathan Frakes. I got his character name. Jonathan Frakes.
William Riker, Jonathan Frakes.
Yeah.
Wanted it.
He
William
wanted
number one.
He wanted a male actor to play
I know.
the opposite him, not a female. But they
Yeah.
made it a
Jonathan
female
Frakes
because it would
would've
be
made-
too even though
It'd be
the
too
chicks
gay,
wearing
yeah.
like makeup. and
Jonathan
shit.
Frakes would have made history in the same way that Nichelle Nichols made history by kissing Captain Kirk had he done that. Think about it. There
No,
was
yeah,
nothing on
it would have been groundbreaking.
It would have been groundbreaking had he had the chance to have an actor willing to do something like that and to have rejected it because of your bias is like terrible. Like that would have been amazing if that had happened.
I heard
And
a
it
great.
would have been amazing for culture also, just in general, because TV, as we know, and cinema and media influences culture. So imagine all these like Star Trek kids that had like these biases as well. Had they seen that and Jonathan Frakes kissing an actual like male actor, although I have to say the performances in that episode are amazing. It would have been amazing if it would have been his.
I know. I
call
I
would
was
come
this
through.
close to going gay back in the day, but then TNG ended, and I was like,
Mhm.
no gay characters.
No.
See the influence of television. I will just say that Rick Berman, I think that Rick Berman, his contributions to Star Trek cannot be discounted. However, it would be nice if he could release some kind of statement just showing that like maybe he has a couple of regrets. People shouldn't have regrets, but if you do have them and you share them and you're vulnerable, it's nice sometimes. So who knows? We'll see what happens. But yeah, lots of bad choices They should get him on. Speaking of, let me give a quick plug to Dan Decker. Rick Berman should be on Bad Choices in Bourbon, which is Dan Decker's show, and he should just spill the beans on that show. I think that should happen.
I just lost all respect for Rick Berman. Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
never,
it's a hard pill to swallow.
No, but
shit.
I never.
Hey,
Well, what do
What's
we
up,
have
man?
here?
We have a Brady Bunch.
That's good.
group
yeah.
Joker. Jack Nicholson, you're breathing like him too. It's good.
Mm. Yeah.
Big freak terrorizes.
You idiot!
Now that the most famous person is here, I'm gonna go get a refill.
Oh, of course, you're gonna tag out.
Make it show. I'll be right back.
All right, so
Check out-
only one new face.
Oh wait, yeah. Before I go
Yeah.
get my
Right
refill,
I'm gonna
there.
get a beer with you.
Yeah.
Guy
Shaka.
right there. Who's that guy?
This happens,
Who that
guys.
guy?
This is like that moment in the show. Shaka, meet
Wait, you want to
Marcelo.
introduce me? Nice to meet you, Shaka.
Yeah, and
Same.
go ahead and introduce yourselves. And audience, have any questions for us? By the way, Shaka, we're talking about all night. We've been talking about Superman and Lois, but we just started talking about how shitty Rick Berman is. So
How shitty Rick Berman is?
Shitty
Yeah.
Rick Berman.
Shitty Rick
Oh.
Berman.
He hated the gays.
So, what do you think about Rick Berman, Shaka?
Didn't say you hated him.
Rick Berman, I don't know too much about, honestly. I only see him in credits.
Oh, okay. So
I don't know him
is-
personally.
Yeah. So, are you a Star Trek? Is he a Star Trek fan anyway? Anybody
Yeah.
fan?
Yeah,
Okay.
He's part of
Kinda.
the lore.
He was
Yeah,
killed
I
in
know.
episode 2 of Picard. He was killed on Picard.
I just show up on Picard, that's all.
Okay.
Episode 2, right?
Remember the guy that gets
Yeah.
his neck snapped by the android in Picard?
Yeah.
Remember the
That's
guy who says,
him.
"Hey,
Wait a minute.
hey,
Wait,
F8,
wait,
what's
hold on.
brown and sticky?"
Yeah, the guy
No
who makes
way.
a really awful
you
joke
ca-
because the writers
Are you
are
serious?
terrible. I mean, who's
Oh
It's
my
me.
god. Okay. All right.
It's the bandana, it throws everybody off.
Yeah. Wow, that's awesome.
like Superman when he puts on the glasses, you put on the bandana.
Yeah, yeah. I
Whoa.
put on the
Where'd Chaka
bandana.
go?
So, how was your experience on set then? How did you?
It was amazing and
Okay.
heartbreaking at the same time.
Okay.
Because when you do get to see how things work, it's disappointing.
Okay.
Like there's people
Alright.
actually manning the doors, pulling them open and pulling them closed, and you're like, "Oh, this is not real. The doors don't open for real." That sucks.
When
Okay.
you see how the sausage is made.
Yeah, yeah.
Why, Marcelo, if you want to keep liking Rick Berman, don't learn screenwriting.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
You-
I just
you
like
Don't
made
meet
my
your
that one.
heroes.
Oh, there you are. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there I am.
You're right. The bandana threw me off. I was
Did
like,
I say Rick Berman? I meant JJ. Sorry.
I switched the bandana
please,
for a hard hat.
God!
I just like busting your balls.
That's
That one's for your
okay.
family. That one's for your family.
They'll love that one.
That's
They'll love
him.
that one.
He's a red
Yeah,
shirt.
there
on
it
That's
is.
Star Trek.
awesome. That's awesome. Actually, but I thought the opening to that particular episode was kind of was crazy though. I thought it was great.
Thanks, Fatheree.
I thought it was really great.
It was the highlight of the show for me.
Hey, Staka, did you hear anything about Paper Girls?
Oh no, they gave it to someone else.
Are they making
Oh,
Paper
damn
Girls
luck.
movie?
Yeah, they're making a TV
Yeah.
show.
A TV show out of it for Amazon.
Are you read for it?
Yeah, I was down to the last 4, and they went with someone
Wow.
else.
That's awesome, man. Well, I mean, sorry you didn't get it, but I mean, it's,
Yeah.
that-
It was real touch and go, man. I was on pins and needles because they kept on calling me back, and then they'd wait a month and then call me back and wait a month and then call me back, and then I heard nothing. So that's how I knew.
Where is it
I
going to
didn't
film?
get it.
It's going to film in Georgia, or
No, California.
oh, okay.
Yeah, or actually California and Arizona is where they're going to film at.
oh
also.
wow. It's hard to believe anything's shooting outside of Georgia these days. Like everything is
Mhm.
from Georgia.
Yeah, I need to go back there again, man. That was a good road on Georgia. because they own basically a lot of property over there, so they can film
Mhm.
whatever. I mean, Marvel owns basically Georgia.
Tyler Perry has a
Yeah, I was gonna say
studio
Tyler.
out there.
He
Yeah.
has the next chunk of it.
Yeah.
The smartest
Anything you
man in
see now, any
Hollywood.
Marvel movie you'll see, at the end of the credits, you'll see Georgia Peach Productions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm almost like shocked anytime I don't see that film Georgia, or like I'm like, who films outside? Like, that's crazy. Actually, on location of where it takes place, just
They lost that big Will Smith movie that was going to be filmed there.
Oh yeah, because of
Because of the election laws. Yeah, voter laws. Yeah. Will Smith
They lost
said,
the All-Star game for baseball too.
Jeez. Yeah, they're losing a lot because I don't know, that mayor's kind of wacky.
Yeah.
Well, isn't Antoine Fuqua supposed to direct that Will Smith movie?
Yeah, that's the movie I'm talking about. They pulled out of Georgia.
They pulled out of Georgia. Yeah.
Because of the election laws.
Do you know where they're gonna? Do you know where they went after they pulled out of Georgia?
Canada.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably Vancouver or something.
Probably Canada's the next best choice.
Probably Canada.
And then after that is probably somewhere in Eastern Europe, like Romania or something, because a lot of stuff actually does film out there. It's super cheap.
Oh, okay, cool.
But
yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Rick Berman here, and it's exactly the same as I know about him. He's just a producer, and so I don't really keep in touch with him. Why? What's going on with Rick Berman?
No. Before you hopped on the show, I just asked the panel because Rick Berman, after he worked on Star Trek, he like did a disappearing act. Like after he finished his work on Star Trek back in the day, he did a disappearing act, and I just asked the panel like, what do you think happened to the guy? And then everybody basically told me on the panel that he was an asshole. So I got kind of crushed there. So I'm getting
the same vibe from Joel Silver. Because he was really live on the Lethal Weapon series, and then he went like he disappeared, went into the background when Matrix came out, and now I don't hear from him anymore after that.
The last thing I heard about Joel Silver is that he got kicked out of his own. He got kicked out of his own company, I believe.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, like his board kicked him out from. I mean, I read a report on Deadline a while ago, and I was like, "How could you get kicked out of your own company?" It's like you must have done something really awful.
It really does happen a lot.
Yeah. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Nope. We lost.
Look at Josh Whedon now with whatchamacallit Nevers.
But yeah, I don't want to talk about that because I grew up watching.
Not healed.
Joss Whedon. So
I'm a huge Buffy fan. That's one of my favorite shows ever.
Oh yeah, no, I know. Buffy.
Buffy, Angel, and Dr. Horrible are three of my favorite things ever made.
Dr. Horrible, wow.
That's great. So
I forgot about that show.
Looking for a letter.
Bad Horse. I love it.
Oh my god.
I love it. Moist. Here's your mail.
No, I love Buffy.
I love
Firefly?
I watch Buffy once a year, at least.
Really?
What about
Buffy's so
Firefly?
good.
Yeah.
I rewatch Buffy once a year.
All the characters are just lovable, man.
Yeah, no,
and memorable.
Yeah, Buffy was the first show that I ever watched religiously on television. So
I even love the Buffy movie.
No, actually, yeah, I did too. I did too, man.
I liked it before the TV show was a thing, and then
What?
I started. Like before the TV show was a thing, I liked the Buffy movie, and then when the TV show started, I was like, "This isn't as good as the movie." And then we got into like season 2, when like the stuff that happens.
That's when it happens, yeah.
2. I was like, "No, this beats the fucking shit out of the movie."
Yeah.
Like up one side and like down the other. I just like kicks the fucking shit out of it. This is like the best show I've ever seen. It doesn't say Star Trek in the opening titles.
So you say I'm the chosen one, and they're vampires? Sorry.
It was Hush for me, and it was that episode of Buffy coming home, and her mother was passed away. And, oh my god, I was bawling, bro, because that was the most realistic episode I've ever seen.
If you want to see how music affects a story, watch that episode. There's no music in it.
Yeah,
I'm actually scared to watch
it makes you feel uncomfortable because
Nevers?
definitely
I remember that.
To this day, I still feel
I'm
that.
scared to rewatch it now because my mom died in 2015, and I've
Don't.
watched Buffy like several times. Yeah, I'm scared that'll fuck me up too much if I
Yeah.
watch
No,
it now.
It's rough, man.
when I lost my mom 5 years ago, after I came back from the second wake viewing, I was looking for something to take my mind off what I just been through, and I just popped in one of my Buffy DVDs, and I watched The Body, and for me, that was it was like a
Cathartic.
cathartic experience. So it kind of gave me comfort. I mean, it might not work for you, Father, but for me, it kind of helped me out a little bit.
No, I can relate to that. Like, I had a similar experience with the movie, the Babadook.
Yeah, Babadook also, man.
Babadook.
I watched
Mhm.
that shortly
creepy.
shortly after my mom died, and the whole story to that movie, it's about like dealing with like your grief for a loved one, and like not to like spoil the movie, but just the way that it ends. You know, it's like that never goes away. Like that's just like something like you learn to live with it, and
Those three knocks will stay with you.
yeah. You
Yeah.
know that was like the thing in that
I'm gonna
movie.
put you on. Sorry, I'm gonna.
Oh,
That's the Babadook.
that triggered.
Yeah.
Yeah, triggered.
Art is weird. Our entertainment is weird how it can connect to our deepest feelings at times.
Definitely.
Yeah. I mean, when I was a kid watching Buffy in high school, my parents said that after I started watching Buffy, I started speaking differently, and I started talking better. And I used to go
Learn
to
the lingo.
yeah, I used to go to parties with my grandparents because they raised me, and I would talk to people right about God knows what, and then after those people would finish talking to me, those people would walk over to my grandparents and they would be like, I have no idea what your grandson just said, because he used these big words and he's talking funny. What he's talking like he's in a Shakespeare's movie, like he's in a Shakespeare's play or something like that. And my grandfather would go, oh, that's because he's watching Buffy.
Oh yeah,
So-
that explains it.
Yeah. So
Speaking all Shakespearean. Oh yeah, he watches
Yeah.
Buffy.
yeah, so he's like Buffy taught my grandson how to talk. So
Does he go to Cambridge? No, Josh.
yeah.
Whedon.
Josh Whedon school.
You of Whedon. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, I think also too, like I think Josh Whedon, obviously he's had issues with whatever
Issues,
all these,
yeah.
Yeah,
all that stuff has come out.
of a Rick
But
Berman
like, and
situation
because of
with
that,
him.
I feel like he doesn't get enough credit for the MCU
Yeah,
because he made
Yeah.
Avengers, and that
Yeah.
tone that he set in Avengers
yeah.
is still there.
Yes.
Exactly.
And
that was the
whenever
most
it talks about-
ambitious of those movies. That was like,
you know what?
okay, we can do an Iron Man movie, we can do a Thor movie.
Right,
Can we combine all that shit together
Right.
and make
If
it
he
work?
doesn't get that movie right, the MCU doesn't happen.
It would have sank the ship.
And there's very few creatives in Hollywood who could have gotten that right, because it's very hard to do an ensemble movie like that and still give everybody a little moment to shine. And he's great at that because it's Buffy and Angel. He's perfect for that. That's why I think in the end, if he could have had 4 years to make Justice League, he would have made a mind-blowingly better Justice League than
he
Zack
really hit it
Snyder
out
could
the
have ever
fucking park.
imagined. You know,
No,
but
totally.
No, I don't. I don't blame Joss for Justice League. I keep asking myself, why the hell did he take that job? He should have just said, "Fuck money." Yeah.
A lot of it.
No,
A
you can't do
lot
that.
of it.
That's not a good businessman if you just say
A
fuck money.
lot of it. No, and I mean maybe in
No,
his mind,
but
and his mind too, because I could see also too where like I shit on Marvel movies and DC movies and all that stuff too. But like if they offer me a chance to write it, like that's a challenge for me as a writer.
Yeah.
yeah.
Could I write that? So I see it for him like, could I turn this into something better with Zack Snyder's footage? And and obviously it was a gamble that in most people's eyes failed or whatever. But like maybe that's what his mentality was. It wasn't so much money, but more, hey,
more of a challenge.
Yeah, hey, maybe let me see if I can do to them what I'm sure WB wanted him to make DC into the Avengers, and he wanted to see if he could make DC into the Avengers. Could I strike gold again? and do the same for DC that I did for Marvel.
I
The
even-
problem
I
was
even
it was
liked
that it
some of
was
that stuff though that he wrote that they put in there, like the like Lois Lane's the big gun to like calm down Superman. Like that was like a Joss Whedon thing, right? Like I like that. I like that conversation that Bruce Wayne has with Alfred, where he's like, "No, like we need Superman. Like he's the leader. I can't be the leader. He's more of a human than I am. You know, I'm like this weird guy who can't get over his parents' death. All this shit. Like he was a normal fucking dude. He went to work. He had a girlfriend. Like they need a guy like that, not me. Like there were like some good moments in there where you can be like, oh yeah, like Joss Whedon put some thought into trying to write these characters here and there.
I mean, the whole time I watched Zack Snyder's Justice League, all I kept thinking was everything that could be cut. There was so much bloat, pointless scenes that go nowhere, that serve no purpose. And you can literally cut out an hour and a half, making it a 2-hour movie, just like Josh Whedon's version.
I would have, yeah. Oh,
Hey, guys.
personally, yeah.
Can I interrupt for real quick? Actually, let me.
Yeah. S to the O to the D.
Go ahead. He put himself on mute. So.
Yeah, you just muted yourself, yo.
Can I interrupt for a minute?
Is there an echo?
Oh, there.
No,
No,
you sound great.
you're good.
I just wanted to have a special guest pop on. He's running through, so he doesn't have a lot of time. So I wanted him to say what's up. This is Brendan Wayne from Mandalorian.
Oh,
What's
wow.
happening, you guys?
Hey. Nice to meet
How
you.
you doing?
You guys like Star Wars or something?
These guys, these guys
Yeah.
do.
I like Star Wars.
I like the one with Jar Jar Binks in it.
What?
Wow.
No,
I'll
I'm
tell you
kidding.
what.
I'm kidding.
I
I'm an
was
old school Star Wars fan. I'm older
Yeah.
than I look. I grew up with
I'm
the
only a
original.
fan of the Ewok movie from the 80s.
Oh yeah, the Caravan of Courage.
Caravan of Courage, that's it.
The New Hope, or, yes, Empire, all of them. I want you to know that George Lucas still likes Jar Jar Binks. I said and talked to him about it. I was like, the worst character. It's great. It's great.
Yeah, I'm sure. No doubt.
And then he took another hit. Yeah, it's great. They're all great. They're all great.
Oh, it was terrible.
So what do you do on The Mandalorian?
I am the Mandalorian.
No,
Oh,
wait a
I
minute.
don't-
You're one of
You're
the
in
guys
the suit? You're the stunt
Wait,
guy?
you're in the suit?
There's this and this.
Oh, look who popped on. Oh,
Oh, come
what a
on.
coincidence.
Oh, interesting.
You're on mute, so.
I'm in the suit. I wear the suit.
Okay, but are you the
Oh, cool.
are you the gun expert or the martial? You're not the martial arts guy, right?
No,
Because they have two guys in suits.
Latif does all the capoeira,
Okay.
and I do everything else.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, it's
Everything
great to
else.
meet you, man.
Yeah.
I was on mute, but I was
Yeah.
saying that I'm super excited you're here. Thank you for coming on.
Oh, thank you. No, dude. It's my pleasure. I don't have a job if you guys don't watch a show. You know that, right?
This is the first time I have two famous people on my show.
Oh,
There's
that?
two,
Time.
yeah, this is at the same time, which is insane.
Yeah, we have
Evan's
a
kind
dude
of
from a
famous.
Star Trek show and a dude from a Star Wars show.
This
both
is
on here.
insane.
We should just fight to the death.
I think you should.
I want the Star Trek music of Kirk when he's fighting Spock.
Banana.
I think I'm the only one here. That's
Yeah, I should've gone
Hold on,
this way.
Chaka, you've never seen Mandalorian, right?
I have never seen Mandalorian.
Okay, so we're the only two.
No, way to go.
Yeah,
Thanks.
we're the only two.
I've seen Star Trek. Thanks.
You watched Picard? Because he was on Picard.
Yeah, he was on Star Trek Picard.
Yeah.
Just you know what? Way to be a bougie about it.
Yeah, and it doesn't compare to the Mandalorian. I'm sorry to say, like
Oh.
the Mandalorian's way better than
It's
Wow,
all
Star
makes
Trek.
me happy to hear that.
It's all different.
No, I made that up. I love Star Trek Picard like in an unnatural way. So
You better be unbiased because yeah, one of us is gonna leave.
It's like- no, but I also love the Mandalorian in an unnatural way. So
The great thing to me about the Mandalorian is it's any one of us. You know what I mean? He's a mirror. That's what he is.
100%.
I like to call it.
Oh my God, you
Elon-
are the Mandalorian. Forget the other guy. That's like exactly. That's exactly what the Mandalorian says. That's
Forget
awesome.
the other guy.
There's a voice, and then there's us.
It's amazing. Very, very, very cool. What's your Star Trek story? Do you have like a favorite Star Trek series?
Yeah, you know what? So when I was growing up, I have a family friend who we used to call Uncle, and he was Uncle Buzz, and I used to babysit Chris Pine, his father. Uncle Buzz, who used to be Sergeant Cotrera on Chips, I used to babysit Chris Pine.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
You're not that
God.
old.
Yeah, I am.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah. But I mean, I used to get freaked out by OG Star Trek with Shatner. That was freaky. Like,
Yeah.
we did some really like, I don't know. Maybe I probably wasn't intelligent enough to figure it out, but it always freaked me out. My brother, who's 3 years older than me, was like, "Dude, why are you so freaked out?" I'm like, "This is terrifying. This is
It
terrifying."
is. No, it is. It is super terrifying. I'm watching it now again. I haven't seen a lot of the TOS episodes since I was a kid, and I'm watching it now again as an adult. And I'm like, wow, I'm not smart enough. It's still teaching me things. Like they were far out back then.
Yeah.
It's a really good Star Trek. There's nothing else Star Trek without Star Trek the original series. It is
I
Star
agree.
Trek, in fact.
I did do a movie with Shatner like 5 years ago, and I just sat there and talked to him, and he was like, "It was so great putting on that polyester," and I was like, "That's terrible. It's like, you're combustible. How is that great?" He said he had no idea. He was really cool, dude.
Did he admit to you that he wore a girdle? Is
Oh,
that
yeah.
is
I
that a
was
thing?
watching him wear one next to me, and I was like, "How long have you had that on?"
They're called Spanx
it
now,
anymore.
I think.
Yeah,
They're called Spanx.
Yeah, no, I have a 22-year-old daughter. She got some Spanx. She told me all about them. I'm like, this is terrible. We're done having this conversation.
Oh,
Oh, look at this. Here's another character.
got a reunion again.
Brendan, meet PJ.
Hey, PJ.
Hello.
You been out?
Where-
You been out in the boot?
Sorry.
Where are you in Canada?
He knows.
I'm from Newfoundland.
No.
Is that what you asked? Somebody asked me where I was from? I can barely hear it. Hold on one second. I got to turn up the volume.
Where you at?
I just watched Army of the Dead. Has anybody seen that?
No one's seen it yet.
Oh, okay.
How's Ana de la Reguera?
I don't know who that is.
That's the hot Latin girl in it.
Good.
Yeah? Yeah, I did that. I did Cowboys and Aliens with her. She's spectacular.
Oh, you're an actor. Okay, cool.
Yeah, something to that effect.
He's a man. He's a man in suit in Mandalorian.
Well, that's
Oh
his
my
most
God,
recent
really?
thing. If you go to
Yeah.
if you go to IMDb, Brendan's been in the biz for a while, and there's
That's
quite a
how you
nice,
get on the
an impressive.
right
What do you
there.
call it? A CV, right? Is it a yeah? It's a CV. But you
You have-
can't be. Yeah, you can't be as old as you're saying you are. I feel like you're in your 30s. You look like you're in your 30s. No. Don't tell us. Don't tell us.
I'm heading out to Boston to pick up my 22-year-old who graduated.
Oof.
PJ has a 22-year-old.
No, I have a
I'm not
14-year-old
talking about
daughter.
dating.
14.
I'm talking about picking up my 22-year-old daughter.
Yeah, pretty close. 14, 22.
22-year-old is very different to me.
Nice.
Gosh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So you have a Star Trek and Star Wars actor on your show.
Bravo. This is a great night.
That's a milestone.
And he's hanging out with Son of Dennis. We should all go hang out with Son of... I wish we were all hanging out with Son of Dennis in LA. It sounds like it's a lit party over there.
Yes. Anytime, all the time.
We're all vaxxed up here.
Yes.
Nice.
Cool.
That's why I'm also fully vaccinated. That's why I'm not wearing a mask tonight when I'm hanging out with you guys. Yay! Brendan laughed at my joke. I made that joke earlier. No one laughed. Thank you, Brendan. Thank you so much.
Because there's some people who they're in their own house alone, walking around with a mask just in case they catch it from their hand.
Yeah. It could break into your house and get you. Yeah, so you have to be prepared.
The cat comes in and gets over your face while you're sleeping, and
Shh.
PJ, Geek and Review saw it, so you can talk to him about it. Real quick question: is Tig awesome in it? Tig Notaro?
Yeah, she's one of the highlights. some good comedic relief, and the fact if you didn't know she was completely green screen the whole time, I don't think you would notice all that much. Like she's not in any of the scenes that she's actually in. She's
Really?
replacing an actor named Chris D'Elia.
Oh, yeah, he got mega canceled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you do?
But she seems like a better fit.
Yeah, he supposedly did some pretty bad stuff.
What did he do?
He was grooming underage girls.
Yes.
That's awful.
jeez.
Yeah, it's hard to come back from that one.
You probably shouldn't. I mean, father of 3 daughters, I'd put him down.
Take him out back, right? Just shoot him.
As long as it's true, I would put him down.
Time for the shed.
Yeah.
Shoot him.
I have a question. Again, if I'm out of line and ask a question you're not allowed to talk about, feel free to just say like not allowed to talk about it. But what's it like working with the AR wall? Have you worked with the AR wall?
You mean my?
I don't think it's an out of line question at all. That's a very good one.
I'm just gonna say Chris D'Elia hit with child porn and exploitation lawsuit. This is from March 2nd. March 2nd, 2021.
All right, yeah, he's done.
So Tig Notaro, tell us about her.
No,
So
AR wall. AR wall.
AR wall.
So we call it the volume.
The volume. That's right.
It's 25 feet high, and it surrounds you. And the funny thing is that just being an actor who was able to not have to make up everything that you see was really cool. But my Uncle Patrick, he did Sinbad back in 72, I think it was. And I brought him on the set, and he literally just turned to me and goes, "You're a fucking asshole." I was like, "What?" He goes, "I had a guy with a tennis ball at the end of a broom handle running."
It's true. It's true.
And I was like, "Oh," because I get to see an X-wing fighter go by. I'm in this ship.
Oh wow!
The camera, everywhere the camera moves and I move, the screen moves for us. So like, it's able to see, and then it creates that incredible depth that you never get. You know, like I've never worked with green screen, blue screen. There is nothing like what Favreau created.
Yeah, and Ewan McGregor was even talking about how different it was from filming episode like the prequel trilogy. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. I want an AR wall in my house. Like I just want my house to be.
I want to play Call of Duty on this. And
oh my gosh.
They promised. They did. They promised. They were like, "We'll do this." So going into next season, I'm literally just going to set it up. I mean, where we are in Manhattan, there's some gaming, like game show that goes on right by us. But we have a great
Oh my
time.
God, dude! You're John Wayne's grandson.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
No way.
Oh my goodness! No.
Oh my God.
No, there's a Vulture article. Meet the man behind the Mandalorian from December 9th, 2019, and it has that little factoid in there. I was like, oh, cool.
Yeah. I was born lucky. Awesome. I didn't do anything but swim faster than the other guys. I was very fortunate. I've never had a bad day because of it. You know, I got very lucky. Very lucky. Yeah. It's funny because I really am just an actor. I've never been paid for a stunt in my whole entire life, my whole career. But every time I walk on the set, they're like, "You're John Wayne's grandson." And then like 20 minutes later, they're like, "So your character's on fire and he's falling out this window." And I'm like, "Where's the double?" And they're like, "Yeah, you don't need one. You're John Wayne's grandson." I'm like, his stuntman won an Academy Award. He's the only stuntman in the world to ever win an Academy Award.
Oh, wow.
Whatever, toughen it up. I'm like, he was 6'5", 260. I'm 6 foot, 175. Oh. But no, it's
like the guy who plays Spock in the new Star Trek. He's the grandson of Ethan Peck.
No, sorry, he's the grandson of Gregory Peck.
Gregory Peck.
Oh, Gregory Peck. Yeah. Sorry, Ethan Peck is the grandson of Gregory Peck. And what is Denise Crosby is the granddaughter of Bing Crosby.
Bing Crosby.
Yeah.
Oh wow, That's crazy.
And I once worked with Errol Flynn's grandson, Luke Flynn, on a photo shoot. So there, yay! No,
Read the separation.
that is true, but I was just saying famous grandsons.
Man, I don't think any one of them would give it up. Never had a bad day because of it.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
That is very good. Yeah, that's a cool story. I really like that.
Yeah.
All right,
I mean,
Shaka, you're totally demoted now.
No,
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. I'm just
Oh,
kidding.
okay.
terrible.
Totally. Oh no! I'm totally kidding. Come back. Come back. No,
We
that
lost
was
our
a really
star
bad
What a
joke.
great host this guy
Sorry.
is.
No.
You're gonna bring a lot of guests back.
So much for that unbiased thing.
You better change the name to Mandalorian Boy now.
That's terrible. Chuck, I miss you.
No one knows. No one knows
Coming
this.
back. I'm coming
gonna
back only for him. That's it.
no one knows that I'm going to reveal it right now, but Shaka is actually Michael Caine's grandson, and so like that's something that no one
However
knew
that
until
happened.
today.
I can see it. I think I can see it now. When you say that.
Oh yeah. I think like people, they're like John Wayne.
He's actually Ron Jeremy's cousin,
Oh,
which to me is just like on another level fucking famous, bro.
I saw Ron Jeremy at a bar trying to get people to buy him drinks, going, "Yeah, I'm Ron Jeremy," and I kid you not, I've seen him do it. I'm like, "Oh, this is terrible, dude."
Wow. Bottom.
I'd be like, you buy me a drink, dude. You should have plenty of money.
And don't touch it with your hands, please. No, I think, people think of my grandfather and they're like, "Oh, John Wayne." So when I think of my grandfather, I think of a guy who wore a toupee. His shorts were always way too short. And when we go on his boat, he would saran wrap his toilets so tight that you couldn't tell. And then he'd wait for, I'm the last of 8 kids. I got 5 older brothers. And he'd wait for one of us to go in and sit down to do their business. And he was like, to me, he was a goofy, funny old dude. And then when he died, and all of a sudden everyone started showing me these other things, I was like,
Holy moly!
"Wait, that's the same dude?" I was like, "So when I was on set, that was Granddaddy?" They're like, "No, that was John Wayne. Granddaddy's that other guy." So it's
That's
funny.
amazing.
But people are always like, "Oh, was he tough?" I'm like, "Tough." He was like goofy as anybody I've ever met.
I love it. I love it. That's very cool. That's what my grandchildren will say about me when they're like, "Oh, Starfleet boy." He was super goofy.
Grandpa Starfleet Boy.
I'm so glad to see that I
will want to ask for them back.
I appreciate that I have something in common with your grandfather, which is I do wear a wig. So like this is a wig right now. So
I thought it was going to be the saran wrap in the toilet, which was weird.
that too. I'm gonna start doing that. That's my next move.
Actually, that's why Chaka got back on. He told me he was waiting for that moment.
This is actually my last episode, I'll be honest.
This is a question for you about what's been your favorite role that you played so far. And Shaka, since you're an actor, I have to ask you too. No one else here is an actor, so that's only for you two.
Oh, now you're just insulting the whole cast. Okay, good.
Diagnostic is complete. All functions running at 100%.
What is
okay.
that?
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Well, I mean, without a writer, what are actors going to say? But who cares about the writers, right?
Hey, right? Who cares about us? Nobody
Who cares
likes
about the
us.
writers, right?
Apparently,
We suck.
Starfleet Boy doesn't care about you. So there you go. You got your confirmation.
Who cares about us? We're not important, right?
Go back to behind the scenes
My
where you
show. My show.
go back to behind the scenes where you belong, writers. No, I'm just kidding.
Crack the whip on us.
No, but what are both of your favorite roles that you played so far?
And I played Santa Claus on stage at the Florida International University faculty alumni party. Okay, buddy.
Did they let you back?
All right.
Yeah,
sure, I was never cast in anything else for some reason.
Oh, God.
That doesn't mean anything.
Shaka's on the Vampire Diaries. And Brendan's on Mandalorian, so Santa Claus, sorry.
I'm a fan of the Vampire Diaries. It's not messing around there.
What was it like working in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? which is a show I never watch, but it's a pretty big show. It's pretty
And it was
pretty
really
popular
funny.
show.
It's a really good show.
I had gone on for a one day, not 1 day, for one episode, and then it turned into 6 episodes. And the good thing about that was, then when I did The Mandalorian, and I'm working with Fennec Chan, I already had Agent May experience because we had worked on. She was on Agents of Shield. So, Ming and I got to work, and you want to talk about she is so fantastic to work with. So it was really cool. It was very cool. And it was nice, like Agents of Shield. It was well run. It was a machine that was well run. They had their, they were pretty much done by 5 every day. It was very cool.
Did you work with Patton Oswalt?
No, he wasn't. It was when they were just figuring out the whole Immortals thing. So, and yeah.
Is Sons of Anarchy the show that Anson Mount was on?
No, you're thinking Hell on Wheels.
Oh, Hell on Wheels. No, my bad. Sorry.
Sons was that was. I mean, I really wanted to be on that. And my buddy who used to write for Vampire Diaries, Mike Daniels, he was writing for Sons of Anarchy. That was their last season, and I got on, and it was unreal. That was fun. That was a really fun biker show.
That's cool.
He's pretty humble about it, though.
Yeah, I watched that all the way through. I haven't watched Mayans yet, though.
I didn't do anything, but
Mayans is actually,
We can hear Fatheree. That's funny. I'm gonna mute him.
this 3rd season is better. I gotta take it.
Oh yeah.
This 3rd season of Mayans is unreal, and it's because Elgin James took it over from Kurt Sutter, so it's a true story. So like these guys who Sutter wanted them to write it, but he didn't want to give up the producing or whatever, the executive producing, which he didn't, but he created it with them. But now they're telling a real Mexican story. Like these guys, you can tell it's their story. It's good. It's real good.
Are you gonna come on Drunk Space 9?
What's that? That sounds like I might get arrested if I came on that.
you should talk to Evan. Talk to Evan about it.
I'm only talking to the son of Dennis.
Son of Dennis. Talk to son of Dennis about Drunk Space 9.
God damn it! You're not good on a walkie-talkie, are you?
Son of Dennis. Check.
It's Rubber Ducky. Copy.
Rubber Ducky.
That's for us old people.
You should come on Drunk Space 9. That's awesome.
But hey, you guys, anytime. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks so much. Chaka, thanks for putting up with him.
You have no idea.
I still can't believe you were on Star Trek Picard. I'm still blown away by that.
Oh, you can talk to Starfleet Boy about that.
Oh, come on.
Oh, that's so sad. I just
come on.
Oh, wow. I've upset one of my oldest friends. I'm gonna pay for this big time, which means I'll have to buy him a nice present, which I will do.
Next up on Starfleet Boy, Gates McFadden.
She's already been on Starfleet Boy in a weird way.
No,
Watch Starfleet Boy shoot down every guest.
Yeah.
It's a new show.
She had a great interview with LeVar Burton on Wednesday.
Yes, and his favorite football team from childhood was the Miami Dolphins. Did you know that, Chaka?
Yes.
I don't care.
They're a football team.
Anyway.
I don't care.
By the way, I used to play tag football with Chaka when I was a kid.
What was his name again? Oh yeah, we did.
You remember, right?
Yeah,
that was good.
Wow. Who won? Who won the tag?
Always Chaka won. I never won.
Were we with Alex back then too, or no?
I think so.
Yeah.
It was in that backyard.
Oh my God, Sunday naked football. That was fun. Tag football.
Yeah. It was fun times.
It was fun times.
Naked football? I wasn't at the naked one.
He kept on trying to pull all of us. I don't know, not tag.
We didn't put the tags today, guys. Don't worry. I got mine.
Oh my God.
Shersha's here.
Wow. That's awesome.
Welcome back, Senator.
Hello.
Yes, that was amazing.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's my new homie.
It's very cool.
So you're in
very
California?
Yeah, I'm in LA.
Oh, you're in LA. Okay.
Yeah.
Where did that cute fella who was in the Mandalorian go?
He went back to Mandalore.
I wish he was in my film Lady Bird.
Oh my god.
Mm.
I can see Father just like, fuck this shit, man.
Fatheree, by the way, I had to mute you because I heard you talking to Antonia, and I was like, "Oh no, I don't think Fatheree meant to have like all that conversation on here." So,
Oh
you were
yeah, I
muted
didn't.
for-
I thought I was. I thought I was muted. So my bad
so unprofessional.
for making
a.
a.
We heard
jackass out of
everything you
myself.
said about
Oh.
us.
Oh, unprofessional. I'm calling pot kettle on that one. You've been demoted, Chaka.
No, I didn't say anything bad. I just said like, oh yeah, this guy seems pretty cool. I just like telling her about him.
No,
'Cause
I know.
She watches The Mandalorian.
No,
We
you
all-
were making fun of him. You
Oh.
were saying that he was a bad man and you don't like him. La, 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 la.
We
I'm
all
just
Father, you
off
don't wa-
camera.
you don't
I'm
watch
just
The
off
Mandalorian?
camera because I'm smoking marijuana right now.
Nice. We all watch it except for Shaka and Ruben. Neither of them have seen The Mandalorian.
Mhm.
Oh wow.
Mandalorian is so good,
That's
Well,
a
to
really
me,
and I
it's
can't
like
wait to
I've
see.
seen an episode and a half.
I can't wait to see the AAR walls utilized in Strange New Worlds and Discovery and stuff.
Oh, I can't wait for that. That's
I can't
gonna be
wait to see
amazing.
it utilized
Is
in
that
my
going to
house.
branch off into that? I wish it would.
Do you know you can get those now? Like I saw some kind of ad on YouTube about how you can like order a miniature kind of version of it and make your
But,
own
like-
little fucking.
Oh, Omni Man was here for a second.
But like, how expensive is that going to be? Like,
I don't know, like 50 grand,
oh my god, I can't.
which
I'm
would
not
be
gonna-
cheap, I
Pocket
guess,
change.
for an AR wall.
I'm not gonna.
I actually I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna try to find that ad that promoted that, unless I dreamt it.
Indy, did you find your phone?
I think she did. Yeah.
Now, in that Discovery
have
season
it.
4 trailer, there's a few shots where it looks like they might be using the
Oh,
AR
definitely.
wall.
Yep.
I'm in charge.
The best thing about that is like the interactive light and all that stuff, and just the reflections you can get from it, and it just
curious-
looks awesome.
Am I actually in charge? Can I?
You can do
No, I
whatever you
can't.
want.
Sinbad
No,
says you're in charge.
I thought I could like highlight comments, but I can't. I didn't know. If it
Oh, yeah, you can't.
No.
But if you talk about a comment you want highlighted, Sohel is like running around his house with his phone right now, like listening to us. He's like listening to me say this right now, and he'll probably highlight it if you tell him to.
Okay.
All right. So Geek in Review says, "Wish we'll do a volume for $99.99." Sticky tongue face.
He's
Yeah, see
probably
what I mean?
bracing his neck after breaking it by running back to the screens after that guy came back. It's like, I gotta wrap my neck, man. I was hauling ass.
Hey, comment section, sound off like crazy, so Saul has to run back and forth like nuts.
Yeah. Give us all your comments.
I'm gonna make him highlight everyone. So every
That's
time
actually
he's
funny. Wish we'll do a volume for $99 or
Well, I'm
$100.
curious
That's good.
about the
Yeah, it's
volume.
fun.
If that's going to like speed up or slow down, or just more than just the AR technology, but the entire like COVID production style. Like I heard Jonathan Frakes talking about shooting Discovery recently and saying how it's such a pain in the ass, some of the protocols, because you have to bring like the set people out on set to get like the set looking right, and then they have to go away before like the costume and makeup people can come out and make sure like everyone's like costume and makeup looks right. Like everything has to be like one team at a time. You can't have just like everyone running around on the set at all times. And so I'm wondering if that's like slowing down production, but also with the way that this AR wall technology works, they have to plan all that stuff out ahead of time.
Let me tell you right
basically,
now,
like,
slowing down
planning the
production is a good
effects.
thing.
It's a good thing. Well, I'm sure it is for for you. Yeah, like the people who get paid
That's a
to
good
be
thing.
there. Yeah.
We would want them to slow it down all the time,
Okay.
especially getting that OT money.
Overtime.
The
Son of
sweet, sweet
Dennis, do you
OG
have like
money.
Bette Midler coming over tomorrow? Or?
Yeah, who's your next Hollywood guest?
I do live by the beaches.
He's a
The
really
show
nice
within the
guy.
show.
What's that?
It's a show within the show.
Yeah.
Who's he gonna have on next? That Starfleet boy.
Yeah, that was a good get. That's very impressive.
That
Well
was
done,
very
Phil.
impressive.
I
Yeah.
mean, he was no Shaka, but
Oh wow. It
Yeah.
seems to be infectious. This animosity going around.
I should
I
try
think
to
that
get
was
out.
genuine. No,
what's that TikTok video about the arch hole? What do you
Oh my
had on
god!
that yet?
Don't even bring that up. I don't even go over there. That's horrible. It's at like 9.8 million now.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
let's see John Wayne's grandson do that.
Yeah, let's see that. All of his experience on his IMDb. I can only wish for that, man. That's why I was saying it was such a cool thing to have him on there because, man, I would love to have that kind of credits, like those kind of credits on my reel.
I didn't mean to like be like, "Hey, you're John Wayne's going to make a big deal," because I know that could be annoying. It's like, oh well, but I was reading the thing and
he seemed humble.
He
about
just said
though.
it.
Good.
Just said that he was, and I just instantly reacted as I was reading the article.
No, he was a very cool dude.
Yeah.
But it is a good article. It's from Vulture. It's called "Meet the Man Behind the Mandalorian's Armor."
I'll have to look it up. I'll have to favor that and
I'll put it in the I'll put it in the private chat.
Yeah.
Good man.
No, yeah, he's a super like I've only really started like getting closer to him this week because
you just met him.
Yeah.
What? And he's in your house? How did you do that?
I'm serious.
Our daughters are friends,
Oh,
and
okay.
his daughter goes to they're in the same class, and then everything started to open up again. So we were like talking, and we were like, "Hey, you're cool, let's hang out." And then like found out later, I was like, "Oh shit, you're Mandalorian."
Yeah. Well, the brief energy that you guys displayed, man, looks like you guys are best buddies for years. So that was pretty cool.
Sure.
Yeah.
Didn't
Yeah,
you
he's
Jason
just
Momoa through your kids also?
Yeah. Yeah. There's I actually don't want to out like it's weird the people that go to my kids' school. I probably shouldn't list people, but it's insane.
Mhm.
And we're like the poor people in like the jalopy car that are on financial aid that show up, and we're like, oh, go ask one of the other students for lunch money. Like they'll spot you, I'm sure.
Wow.
Nice.
That's cool.
Hollywood High.
Yeah.
You know what film I used to love back in the day?
You should pitch that as a TV show. That'd be a good like family sitcom.
Like the kid that got into school that like is.
Yeah, and you could have like a revolving door for like guest stars to come on. Like you could just like bring it like you could have like Gene Simmons of Kiss be like, oh yeah, like my kid goes to the school with like your kid, and then like next week it's like some other celebrity. You just like, yeah, that'd be a perfect TV show. Like ABC
Hollywood
would pick that up.
Gene Simmons' grandkids, probably. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's an old dude. I guess, but
My
you know what I mean.
grandkids go to this school. That's my impression of Gene Simmons.
LA's weird, man.
My
like
name is Gene Simmons. I talk like this.
we meet people that are somehow connected to like the guy that sold us our apartment or whatever was like talking, and then he somehow stumbled upon, he was talking about growing up knowing like Mike Tyson and this and that, and then he's like, I should explain. He's like, my dad is Bobby Brown, and we're like, oh shit, like that's crazy. Like it's just like this town's so weird. Like everybody's got some sort of like
everyone's connected with something.
Yeah.
There's
I never
degrees
watched
to separation.
Entourage. You can review, but yeah, I guess like that.
That's funny.
My third cousins who live in Nova Scotia are third cousins with Rocky Johnson, which would make them fourth cousins to Dwayne Johnson. No relation to me, but it's just kind of cool, I guess.
Yeah,
that's the closest thing I have a connection to anything.
We're all 6
celebrity.
degrees. We're all of us 6 degrees separated from Kevin Bacon. Every single human on the
Tis
planet.
true.
Mm. Yeah.
And there's like 7 of us here, so that means one of us.
You high?
One of us is related to the Queen of England.
That's
Definitely.
true. One of
No, I
us-
think he's pretty drunk, but not high.
I am quite.
Yeah,
drunk.
I think he's been sloshed for at least like the last 45 minutes.
I started drinking on Text Trek. It's
Well,
true. It's true.
I had a long show.
I hope
so-
Brendan had a nice time on the show.
Yeah,
I'm
when
I'm
he,
no Jimmy Kimmel.
I know who
No,
didn't
no.
have a nice time on the show right now.
Wow.
So is he there running around in your house now? Is he like going through like your pantry eating like your
Yeah.
potato chips and shit?
He's stuck in the dryer. I gotta let him out. No, he I think he had a good time, man. He probably would have stayed longer, but he had somewhere else to be. But he was like he said bye and like was like, dude, anytime I would do. He's like, that was fun. I would do that. Like, let me know about Drunk Space Nine because you brought up Drunk Space Nine.
Now we need
Um,
somebody from Battlestar Galactica, The Expanse. We'll have a whole
Evan,
sci-fi
you have a job now.
trifecta. No, worry, not
Apparently,
trifecta.
Son of
Incredible.
Dennis has a job. Son of Dennis has a job. Starcatcher. That's your new nickname.
Starcatcher. I would love if you get Kay Sackhoff on the show. I like Kay Sackhoff, so
We do need more ladies on the show. By the way, it's always
Yeah.
nice when a lady
Yeah,
shows up.
it's kind of a sausage fest.
Yeah. It's
Hey,
a
if
sausage.
any ladies want to be on Text Trek in 2 weeks, we're discussing the Woman in Motion documentary that is coming out on Paramount Plus for those of us in the States.
isn't that the third? Right?
Yes, yeah.
Wait, who's
So,
we? Who's we? Who's discussing it? Who's on the panel?
me and whoever else is there.
Oh, interesting.
But
I might
I'd
wanna
like-
be there.
I'd like for someone there to be a woman. So if anyone volunteers, and if you can record yourself on Audacity, that'd be great.
I nominate Jessie Gender. I'm gonna
That's
nominate her on Twitter.
Well, she is insanely busy.
Yeah, but still, I'm gonna
I
nominate her.
I can ask. It never hurts to ask,
Yeah.
right, Antonia? It never hurts to ask.
Ask me,
ask me. Ask me. Because if it's not love, then it's the bomb. The bomb.
Hello,
Okay.
hello, hello.
That'll keep it.
Talk it- He's been talking about another guy that's canceled.
Oh,
What?
Morrissey? You don't know about Morrissey?
No.
What?
Okay, I have to.
What happened to Morrissey?
tell
He's
me.
just he's like become like super conservative, like anti-immigrant, like
Why?
And who is Morrissey?
the
You know, the
Smiths.
and Morrissey.
I don't know. I don't know if he was joking or not, but that was funny.
he's a guy
Who
who's
is Morrissey?
It was if you're not joking, that was
Fuck that guy.
perfect like timing.
Yeah, he's really famous to people who have like bad taste in music.
Wow.
Wait, who the hell is this guy?
Did you
Yeah,
really
it-
skip the
it,
Smiths?
it turned
did you?
out he was really racist.
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
He's
Yeah,
also
it is.
racist.
Yeah, like so hell, like he would tell you to like go back to Pakistan if he was
He
here
would.
right now.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Ooh.
Can someone get Morrissey on the show? I want to ask him directly. I want to.
The
I gotta look
Simpsons
up
just like ripped into him.
Morrissey. Morrissey.
The Simpsons just like a big caricature of him like being a drunk racist, like or like I don't know, like I don't know.
I think he was replaced by a reptilian alien, and the real Morrissey died.
Someone's
I'll
in
just
the
tell
house.
y'all. I'll just tell y'all as a
Gornacy.
white person. I'll just tell y'all as a white person that like half of all white people are super fucking racist,
Oh man.
and it's awkward
I'll
because they'll say racist stuff like in front of other white people because they think that all white people are
Yeah.
as racist as them, and yeah, so like that's awkward. But if you see a white person, it's like 50-50. They're racist as fuck.
I would say more.
Father, brown people that I knew growing up used to be racist, but they're not racist anymore. Maybe the white people can grow out of it too.
I hope so.
That's what I'm gonna tell racists right now, or not, like for now on. Like,
Can we
grow
stop?
out of it.
Can we stop looking at this human pile of garbage?
I'm just saying, look at Morrissey. That's Morrissey. in case anyone knew. Oh, I'm so disappointed. That
I never
have
knew
to
who this guy was until now. You've made me aware of a racist that I had no. I did not know existed before.
Show
Doesn't
you
look
showed
like
like a very
that.
charming man picture of him. Show like a
this
recent picture.
charming
Yeah.
I don't know.
man.
I don't know.
Can we-
I had no idea who that guy was. Before
Alright,
Show
you
a
find
brought it
recent
up.
picture of him.
I'm gonna type Morrissey racist and see what comes up on Google.
I guess I didn't know who Morrissey was because I'm not 50 or 60 years old.
Dang.
I mean, I'm a geriatric millennial, but
Geek
Yeah.
interview.
What
The,
the- what the
wait,
fuck
highlight
is
that
that?
comment. Morrissey's the fattest vegetarian ever. What does he add? Butter to every.
Wow. Is butter vegetarian? All right, I found a picture of racist Morrissey. Hold on, I'll pull it up right now.
this guy's a nobody because I don't
He
know
was-
about him.
Yeah, he was somebody once. Somebody
guess he-
that
I guess he
used to
was.
know.
He was, yeah. I mean, he was like head of like the mod. Like,
Oh wait, that's
Okay.
that's definitely not Morrissey.
Is that
Oh,
him in
that's-
your bedroom?
Are those pictures from your spank bank?
uh-oh.
This
It's hard to
might-
navigate that mess you call a desktop. So I guess I could.
No, this is not Fatheree's desktop. It's mine.
Oh, that was Fatheree's
That was-
desktop.
yeah,
Fatheree, what's?
Fa-
I thought that was your
yeah.
desktop. Fatheree, what's going on with your desktop?
I meant to ask.
about
Was
it?
that the second Superboy, by the way?
I
one-
think so, but I don't
Okay.
know.
'Cause he's
I
not
don't
as
remember
well-
Which one is who?
He's not as well defined as the first Superboy that we had up earlier.
You mean like one's got a bigger bulge than the other or something?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Like a Joel Schumacher situation?
Well, which Superman has the biggest? Like, there should be like
Ivan-
Brandon-
Oh
Brandon
yeah, yeah,
Reynolds.
yeah. Let's do it. Yeah.
Brandon Routh.
Brandon Routh
Yeah,
is
definitely.
the biggest.
Yeah, for 100%.
All right, I'll have to go find a picture now.
Mm.
But before we do that, this is that guy. This is what he
You know,
looks
there's a
like now.
story about Brandon Routh as Superman, right?
Ooh.
It's absolutely not the same person. I'm glad I did a retrospective. on
Why do we
Morrissey.
keep
All right,
looking at this
cancel
fucking
goodbye. 'Cause
dingleberry?
You have to mourn people when they die.
Oh, he's dead.
No,
He
he's
died?
not.
Social death. It's social death.
Okay.
Sorry, my
Weird.
soul.
It's kind of
Weird.
different, yeah. Brendan Routh was the most well-endowed Superman.
No, there was a joke about, it's kind of like with Robin in the old Batman series. They had to like tone down his area
Yeah.
because it was too big, as my girlfriends used to say.
PJ, did you know that they tried to chemically castrate him to prevent the bulge?
Yeah, I know. He told that story on Comic Book Man.
Yep. By he, we're talking about Burt Ward, who played.
Now, if
Robin.
we were talking about the size of women's breasts, we would all be canceled right now.
No, I wouldn't be.
I think there's a time and place for that. It's
But it would be helpful if there was.
How
a
about
woman-
that Anna Nicole Smith, hey?
It would be helpful if Saoirse Ronan were here.
yeah.
to
She had some
counteract
big
our-
ones.
Yeah.
She's from Texas, by the way.
She's not. She's
Oh.
from Ireland.
Who am I thinking of then? Who is the woman with big boobs from here?
Dolly Parton? No, that's Nashville, or that's
Anna Nicole.
Tennessee, right? No.
yeah.
Memphis, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Is Memphis, Tennessee? Is that
Yeah,
right? I don't
Anna
know.
Nicole Smith.
I
was
don't know
born in
states.
Houston. She was born in Houston.
Oh, we thought you were talking about Saoirse.
Saoirse Ronan, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. Anna Nicole Smith is from Texas. You're right.
Yeah.
You
She has some
boys
big
better not be
knockers.
talking about the size of women's breasts. You're only allowed to talk about penises now. Oh, see, wear me Lucky Charms. That's how all Irish people are.
Oh, my
Saoirse is really becoming a caricature of herself in these later Starfleet boys.
No, she high TT.
She's
high
she's
TT'd
the daughter of
from
a
the start.
leprechaun, so
She
The
did-
daughter
she's the
of
daughter of a leprechaun, just like every Irish person is the descendant of some leprechaun.
Of a drunk. Oh, yeah, leprechaun, right.
Drunk
Okay.
drunk woman beating
I actually
pieces
think-
of human garbage are all Irish people.
Is there a chance
And I'm
we
allowed
could
to
get
say
Landon
that because I'm an Irish descendant. So cancel me, Oprah.
Oprah's not going to cancel you, but maybe your audience of Twitter people.
And let's
will
not
get
get don't get me
testimony.
started on them Italians. Oh, oi, hey!
I like Italian.
I got a hairy
Why do you have a
chest,
trombone?
and so do you.
and I got black hair it's all oily.
Where did
Yeah.
this thing go? Hold on.
What about Scottish people? Let's make fun of Geek and Reviews
This
people.
thing meaning the
Oh,
show. You mean?
Let's rip into them. All obsessed with Iggy Pop.
All right, here we go. I got it. I figured it out.
What
All
about-
right. Unfortunately,
And
Superboy wins. PJ.
Yeah, him leaning that doesn't help either.
No, but no. Brandon Routh loses. Superboy
You need to
was
see it
more-
erect. God damn it! You can't judge when it's
no,
soft.
Superboy was more than Brandon Routh. Sorry to say. Anyways, you were making fun of Scott's people.
No, okay. Here's a better one. Swedish people. Why are they all so blonde?
They're not. I
What's
used to
up
have a
with that?
Swedish girlfriend. She was a brunette.
I
Well,
had a
she wasn't
Swedish
Swedish, my
boyfriend.
friend. She lied to you.
She lived in Sweden. Like I went and visited her in Sweden.
Yeah,
Puts his brass knuckles in his pocket, turns the camera off.
Father and I have something in common. I had a Swedish.
All white
pen pal
nationalities are up for grabs. It's true.
Let me see if I can find a picture of her.
Icelandic people like Bjork, like you can make fun of them all day long, and nobody can say a goddamn thing to you.
That's the
Why-
good thing
why is
about
that?
European people is that you can make fun
Like
of them.
French, you could decimate the entire French culture, and people wouldn't bat an eye.
My dad says that you can make fun of an Indian accent. He doesn't mind.
Yeah, and then as soon as some white guys like doing the accent, it's like
Fisher
it's
Stevens
like Big
did it,
Bang
and
Theory.
My dad's fond of Fisher
The white guy
Stevens.
used to make fun of the brown dude's accent, and watching it like now, it's like, oh shit, you can't do that on TV now. Can't even touch that with the 10-foot pole. And it wasn't right back then. I mean, what's his name? Howard Wolowitz used to do Raj's accent sometimes, and I'd be like, wow.
When I was little, I
Nobody thought that was
Peter-
problematic.
I thought that Peter Sellers and Fisher Stevens were both Indian,
Oh, because the brown face.
and the party. Oh, who am I putting up here, Father?
Yeah, look at
I
this-
actually
look at
thought
this-
Mickey
this
Rourke. I
natural-
actually thought Mickey Rourke was Japanese for the longest time.
What?
Oh, okay.
Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Oh,
you're right. He was.
That's not Mickey Rourke.
That is Mickey Rourke.
Oh,
Mickey Rourke plays the Asian guy in
Yeah, it's 100%
in
him.
Breakfast
That's not
at
Mickey
Tiffany's.
Rourke.
Are you sure?
Not Mickey Rourke, Mickey Rooney. Sorry.
Mickey Rooney. Okay, that makes
Mickey
more
Rourke,
sense.
Mickey
That-
Rooney,
I was
same
like-
difference.
I was like, no,
Dude's
that's 100.
huge.
And I'm here like, that's 100% Mickey Rourke.
I was like, how old is Mickey
Like it
Rourke?
cannot
again?
be
Like,
Mickey Rourke.
how old would he have been when Breakfast at Tiffany's came out? And like, I don't know, like 1955
I don't think he was
or
born.
whatever.
I don't think he was born yet.
Yeah, or he
I
would have
don't
been
even
like
think he could have even
a baby.
passed for that accent. I think he could do a horrible
Wait,
accent.
so Father, what are we presenting on screen in just a second?
Mickey
here?
Rooney.
this
Exactly,
is
Mickey Rooney.
Mickey Rooney from Breakfast at Tiffany's?
Yeah, it's Mickey Rooney.
Why are we doing this?
PJ thought
That's,
PJ
an
thought
Academy
he was
Award-winning
Asian.
film, by the way.
Yeah.
PJ thought he was Asian, just like when I was a kid. I thought Fisher Stevens.
Which
and-
but I was gonna I wanted to ask you about that. Fisher Stevens just publicly like came out with a statement about that finally.
What'd he say? I'm curious.
He said he regrets it,
Oh,
haunts him.
that's
He
sad
said.
because he did such a great job.
He said it like
What did Fisher Stevens do?
He played the Doctor I want to say Girardi now because of Star Trek Picard, but it's not that. It's something similar with like a J name.
It wasn't Dr. Girardi, it was Dr. Karate.
Karate. Yeah, he plays the doctor. He plays the Indian doctor on Short Circuit and Short Circuit 2.
in brown
that
face.
guy. I thought
Yeah.
he was in that. I thought he was actually Indian
Yeah.
because of that movie.
He was married
Because
to
that was the only.
Elizabeth
Then I
Taylor.
saw. Then he died, didn't
No.
he?
No. He just recently like talked about doing that role and how it like kind of haunted him now.
Why did I think he died?
He's also in the movie Hackers, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, shortly after,
Yeah.
Hackers is amazing, and then that's when everybody was like, "Wait a minute, that looks like the guy from Short
That's when
Circuit,"
I realized.
but
That's
not
when I realized it.
in brown face.
Yeah. He was so brilliant. I'm sad that he regrets it. I when I was a kid, I thought that was Uncle. It was totally Uncle. I was like, oh my god, my uncle's in this movie. It's amazing.
I can't wait till we get to a point in human history where we've gone through so much shit that all of this petty,
We're
like,
already here. We're
like
already
people
here,
won't be
PJ.
offended by anything. We're offended by everything now.
No, PJ.
But it's gonna get so tiresome that
No,
like
PJ, we're
anything's
already
gonna
here.
go in in like 10 years from now. If a very very woke person went into a time machine and went 10 years from now, they'd be shocked at how like loosey goosey everybody is and just doesn't care about what any offensive thing anybody has to say. Somebody gets online and says something offensive. It's not one of these things where they lambast them and want to cancel them. They just simply ignore what you don't like care for. Like you don't care for what somebody's saying. It's like people make it a mission to seek out what bothers them and then to amplify it by calling it out and all that, which is, you do what you do, but it's just it's a sport now. It's a sport that's like.
That's what's great. We're already here because people like if Fisher Stevens is issuing an apology or like saying he regrets it, that means we're here. We're at that place where people are like past all that. They're like starting to come to terms with like bad decisions and things like that, and like people are being more sensitive. It's counterintuitive to think of it that way, but it's true. If like people are like having conversations that they never had before about race, and if you're comfortable admitting like things about like your biases and things like that and talking in a group of people, then that means we're a lot closer than people were in the 1980s when Fisher Stevens played an Indian person, and that role would have been barred to an actual Indian person.
This there's a show called Master of None, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it stars Aziz Ansari. Now, he was canceled for being on a bad date. Right? That's actually what he was canceled for.
Yeah, exactly.
And even though this guy did nothing wrong that we know of that would warrant,
the way he
his
described
cancel.
I was confused because he didn't do anything wrong on that date.
Can I
just talk about the third season of Master of None now?
One rule that just like Starfleet Boy is imposing a quick rule. From now on Starfleet Boy After Dark, cancel is barred. You can't use that word to describe what happened to that person. You have to be very specific and say he was, because he's obviously
his career. I'll say.
You have to say
his career.
You can't use the word
career.
Cancel.
Okay. I heard you.
All right.
His career was ruined because some woman said that she didn't like the date that they were on. She had consensual sex with him, and she didn't think it was all that, and she ruined his career or tried to as a result. Now, what happened is the third season of his show, which is a brilliant show, they made a third season and they put him in the background of the show. They didn't make him the main character. They made the supporting character, who's great, a great character, the main character for the third season. So they sidelined him in his own series for doing nothing wrong. That's the kind of thing where it's like we're fucking insane. We're going crazy as a society. We're focusing on like all of the wrong fucking things, really.
Yeah,
and if it's past 2 years gave us any perspective, it's that there are bigger fucking things to worry about than what somebody said 10 fucking years ago.
I agree
with that, but I also agree with like, I don't think that one thing where it's like this instance doesn't cancel out like all the heinous shit that people are, like it's an interesting balance of like,
when you have to describe what happened to Aziz Ansari,
like people like Brett Ratner and Brian Singer and stuff like that, and Kevin Spacey. I understand. I don't want to look at it.
I'd say there's more cases for every case where it's like, well, that was misjudged a little bit. There's like 100 cases where it was like, lock that person up.
There are certain people with patterns of behavior that appear to be very obvious, and it takes a really long time for the public to kick in with some of these people. Like
Well,
their
'cause you need to establish a
behaviors, like
pattern.
And cancel culture is just a buzzword, but it's nothing new. There's always been people
Always.
who don't like something and want it gone.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
That's human nature.
Like when
There's
when
always
Dan
going to
Quell,
be those people too. Always.
I don't know how many letters I wrote when I was a kid trying to cancel Golden Girls.
Well, that's one.
Shit.
That's one anecdotal story out of 8 billion people on the planet.
when Dan Quell
So-
was vice president, he was mad about what's
They
what
tried
was
to
that
cancel Da
show,
Vinci Code like 10 years ago. You know,
Yeah.
like,
Murphy Brown, right? Was that,
Yeah.
yeah. When Dan Quell was vice president, he was like up in arms, like they have a woman having a baby out of wedlock on TV.
Rush Limbaugh did a whole thing on that movie or that show was propaganda because there was like that same reason, and there was a gay character, and like Rush Limbaugh railed against that show because of all that.
I mean, how many
Yeah.
times has Chappelle been canceled and signs a $70 million contract
Yeah.
with Netflix the next day? Aziz Ansari had a stand-up special on Netflix like 6 months after he was canceled.
And it was
So it's
about that, yeah.
And it was about what happened. Like, so
It's
like,
probably one of his best
it's
specials.
such a
too.
weird notion to me. The whole idea.
But
It's a
that's the funny
nuance.
thing about Aziz. It's still now they're sidelining him in the third season of his own show, and it's like, weren't we past that?
That could have
isn't
been
he
his
okay now?
choice. He-
Right,
he's
you don't
a-
know. You don't know if that's his decision. You don't know if that's just the way he wanted to write the show. Like,
that I wouldn't put it past him that was his vision.
But it's a nuanced situation, right? Because like PJ was saying, like, yeah, like so many people have not been held accountable traditionally. So right now, I think as a society, folks are trying to figure out how to hold people accountable. And yeah, like someone like Bill Cosby, who like drugged and raped people for years, is a lot different than like James Gunn, who said some weird jokes on Twitter like 10 years ago and then took them down and apologized. But like as a society, like we're having a hard time grasping nuance. I think in general, like nuance doesn't come naturally to people, and it's something that you really have to stop and think about, because like when our brains developed off 100,000 years ago, like they weren't, like nuance wasn't important when you're just like hunter gatherers. So it's something like we haven't really had to get good at. But
Fatheree, I have a
we need to
layer.
get good at it now.
I actually have a layer for you. Interesting article I read. Humans are losing the ability to detect what are known as micro expressions. So at one point, humans, like up until recently, humans could read micro expressions on another human's face. So like a very subtle like eye movement, or like just like a cheek muscle twitching or whatnot, would indicate like a very definitive sort of like reaction, like, oh, he's mad at me. I just know,
What
like,
is
or
Shaka doing?
like, you know, like some sort of like thing like that. Because
He's
of
doing subtle movements.
Yeah, and you noticed.
Yeah,
because-
I guess I still got it. Like I noticed that.
and this started happening and very rapidly when mobile phones became like ubiquitous. And so because people are not seeing each other in person as much, they're playing video games more, they're like looking at you from a screen, they no longer have the ability, or they're no longer learning the meaning behind micro expressions. And so now everyone has to make really exaggerated expressions like I'm making right now in order to convey meaning anymore. And that's hard. That's not as easy as a micro expression. Anyways, carry on.
I'm fine with that. Let's cancel
PJ's face.
I say we cancel micro expressions. All in favor say aye.
Oh shit! I love micro expressions.
I say we cancel human eye contact and contact altogether.
I already
unless
know
it's
that
through
when
a
I
screen.
meet PJ, I can't touch him tenderly in any way. Like I can't like touch his arm.
Love
or anything
me
like
tender.
That.
Love
Yeah,
me
like I already know. So it's a good thing I
No.
know.
Never let me go.
I don't like to be hugged a lot. I have like this, like, I don't like when people hug me. It's like a weird thing.
I haven't been touched
Hugs
in
are-
a millennia.
I don't like the
can't be
sound
true.
of kissing.
Sometimes
Wow.
I play Samantha Fox's Naughty Girls Need Love Too, and I just dance with myself. Naughty
vibe with that,
girls
totally.
need love too.
You have a dance party? Yeah.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, never mind. No, I'm not gonna give the deets.
Did anybody watch The Bad Batch?
No, I
Uh,
tried to watch it and then
I
like
fell
5
asleep.
minutes into it, I said I'm never watching a Star Wars animated
Oh,
series
wow.
ever again.
I fell asleep during it. I was like, no, I was watching it 1 minute, and next minute I like passed off. I'm like, the hell. So I have to watch again because I
I
fell
I'm
watched
only
asleep.
I'm only
I watched
interested
the
in
damn
live
Ellen
action
Break.
Star Wars. I can't stand that animation. I can't stand it.
Yeah.
I can't stand the look and the look of it, the way they move. And I've seen so much great animation. Like with, I'd love to
What is
see
it?
Star Wars do something like Love, Death, and Robots, that kind of
Okay.
detail. But
I
yeah,
haven't seen that because to me Bad Batch looks really good, but that's also me judging it based on like Rebels and Clone Wars. So to hear like there's other stuff that looks even better, it's kind of surprising. But
I think Prodigy is going to look a lot better than those Star Wars animated shows.
Love, Death, and Robots. Love, Death, and Robots is really good.
The second season is far superior to the first.
Yeah, I've only seen season
And
1.
Starfleet
so-
Boy has a keen eye. That's all I'll say.
You're
Can I
talking
say
about the
something
giant
about
penis,
Bad
aren't you?
okay,
Are they doing-
I'm missing out on that show, I guess. I have
Were
no
you
idea
gonna-
what that's even about. I don't know
Were you gonna
anything
say
about
something,
it.
Dennis?
Are they doing a third season of Umbrella Academy? Has anybody heard anything on that?
I think that's
yes,
coming. Yes.
Yes.
I can't
Yes,
imagine them
yeah.
not like Netflix normally does 3 seasons at least for their popular shows, right?
Yeah,
They
they just haven't. There's like been no talk of any of that.
Mm.
They didn't do a second season for Everything Sucks. They broke my heart with that years
no.
ago. Years ago, that's a
It-
great show. That was a good
Can
show.
I say something about Bad Batch though? I only have like one thing to say about it. I watched like the new episode.
Sure.
Like I do not give a shit about chain codes, and they need to stop trying to make that into a big deal. To me, that is the most like
Is it?
un-Star Warsy, like boring detail since like the Phantom Menace, when they're like, we delegates move for a vote of no confidence after the tariffs of the trade route taxations. Like no, like that's not what I watch Star Wars for. I don't care about any of that shit. I don't care about chain codes either. That's all I gotta
So
say.
wait, so hold on. Is it chain codes or chin codes? Because I'm like
chain codes. Chain.
chain codes. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
'Cause-
I watch everything with
Chain,
captions, and they say chain codes. But they did have a character. They had a character from The Mandalorian show up. That's all I'll say. I don't.
Oh
Want
yeah, they had what's her? Oh my God, from Agents of Shield.
yeah. We were just talking about her earlier.
Show you.
Yeah. No. Oh my God, what's your help me?
Ming Na.
Ming Na.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm so bad with names. I'm sorry, guys.
Hey, Blue wants to know if we're gonna read from a script tonight.
I don't.
What script? I know you
Oh,
don't
Buffy
read-
the
you don't read.
Oh, Blue. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
so-
suggest Buffy the movie.
Yeah.
I think that's great. Can I request to be Paul Rubin's character,
Okay.
Ooh.
that assistant vampire to the main bad dude? But whatever.
Oh, the one that would never die.
Yeah, it was like. "Ugh."
I'm just
There's-
wondering, am I in that film?
No,
Are you?
but you would have been a good watcher.
Yeah.
But
Shaka.
I don't
I
think
like
that movie had
I
the
like to
budget for
watch
you.
things.
We should do a commentary.
Oh,
on
like a
that.
Telosian, huh?
Shaka.
In order for Chaka to read from a script, you have to pay him $50,000.
Yeah,
Ch-
being
Chaka's-
watched by SAG, you know.
Well,
Yeah.
Chaka's offer only.
Ruben should write us a
So you,
script.
so
Ruben, write us.
you're
a
part of
script right
SAG?
now.
Right
Yeah.
now, Ruben.
Right now,
Now.
you want to read my Michael Bay script?
Yes,
that was
I am.
read on-
Yeah, we should actually. I'd be down to read a Ruben script. Actually, is there enough
okay.
for all of us? Minus Marcelo. He'll just
Marcelo.
Yeah.
direct. Yeah.
I'll
There's
just.
4 characters and a narrator in there.
I'll just.
Oh,
1,
done.
2, 3, 4.
I'm
5. Yeah.
narrator. I'm narrator.
I'm gonna get a beer.
No, I'm not narrator.
we're
You go
doing
get a beer.
Buffy.
I'm gonna go get more wine. No, we're
No.
gonna read from Ruben's script.
Oh, okay, good to Buffy.
Which
I
one
thought
is
we-
it? Do you have it
I thought you-
online where we can all
I thought
read
you guys
it
are
from?
gonna do Buffy.
I know we should. If someone can find a 6-person, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-person Buffy scene, we can do something. Or like a 5-person with a
Can I post?
wall to
Can
wall.
you post PDFs in the private chat?
If it's online. Is any of your stuff online, like on a Google Doc? Oh, send me the PDF. I think I can throw it up on
I can send you a
Google
PDF.
Doc. All right. In the meantime, we'll try Blue. I don't know if script reading. I might be super drunk.
Let's
I
do
need to
the
go get
Quentin
more wine.
Tarantino kitchen scene from Pulp Fiction.
Oh,
Oh wait, no, we can't do that.
I feel like we did something from Pulp Fiction once, though. Did we?
did you?
All right. Who's
I don't
in
think
charge
we
this
can do
time?
anything from a Quentin Tarantino movie. I think it's problematic.
Uh,
It would get problematic at some point.
PJ is the in charge. Well,
Plus, he has like the lowest amount of characters in his films.
Yeah.
Quentin. What's the panel's favorite Quentin Tarantino movie? Just for the-
Inglourious Bastards.
Okay.
Favorite
Uh,
Tarantino.
I like the Hateful Eight. I'm a big fan of Hateful Eight. Although I do think Reservoir Dogs is really good too.
Why is it Reservoir Dogs?
I think his tamest film is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. That movie is PG up until a certain point, and then it goes like hard R. But like much of that movie is like totally harmless, except for a few sexual things with the girl who bends over talking to Brad Pitt, and some other like a few moments where somebody gets punched and stuff. But like other than that, and the ending, which is crazy, the movie's very tame.
Man, Death Proof still has a place in my heart.
A lot of people hate Death Proof because of it's got so much talky stuff in it, but
I love it.
I love Kurt Russell, and I love the whole scene where the girls are at the farm.
The talking is necessary. That's why I love it.
Yeah,
it's necessary.
I remember going to see the Grindhouse, the double bill in the theater, and I love Robert Rodriguez's film Planet Terror, but going into Death Proof, I came on, I was like, that movie was so boring. I couldn't wrap my head around. I had to see it twice to understand the genius of that movie.
Yeah.
People walked out of in the Grindhouse double feature. I took my date to it, and she did not like what was going. I made her like I didn't make her, but I insisted that we stay for the whole thing.
Strapped her to a car.
Yeah, but I remember the scene in Death Proof when they're all talking around the table and the conversation goes on for like 5 minutes. I saw people started walking out. Also, in Inglourious Bastards, people started walking out at the end of that movie
while they're talking. That's why it was necessary.
That's right. Yeah.
When did people walk out of Inglourious Bastards?
Toward the end, when they start playing like the David Bowie or some music, I remember like a few people walked out at that. I'm like, wow, this particular part of the movie is triggering a few people to walk out. I went to see The Lighthouse. People walked out of that one. And same thing with Death Proof. After Planet Terror, there was an intermission. We came back,
it's just
and then
the internet's killing everything. No one has patience for anything anymore.
Yeah, but the most people I ever saw walk out of a movie is Death Proof. Like
That's
just
crazy.
One after another. It's like I've been here like 3 hours, but it was a thing where people didn't expect or weren't prepared for a double bill. You know what I mean? Like they didn't have the gusto for it, I suppose.
Yeah,
but that's so strange. Why would people like randomly walk out of like a Quentin Tarantino film, especially Death Proof?
I've never had I've never seen people walk out of a lot of movies in my life, but Death Proof, Inglourious Bastards at the end, and what was the other one I mentioned? The Lighthouse. The Lighthouse.
What's Crash Cronenberg?
Inglourious Bastards is insane to me because I think that's the best Tarantino movie.
Crash is the Cronenberg film where people deliberately get in car crashes, then have sex.
They get turned on by
They get turned on by it. Yeah.
Not
the Academy Award winning piece of garbage, but
that shouldn't have won an Academy Award.
I don't hate that movie.
It's much more interesting.
I think it's okay.
I had
Can I
great.
tell you
Not
something
Academy
about Death
Award.
Proof, though?
What?
Can I tell y'all something about Death Proof though? Because
Sure.
Okay, go
a
ahead.
lot of that movie takes place in Austin and was shot here. The Texas Chili Parlor, if you go inside of there, it actually doesn't look anything like that. That's all like way somewhere else. And that little
Stage.
balcony or that little porch area
Yeah,
that they hang out
yeah.
on, that doesn't have that either. They just made that up for the
Oh, wow.
That's okay. It's the movies.
You do know that you could see a Big Trouble in Little China shirt in that bar.
Hmm.
Kurt Russell's
that
original,
movie.
it's Kurt Russell's original tank top is hanging in that bar. From
It's,
Big
Oh,
Trouble in
really?
Little
it's
China.
most
Really?
likely that
That's
the
Easter egg.
the interiors were a soundstage and the
Wow.
exteriors were the actual location, like most things.
I also
Huh?
threw up in that bar one time.
Oh, cool.
Uh-huh.
Your vomit is famous now. It's in the movie.
There was a TV show that filmed like an entire episode in a neighborhood that I grew up in, and it was like the drug neighborhood in the show, right? And it actually doesn't even look bad. It's like it's a housing and stuff. But anyway, in the episode, characters are like walking around the area, and it's like nothing's right. Like they turn a corner, and it's a completely different part of this. It's called the Circle, Buckmaster Circle, and it's got all different like places, and there's a park, and there's this and that, and a community center. But like the way when you're watching it, it's like they turn the corner, and then it's not the same part. And it's like they turn another corner, so like they don't.
Cool.
Mhm.
But it's like they're reconstructing visually how the area is laid out through the editing, and it was weird. I was like, oh, interesting.
It's interesting.
I don't know.
Mm.
Stupid observation.
Well, let's all call it a night, guys. PJ ruined the show.
But you know what's
Yeah,
fascinating? A lot of shows they'll film exteriors of an actual house that exists somewhere, and then the interior is all soundstage. They do that with Shameless, so it's like every time they're outside,
Either with Vampire Diaries.
they're in Chicago, and then when they enter the house, they're in California, and they have to do this like seamless kind of thing that I always appreciate because you got to keep the continuity, like how they look, because they're these things where they're walking inside and outside the house are like weeks apart, right? You know what I mean? So I always find that fascinating how like
that's hard work.
They
on,
trick
like,
you into thinking that they're walking into an actual house.
Yeah,
no,
that's hard work on like the costume people. Like they have to take pictures of like when you're walking in, your shirt is tucked in like this, and you're wearing exactly this, and then we're gonna film this in 2 weeks now, and I have to recreate that. Like
Same thing with makeup effects. Somebody got a bruise or anything like that. And
I'm always fascinated how editors have to stitch two scenes that have been shot weeks apart to make it look like one shot. I'm blown away by the work that they do in situations like that.
Yeah. The Mortal Kombat movie, not the new one, but the 1995 one. All the interior stuff in that movie is shot in Austin, Texas, and then
damn, you know all the movies that are shot in Austin.
you know everything about Austin, Texas. Why is that? I have no idea.
That's like me. I know everything that's ever been filmed in Newfoundland, like Aquaman and fucking Orca is a huge one for us. Like the entirety
Orca,
of
wasn't that the knockoff Jaws movie?
Yes, with Richard
Holy
Harris.
shit, that's no. Are you serious?
Richard Harris plays a Newfoundland fisherman in the movie, right? So it's kind of cool. But yeah, what were you saying, Fatheree, about Austin, Mortal Kombat?
Well, no, just like the interiors were all like here, but like anytime they're like out on the island, of course, like that wasn't. I don't know where they shot that, but
he also threw up
Hawaii,
on one
maybe.
I think it was Hawaii. I don't know.
Yeah, probably like Hollywood likes to use Hawaii for anything that's like
tropical,
supposed to be like tropical or like a lot of Vietnam movies they shoot in Hawaii, like Southeast Asia. They always use Hawaii.
Cool.
Yep, it's called smart.
That's called smart.
We were talking about the CW Arrowverse shows earlier, and that's one of the things that bothered me so much in Arrow is that like they have all those flashbacks to when Oliver was trapped on the island. And it's supposed to be like an island like near China, and you can tell like they're shooting it in the forest in British Columbia near Vancouver. Like nowhere do you see trees like that anywhere in like the Pacific Ocean. Like that's those are like fucking Northwest North America trees.
Mm.
That's like most people think Scarface was filmed in Miami, and most of it's filmed in LA.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I saw myself in the background of something recently, and that I had no idea.
Well,
My
what's
kids
it?
were watching something, and I was like, "Holy shit, there I am!" Well, that's crazy. It was so weird.
That's cool.
I
They
remember
felt-
reading that like Sean Connery was it used to pick roles based on like what golf courses were near the filming locations.
I can see where this is going.
Wait, what did you say? I
That
missed
Sean
it.
Connery used to pick
Uh,
roles based on
Uh,
what golf courses would be near where they would be filming.
No, actually, yeah, Sean Connery became obsessed with golf after shooting Goldfinger, if memory serves me
Oh
correct.
yeah, he plays golf in the movie.
Yeah.
Well, that's like a Scottish, like the Scottish invented golf, right? Right, Geek in Review. If you're still awake.
Have you guys ever heard the joke that Robin Williams said about how the game of golf was invented? I strongly suggest that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's such a good joke.
I've always heard that it supposedly stands for gentlemen's only, ladies forbidden.
No, he has like a funny story about
how
some
the-
drunk dudes in Scotland,
Yeah.
like talking
Yeah.
about like how like I don't know if I should try to like recreate it because I don't remember all of it. It was just like talking about like how do you like how are you gonna play this? He's like, oh, I'm drunk, I'm gonna invent a new game. And it's like, well, how are you gonna play? It's like, you gotta get a ball into a hole like, using a stick. And it's like, oh, okay, so kind of like pool. And it's like, no, fuck off, pool. You have like a straight stick.
Yeah,
It's gonna be like a weird curved, like fucked up stick, and you have to like whack the ball into a hole, and it's just like it's like crazier and crazier as he's describing it, and then
And yeah,
he's finally like,
and
oh, so like you finally get like the ball into he's like, we're gonna put the hole like way the fuck over there. And it's just like so you get the ball in the hole, and like that's it. It's like, no, you do it 18 fucking times.
Yeah. No, but it's on YouTube. I should find it and stick it in the private chat. Let me see if I can find that.
I feel like that's like the same way with like hockey. You could like the inventor of hockey. It's like also insane. Like it's essentially like soccer on slippery, cold, slippery with like razor blades on your feet.
I have a hockey story. It's a Canada story.
You been to Canada?
Yeah, I've been to Vancouver. I wanted to move there
Nice.
actually, but they won't let me in. But so I was in Vancouver 6 years ago, and I went to like the sports bar on a Sunday because I wanted to watch some American NFL, and I go into the sports bar in the afternoon. I'm watching like some of the afternoon games. Okay, like the big game I wanted to see was at 7:00, and it was going to be the Dallas Cowboys versus Philadelphia Eagles. Like I grew up a Cowboys fan. They're NFC East division rivals. Pretty big game. So I was looking forward to watching it. And I was in there, watching a couple of games, and I started noticing like people in hockey jerseys showing up. And I'm like, oh, okay, well that's weird. And then I noticed like more and more people were wearing hockey jerseys. And then it got to like close to 7:00 when the Cowboys game was about to turn on. And then all of a sudden the bartenders turned all the TVs off of football, and they put like the same fucking hockey game on every TV in there. And I'm sitting in there like just surrounded by Canadians in hockey jerseys, ready to watch hockey. And I was like, oh, okay, well that fucking sucks. So I asked the bartender, and the bartender is like this like English dude. He had like this English accent. He's like kind of a prick. I asked like the bartender, I was like, "Hey man, like, do you know somewhere like a bar around here like I could walk to where like they would be showing like a Cowboys game?" And he's like, "Cowboys?" I was like, "Yeah, it's in like the Dallas Cowboys." He's like, "Oh, I wouldn't know where they watch that." I was like,
I
"Okay, well,
put
this guy's a fucking asshole."
I put a link to the golf joke in the private chat for anybody who wants to go
Well,
check
you
out.
should have
the-
done that
Nice.
instead of me butchering the Robin Williams joke that he probably worked really hard to perfect.
Yeah, no, well, I just put the video in the private chat, so if anybody wants to see it.
Earl Grey Trekkie's here. What's
I know
up,
that
dude?
means
Is he?
yeah, he's like, it's morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, Robbie.
Robbie. Cheers.
Good morning. Good
Robbie,
morning.
this is Romulan ale. You can't tell, but it's
Oh,
blue.
it's 5 a.m. over there.
Yeah. I'm having
Good
Romulan.
morning, Robbie. Have you just woken up, getting ready for school on Saturday?
That's so good. Yeah, it's really good. It's Saturday. He's not at school.
They don't go to school on Saturday in Scotland.
Oh my god.
No, I'm sorry. That's way too much.
No, it's so good.
That's
I think
way
that
too
was really
much.
good.
Way too much.
Look, Robbie's cracking up. You got
Geek
an
and Reviews
XD.
like, if I see that cunt in real life, I'm gonna punch him right in his fucking face. All right, Willie.
All right.
That's a good one.
Nice.
Like,
Robbie,
Groundskeeper Willie. Oh yeah, I just clicked in.
Robbie, you have a lot of replay to replay. You're gonna probably do 2x speed on this one.
Oh,
But
I can do Fatheree's accent too.
What's his
All right,
accent?
do my accent.
His
Texan.
father's Texas accent.
Is Shaka?
Wait, do it.
You got a pretty mouth.
Oh,
I want you to squeal like a pig.
That's not
dead on.
I showed y'all those old videos where I had a little bit
You
more
do have an
redneck
accent than the older ones, yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, because I talked a lot more like this. Like that was just came natural. To
Like
me.
you were in the cast of Young Sheldon.
Well, that's just a common accent you find in rural Texas, like where I grew up.
As in the show Young Sheldon, they have they don't have like all one Texas accent. Like some of them are a little more subtle. Jason Alexander is a
Oh my
teacher in the
God.
show, and he's fucking awful. He is horrendous in that
Yeah.
show.
No, he'd
Really?
be terrible at that. He's he's like too New York. I think I can't picture him doing like any type of like other accent.
Well, he talks like this. He's like, I'm a teacher.
That's
I
more like
really want to be an actor. Like he kind of sounds
That's like,
like
an East Texas. That's an
Yeah.
East Texas accent.
or like almost like
he sounds like
a
Scarlett
South
O'Hara or
Carolina.
some shit.
yeah, it's like it's more Dixie. It's what we would call
Yeah.
a Dixie accent.
Yes, he has a very Dixie accent.
There's
Now-
a great series
Now
on
I'm
YouTube
just,
with,
not a
with
big
an
city
accent
lawyer.
expert.
Yeah.
What?
He's
There's a series on
whistling
YouTube
Dixie.
with an accent expert.
Would you know what it's called?
If you look up accent expert rates movies or whatever, he has a bunch
Yeah.
where
Ah,
he
I've
does
heard
the
about
movies,
this.
and he has another series where he takes you to the United States through the accents. So it's pretty cool. So he goes, you go a little more southern in New York, and then you're whatever. And then he does like the accent. It's really interesting.
You know who a great actress is? Julianne Moore, right? She did a movie called The Shipping News where she plays a Newfoundlander. Now, Newfoundlanders have an Irish accent or an Irish twang, to various degrees, right? But she does like hardcore, like Northern Ireland or some shit in the movie, and she sounds nothing like any of us. She sounds like she's like from like old Ireland, and she's like, "I've got to go pick up." She sounds like Saoirse Ronan, like the hardcore, like.
Oh, did we ever figure out what we're gonna read?
Oh yeah,
No.
what were we gonna read?
Did you guys?
You're
see how
right. It is blue. It is blue.
Like I know, I was trying to do this thing with the lighting.
It
but-
Oh,
looks like
shit, it is
Romulan
blue.
ale.
Wait, hold on.
That's the Nutty Professor juice. If you drink that, you will be Starfleet love.
Holy crap!
Look how blue this shit is. All right, back to.
What is that though?
Whoa, my light's gone
not-
nuts.
What is that?
Oh look, I'm JJ Abrams now.
Oh god. No, what the fuck?
Every time I hear I don't know if anybody gets this feeling, and J.J. Abrams has not necessarily like I don't necessarily hate him. I mean to say, or like, but every time somebody says his name is attached to something, I get a little bit deflated about how good it's going to be.
Ugh,
I don't know. It's like I don't.
gotta have faith, man.
He did the Force Awakens. That was okay, and then I liked the Last Jedi, and then he messed it all up, and I'm like
He didn't.
he did a decent job with the first 2009 Star Trek, which I didn't mind, and then Into Darkness, which I thought was going to be an improvement and moving forward, like is one of the worst things ever put to film.
Star Trek Into Darkness is awesome until the last like 15-20 minutes.
Thank you.
So what movie? Okay, Mission Impossible 3 is okay.
What did?
Yeah, Mission Impossible 3 is cool.
Mhm.
I want to go.
I liked
I'm gonna
in
go
Force
listen to your
Awakens when
podcast.
Kylo
I'm
Ren.
gonna go listen to your.
What
J.J.
else has he
Abrams
done
podcast.
directing
What?
wise?
Well, man, you still haven't listened?
No, not the J.J. Abrams one. I've only listened to your
right.
personal one.
All right.
I
Oh,
apologize.
okay. Well, no, it's no problem.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, my personal one needs a little bit more love. So, yeah.
But I'm gonna go
Oh.
listen to it.
All right. Well, yeah. We
It's
just
like
posted,
Guy Ritchie ain't all that either. Like
Yeah. We just posted episode 35 today. So
It's awesome.
yeah. But thanks
James
for-
Mangold is good.
He's
Who's
really
James
good.
Mangold. Ooh, this is strong.
He directed Logan.
Whoa.
Are we just naming? We're just gonna name directors.
Yeah, and
Yes,
Michael Bay
man.
sucks, that's for
Yeah.
sure.
Noah
This is
Baumbach.
This
Marriage Story.
This is how you
Noah
know.
Baumbach.
Marriage Story.
Very cool director. This is the part of the Starfleet War where you know everyone. Why do we have 5 people still watching us? Oh, and Robbie's awake too. Is it just us? I'm not on there. I'm not. On this trip.
It's probably
Steven-
psychologists doing work.
Steven Spielberg.
Steven Spielberg. I could talk about for days.
Yeah, we need to do a stream
Whoa.
just about Steven Spielberg.
What?
West
Look
Side
at this,
Story.
guys! It's happening again. The Night Stalkers.
Oh my
back.
God.
Oh,
I'm
hold on, I
seeing
take my
double-
dog outside.
Time to walk the dogs in the street of Austin. Cause I'm Southern, I'm not from Boston. I'm a guy that
Boston
likes
sucks.
to be from the South cause I got a long draw from my mouth.
You should be a country singer.
Yeah, you.
Something that's ironic is that when I had the Swedish girlfriend,
He froze.
Oh,
me?
always.
Oh, that could
Always.
be the end of that story. When I had the Swedish girlfriend, I froze.
So crazy. I had a Swedish pen pal boyfriend,
I bet she's gonna pop back and it's gonna be like, and nobody found the body.
and he was not blonde. He was very tall though. He was elven like very tall.
Elvin Bishop.
Yeah, I'm
No, I
5'7".
cut out
He must have been like
Oh,
6'19".
well, consider your story. You cut out. You were at the Swedish girlfriend.
You had a Swedish girlfriend.
oh, and she was into American country music, but me, the Texan, I was into a lot of heavy metal and liked a lot of Swedish bands.
Swedish death metal's awesome.
Yeah.
It is.
Did she like ABBA?
They actually have an ABBA museum in Stockholm, but I did not
Jesus.
visit it because I have like better shit to do. So
If you're in that city, do you get the syndrome?
I did not get any Stockholm syndrome. So
You're like, this city is so abusive, I want to stay.
Controversial response to the pandemic though for the Swedes.
oh yeah, they kind of dropped the ball on that one. But no one's
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah, we just
I-
all sit around in the restaurant and all get the COVID. Wait, that's not Swedish, is it?
No, that's
No,
like
Swedish is more like, I don't know. I can't
y'all.
even
Like
remember.
we get the COVID.
Oh yeah, that's it.
We get the COVID. We
That's like
Weed
the
to Harry.
stereotype, but they actually
yeah.
don't
Well,
sound-
yeah. I mean,
sound like
that's
that.
that's what if you attempt to do an accent, you're not gonna. I mean, like
If you
it's
listen-
gonna
Dude,
be
if
based
You know,
off.
Listen to-
if you look at Swedish and Danish actors who are in American things, you would never know they're so good at American accents.
Yeah.
The dude from Game of Thrones is one of them. Joel Kinnaman is another one. Yeah, there's a few of them where unless you knew they were born and raised in Sweden,
And
you would know
fun
because
fact about
they have a particular talent for hiding their accent when they learn English. Not all of them, no, but like I'm talking about actors.
Yeah,
Really
a lot
good.
of people there.
You
A lot
know
of people
that-
there speak
yeah.
really good
Fun
English.
fact about the United States: most of the Swedish immigrants who came to the United States settled in the north and northwest regions of the United States.
Mhm.
So you can actually hear those accents are very close to Swedish accents, like the true like northwestern kind of accent. You can hear a very distinct connection to a Swedish accent.
In Minnesota and North and South
Yes,
Dakota and northern Iowa.
that
It's
is
Yeah.
correct.
very
That
very
Fargo
common in that
accent
area.
is like, yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually,
Oh,
where
I love the
where
Fargo
James Kirk-
accent.
where James Kirk is from in Riverside, Iowa. It's kind of close to that area.
Yeah, it's
Since I
true.
visited, I have a video on YouTube of me and Captain Kirk's
Are you gonna visit Janeway's future birthplace, Fatheree?
in Indiana.
Yeah.
Maybe if I'm ever in Indiana. Right now, I'm just gearing up for Star Trek Las Vegas and whatever that will entail. And if any of y'all can join me there, it would be spectacular.
Yeah, you
Connie,
guys should do. You guys should do a live show from there.
Are we gonna do a script tonight? I don't feel like
No, I
a
don't
script
feel like
today.
anything.
I don't think we're sorry, Blue.
Yeah, but you know what actor blew my mind about how good his like American accent was? The first time I saw Hugh Laurie talk on like I think
Oh
he was
yeah,
on
he's really
Letterman.
good.
I think he was on Letterman, and I never knew that he wasn't American. But when he started talking like a British man, I'm like, what the hell is this? Why is he talking like he's British? And then I went and looked it up, and I was like, holy shit, he's actually. Huh?
Idris
you know,
Elba.
was a weird one.
He's-
Was Walter Koenig when I heard him speak and not in the Russian voice.
Oh yeah, it is weird. It's true.
That messed me up on Babylon 5 when he has like a normal his normal American accent.
Yeah. Idris Elba told the story of where he played Stringer Bell on
The Wire.
and he was so convincing as an American that people would be taken aback when he would speak. Like in his now, Idris Elba is British. Like everybody knows what he sounds like, but there was a time when he was pretty much only known because of The Wire and some like a few other things, and he's really really good at American accents. Someone who is not good at accents is Mel Gibson. His Australian accent will slip. Well, in his early days, not now, like not anything in the past 20 years. But if you watch older movies with him, his Australian accent slips up every now and again, especially Lethal Weapon 2. There's points in Lethal Weapon 2 where he's not even doing an American accent at all.
Shaka, have you ever been asked to do an accent other than your natural accent for a movie?
No, they
Or a
pretty
TV
much
show?
they let me do all the decision making on that.
If you could do an accent, what's your best accent that you can do?
I think you've heard Picard.
No, like I mean, like what nationality of accent? Not like a specific person. Like what's the nationality that you do really well that you think that you'd like to do more of?
Oh, I'd have to go to a coach, but right now it's just me.
What's
I
the
wouldn't
most
even try.
offensive accent you could do?
The
What's
most
the what?
what?
No, I'm gonna say what's the most offensive accent you could
Offensive. What's the most offensive
Jesus.
accent you can
do? I'm just don't answer that. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I don't know if SAG is gonna want that or the fans want it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I feel like
bury me for
Let's
that
not get Shaka
Come on,
canceled.
Bob.
from
That's a
the
trap.
show. Yeah, let's not get Shaka canceled on the show.
The easiest
like-
accents
I
to
feel like
do
we're
are
a Chinese
Russian and
accent.
German and stuff like that.
At least let him become a millionaire first.
Yeah, first, let's.
That's not offensive enough.
That's true.
Like, I feel like doing a Chinese accent. That's the low hanging fruit for what would it'd be like easy to do in an offensive way.
I'd be
I
the
wouldn't
only
even
one.
try to do it, but
I'd be the only one here who could get away with doing it, maybe because of my cred with the Chinese community. But I wouldn't risk it.
You don't mess with
without-
China, man. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
no,
I have a lot of
it
cred.
was a rhetorical, silly question.
I
Now we're
haven't
like
I
getting
haven't-
into like actually
China
answering.
knows I play their video games, so they
I'm a huge TikTok advocate, and that's all China. So yeah, I
You know
love
what's the
TikTok.
pinnacle
TikTok,
of
TikTok.
The fact that we're
sorry,
saying
TikTok.
China so much, they've banned you in China. now.
Yeah.
No,
You know
that's
what's
only if you
the
say China. If you say China, they'll ban you. But if you say China, it's fine.
well, what if
You
you
know-
say China like Trump, like China?
no.
What if I'm talking about dishware? China knows the difference, though. They know.
They're like, he's just talking about their
Yeah, this game I'm playing is a Chinese game. Actually,
flower.
I consider it Chinese mind control.
I think Mikasa is my favorite China. Sorry.
Did you hear Martin Freeman talk about the Black Panther 2 Wakanda Forever?
No.
And he had a weird response to like how the movie is. He was talking about Ryan Coogler pitching him like the idea and his involvement in it, and he seemed like really weirded out by it. And Ryan Coogler had to keep reassuring him, no, stick with me. This will work. This will work. And he's hinting that the movie's like far out and something that the audience won't necessarily expect. Like it's apparently something very different.
Martin Freeman
And it would have
Black Panther.
No, he's
in
got
like
it. He's,
in blackface.
oh
That's,
my god!
Yeah,
Ryan Coogler's
cancel.
like, stick with me now. There's a meaning behind this, and Martin Freeman's like, I don't know, man. I think this would ruin me. But no.
I actually just found out my favorite episode of Community is not on Netflix anymore.
Jamaican accent is offensive.
No, it's the one with the first Dungeons and Dragons episode where
because Ken Jeong does
where Ken Jeong's in blackface, but he's playing a drow elf.
Yeah, that one's a weird one.
And they even make a joke about it on the show. Like the black character says, "Should I be offended?" And he's like, "I'm a drow elf."
That one. Yeah. I mean, I'm not.
It's yeah.
Have you ever heard of my Nazi knock knock joke?
Can I ask Darren if Darren?
Can I say?
Questions.
What is
What's
that?
going
Who's
on?
that? Who's that?
Never heard that joke?
Oh, that was you.
Have you ever heard of my Nazi knock knock joke, Louis?
Is that Kieran?
Listen.
We will ask the questions.
Have you ever heard of my Nazi knock knock joke?
We will ask the questions. Who's there?
Knock knock. Who's there? We will ask the questions.
Darren Lassen, PhD. Nice adding PhD. Darren, welcome to the stream. Says Jamaican accent is offensive, and I would say I grew up in Miami, so I think it's actually beautiful. I wouldn't deign to try to do a Jamaican accent, but I hear it all the time spoken here in Miami, and I think it's a beautiful accent. But
It's very sing-songy.
Yeah, it's very sing-songy. I know what you mean, though. It would be offensive if I did a Jamaican accent because I wouldn't do it.
What if you're singing a reggae song?
Nah.
Like I heard about this girl. Her name is Maxine or something like that.
If you really, I think you gotta like watch how much you lean into it.
Heard about this girl.
I mean, you can say the words. You don't have to do the accent.
Isn't Sublime?
That's what I'm saying.
Was
Like,
Sublime
if you wanted to
Hey,
sing,
man, give me a Jamaican party, man.
Well,
if you wanted to sing murder,
It's not Zima.
if you wanted to sing like Murder She Wrote,
Heard about
that's
this
a
girl.
good
Her
song.
name was Vaccine.
Vaccine.
She had the COVID-19.
Oh my god.
Murder She Wrote. I love that song.
So I
can't sing that now. I don't sing it in the accent though.
Yeah, no, I don't. No.
We be German. We be German.
Oh my gosh.
Hey,
Darren's
what about
like,
Snow's
Darren's
Informer?
quitting the stream
What about
now.
Snow's Informer?
Yeah, he appropriated that dude.
Informer,
Like
say that to me, snow me, I'll go blame that stuff. See, I didn't do the accent. I said the words, I didn't do the accent.
What about Chet Hanks?
Oh my
Chet
god,
Hanks?
don't get me started on that fucking fool.
He does like a patois, like
he's one of these dudes who's like so tone deaf in that regard. Like he just doesn't get it.
So
he just
accent,
thinks
right?
like he can get away with it.
Did
I'm Tom
Jar
Hanks'
Jar
son.
Binks have a Jamaican accent? I heard he did.
Kind of, because
No,
Ahmed
really?
Best, who played him, Ahmed Best, who
Yeah.
played him, had some Caribbean descent.
Caribbean
Is
descent,
that the
yeah,
right
yeah.
term for that region? And he said he actually did channel that in his performance as
I
Jar
thought
Jar.
so.
And when people, and I'm just quoting the dude, y'all can go look up like the interview with him, but this is his words. He said that when people call Jar Jar a racist caricature, that like hurts him because he didn't mean to portray it that way. And
Then he
it's
didn't do his job.
it's actually like if you listen to some of the stuff Ahmed Best said, like he said like he was actually like suicidal at one point because everyone hated Jar Jar Binks so
Yeah.
much. He's talking about like he used to
What,
walk
Shaka-
down the
Shaka?
Brooklyn Bridge or the George Washington Bridge, and he like every day he would think about like I should just jump off and kill myself.
And he almost did, but he didn't. He became a father, and he's like super awesome, and he now does
Yeah.
awesome stuff with Star Wars.
And he's so happy now.
But Jar Jar is also George Lucas's
so happy.
favorite. Wait, Jar Jar's George Lucas's favorite character in all of Star Wars.
Oh
You know?
God,
we
how
heard
can
it.
that
We heard
happen?
it from the lion's mouth earlier
No.
tonight.
Oh yeah, the
true.
Mandalorian dude said that.
Yeah.
Did he?
You know
Yeah.
what?
He didn't say it was his favorite. He said he liked him, right?
Oh, he
Did
He
he?
said that he
liked it.
still loves him to this
He
day.
knows George
Yeah,
Still
Lucas?
loves
his
us to this day,
favorite.
Well, obviously he's no fucking. He's more.
Of course he
fucking
does.
He's on Star Wars. What am I saying?
He ain't the first person I've heard say that though. Like quote Lucas is saying that he loves like George Lucas. I've heard gets real defensive about it. He's like no, like Jar Jar is a great character. Like kids love them. You know,
No,
like
he's
some
not.
people just didn't get it, but
Stop.
We
he's
sold
great, he's great.
a lot of Jar Jar units, so it's reflective of the.
You know, I made Jar Jar for the
Response.
kids, and I
Jar
want the
Jar
kids to enjoy Jar
stinks.
Jar.
Sucks.
Do you guys know what Ahmed Best did before Star Wars? Like why he got picked to be in that role?
He was in Stomp.
Yes, very good. Wow, Father, you can't get it by Father.
Yeah,
Father
you
does it,
cannot get it by Father.
Yes, that is
You
true.
will not pass.
It's awesome. I love it. Yes, that is correct,
So,
Father.
so
I'm gonna
Shaka
try to
is pretty
stump
much
you.
saying that Ahmed didn't do his best. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Shaka is saying that.
Did you know who wanted to
no
play Jar
sugarcoating
Jar?
it.
You know who wanted that job? Who was friends with George Lucas at the time?
Who's that?
Michael Jackson.
No way. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Please,
But
That's,
please, George, put me in your film.
I think it's great.
I'll do
that-
anything you
Jar
want.
Jar, it's ignorant. That's
Spread
ignorant.
your cheeks, I'll get right in there.
Misa,
Oh my God.
Misa don't want to be in your film.
But he
So
wanted
want
to
to be in that film.
Oh my God.
He wanted
You're
to do it
ignorant.
with
You're
Jar Jar.
ignorant.
Like he wanted like prosthetics to be Jar Jar.
Is
And-
Ron
and-
still
and
here?
Lucas-
Are
Sing a
you-
dance number.
Lucas was really into like the idea of a CGI character. George Lucas wanted to have like the first like fully CGI character in a live action movie.
If I'm in
I'll
it, I'll
just
make
go
it a
and be
real
in Men in Black
thriller.
2 instead.
I'll make it a real thriller. I won't be bad.
Oh my God.
Ah, Shimona.
All I'm gonna
I'm
say is
sorry, I
that
had
poor
to
little
sneeze.
kid, that poor little Jake Lloyd, who played Anakin Skywalker and then ended up like schizophrenic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he got a
it's
bunch of
sad.
DUIs.
It's sad, yeah.
Yeah, like he didn't need any more trauma in his life. I'm glad he did not have to work with Michael Jackson. That's all I'm gonna say
Yeah.
about it.
Oh
Lucas had
my.
Father, you should shut your mouth. You're ignorant.
Well, Michael Jackson. I'm not surprised.
Listen, don't
he-
like
Come with me on my wishing tree.
I think Starfleet Boy After Dark is gonna turn into Starfleet Boy After Show now. No, it is
Oh.
three.
Yeah.
It's we're 4
We
hours.
never did a reading.
It's
We never do-
we don't
okay,
need to. We don't
Before
need
we
to.
go though, before we go,
Yeah, we're
though,
coming
there's-
on 4 hours.
Let's
Jesus.
do
Christ.
let's do a what do you call it? Improv. Let's do an improv.
Let's sing
Alright.
the audience to sleep.
All right, but you know the first rule. All right, so yes, we all got to yes and each other. There's no knowing.
Yeah.
Yes and how does that work?
What do you mean?
What?
What do you mean by yes and?
You in improv, you can't. If someone gives
Say
you a
yes
gift,
and, yeah.
if someone gives you a gift and they say like I'm an astronaut, you can't go like, no, you're not. I'm an
okay.
astronaut. You go yes, and I'm also your commander or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotcha,
You're like,
okay.
oh,
I don't
yeah,
know. I've never
sure,
done
I'm mission
improv. This will
control.
be my first improv.
Okay.
So
We need like a
yes and.
topic from the
Yeah,
Evan,
let's get.
Evan,
Yeah.
do you want to drive this? I feel like this is more in your wheelhouse.
So
I'll let you drive.
so we could do. Do we want to do a thing where someone does a suggestion and then a monologist, one of us, like tells a story, and then will you guys do an improv off of that story, or how do we want to do it?
Well, I was
Or-
kind of thinking of something like where we could have like audience participation with
She can
someone.
ask the questions.
Oh, we got a
Oh, my.
suggestion. Improv canceling Starfleet Boy.
Oh,
Oh,
that one.
Oh wow, you guys are a little too excited about that one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm down. Is that? But that's a roast. That's not an improv. Believe
Yeah. So wait. We need let me comment section. Comment section. Let's get an occupation.
Oh, okay.
Occupation.
Occupation. That's a cool game too, by the way. Occupation.
I don't know what's going
No,
on.
you're thinking of operation.
Operation.
And I didn't say it right either.
Apuration.
I'll be your operatist.
I never tell you I own my own podcast.
We got LOL.
DMV. All right, we're at the DMV.
Oh, okay.
So
we've all been there.
okay, DMV, and do we want to do where someone tells a story and you okay? Darth Vader confronts Prince. That's a whole scenario.
That's not an occupation.
I would
That's
like to
awesome.
renew my driver's license.
Okay, so here we go. So we'll do Darth Vader. Darth Vader at the DMV, and I need just give me a thing. Comment section, just an object.
An object. So we got
A 12-inch dildo.
What is that?
102, take 2.
All right. We got Darth Vader.
This is
Darth
a fine
Vader
French
at the
sentence.
DMV. Comment section, just name an object. Harness.
Harness. Oh, Blue, you know me too well. Wow.
Okay. Darth Vader at the DMV with a harness.
With a harness.
The California Champagne by Paul Masson. At the DMV.
How does it work
sounds
now?
like
Do
there's
we
a drunk
pick who-
fat ass here.
Does someone go first? Is
Oh.
there an order to
So
it?
wait, so essentially you establish a scene by one person jumps out, they start making a thing, they establish a scene with whatever, someone else jumps in. The first three things you want to establish is who, what, where, and then you find the game in that, you find the recurring thing, and then you build off of that.
Do one of us?
I'm completely unfamiliar with this improvisation. No.
Did one of us get to be Darth Vader? Like, do we pick a person to be?
It's
Darth Vader?
just all that's improv. The fun thing about improv is you ask these questions in your head and act on them as you go instead of.
Well, we all ask questions in our head. We all are thinking people. With those thoughts.
102, take 2.
Okay, yeah,
Ne-
take two.
Next in line, please. Next.
What are we doing?
We're doing. Hi, we're all. Sir,
You've-
wait your turn.
You've explained it.
Who has number 42? Number 42?
Hi, I'm 43. Does that count?
Is 42 in the house? Anyone?
Hi,
Okay, 43. Come on up.
Dope. Suck at 42.
I'm 142.
Well, yeah, you got here last week, dude. You've been waiting online. I'm 43.
Sir, sir, there's a long line. Can you get to the point? Why are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I just need to register my TIE fighter.
Your TIE fighter?
Yeah. I just need to. I was cruising down the PCH and they pulled me over and they were like, "Is this TIE fighter registered?" And I was like, "Nah, dude. I was first time in the galaxy. I'm just trying to see the scenic spots on the coastal, whatever." And then they told me to come here.
Excuse me. Can I ask you a question? Is
Yeah.
your last name Vader?
Yeah, that's my granddad. Yeah. My granddad is Darth Vader. Yeah, you got me. He's a cool guy. He used to wrap the toilet seats in saran wrap and had shit all over him, and it was crazy. I know him as
on the
that,
Death
but
Star. I heard about that. Oh my
Yeah.
god, that is
okay,
so.
okay,
I was just reading this article about you on spacevulture.com. That is,
yeah.
oh, that's so weird, man. That's crazy.
Mr. Vader, what is the make and model of your TIE fighter?
It's kind of experimental class.
Do you have a driver's license right now?
Dude, I gotta be honest. I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you driving a vehicle without a driver's license?
If that's the case, I mean, I don't know. It's the first time in the galaxy, baby.
Okay, you need to go. You need to go over there and talk to.
Is that's too far away, man?
No, it's another line. Sorry, but I only deal with people who have driver's licenses. I'm renewing. You have to go over there. Sorry. Bye.
Excuse me, how long is this going to take? I'm on my lunch break.
Okay, who's 43?
I was 43.
Oh, 44?
Oh,
44?
Oh, I'm 44.
Dude, you can't take that. Like, you think your granddaddy would have just been told to move to the other line? Like, you should pull out a lightsaber and cut this fool's head off.
Sir,
do it. Dude, look, I got my phone out. I'm recording you. We can put this on space TikTok and go super viral.
Look, hey, I'm reading those guys' micro facial movements over there, and I'm reading a lot from that guy over there.
That's not real. The micro expressions aren't real. Someone just like made that up a year ago.
Well, I can read them.
I can't do this improv.
Must be like
it's too funny.
I'm just having fun watching this.
Come on, boys, let's wrap this up.
So is there a fee? Is there a fee? I don't want to go on another line.
There's a man over there. Okay, he's in the blue booth over there. You have to go talk to him. Sorry, I'm not that guy.
Micro facial aggressions.
Mr. Orson Welles and I have been waiting in line for quite some time.
Oh, that's right. You're number 44. Okay, number 44. While do you understand 43 what you have to do? Are you good?
Man, I think I'm great.
Okay, go in that line. Okay, 44.
You're lucky I didn't choke you out, by the way, because I could do that without even touching you. I could do that without even touching you. My grandpa taught me how to choke you out without touching you.
You should do it. You should do it, bro.
Just go ahead, try it.
I don't care if I'm on camera.
You're not gonna do it? All right, cool. Next. 44. What's going on? What's your problem?
Well,
why are you here?
I need to change the picture on my driver's license. I don't like it. One eye's half closed, and I wasn't ready. But he took the picture anyway. Blasted fool.
Okay, so you have to go over there to that guy in the booth on number 12. Do you see that booth over there, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Oh.
Thank you.
Hey! It's
43.
It's Connor. It's Connor Vader again. I was just over at the other line, and he said you just keep sending everybody over to that line, and it's your first day on the job, and you just keep passing everybody over to his line, and that's not what you're supposed to do. And you guys do the same job.
Hold on 1 second.
Excuse me, I have to get a permit from my Hummer because I want to drive it. I also need a license for my tank.
What is your number, sir?
I don't need a number. I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger. I used to be the governor of California.
Oh,
come on!
That's the line over there. That's that line. Governor of California line over there. Paging Shaka when the walls fall. Paging Shaka when the walls fall.
He doesn't want any part of this.
He muted you.
Paging Shaka when the walls fall.
Have you not heard the chimes at midnight? Come on, let's. Well, I don't know what is this gonna like keep going and going and go. We're 4 hours
someone
in.
says Scene.
4 hours, people. 4 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, 45, 46,
Team,
47.
let's all go to bed.
47, yes, 47. Can I help
I
you?
am 47.
Yes, how can I help? I knew you were gonna be 47. Yes, 47. How can I help you?
My name is Fatheree, son of Fatheree, and I am a Klingon.
Yes, I can see that. How can I help you today, Mr. Sunnery?
I have been told I need to register my bird of prey to fly in this galaxy far, far away that I don't even belong in.
Bird of preys don't need registration. They're legal on every planet in the Federation. Sunnery, you're good.
Whoa! Why I gotta register my TIE fighter?
It's not legal in the Federation.
Oh boy.
On every world of the Federation.
Because of like intellectual property kind of crossover. Is that why?
It makes this horrible scream that makes some people really.
Are you talking
cringe.
about?
Yeah, that scream sound.
I hate that sound.
Yeah,
If I ever hear that in space, I will blow it up.
I used to try to pick up my girlfriend at night, and she would sneak out her window, but her dad would always be waiting because he would hear me. I'd turn the corner on the block of that planet, and he'd hear me being like,
"You fool of a man! I killed your girlfriend's father with my batleth, and then I bedded her last night."
Damn.
Okay, so since Shaka, when the walls fell, is not answering, 43, can you please go see Genshin Martian? Oh, he's here. He's back. Shaka, when the walls fell, I need to go to lunch. Can you just take care of these people? I'll be right back.
So who do I see? I'm sorry. Hello, can I just be helped? I just want to get off this stupid planet.
Me to register my bird of prey.
You'll wait in line, buddy.
Fatheree, son of Fatheree, waits for no man.
And scene.
This is my first day here.
That was perfect.
I don't know what to do.
Hi.
Who are you? Hi.
Do you mean like it's your first day here, like on the planet? Because same for us.
On the job. It's my first day. You guys all get passes.
Oh yeah, baby. All right, I like this guy. This new guy should be the boss. He's giving out like he's moving this line. Let's
That'll be
go.
my first day of being the boss too, if that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, sign him up.
Glory to the new guy.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Thank you guys.
Yeah, Shaka's first day. Let's get him hired. Get a boss. This is the boss.
I am kind of high right now, yeah.
I showed up high.
Didn't he say scene already?